I want you and that young man to tie that knot. I'm gonna pray for you. And I want you to hold on to God's unchanging hand, because he helped Joshua fight the battle of Jericho. Yes.
It's the old
He helped Daniel get out the lion's den. He helped Gilligan get off the island.
Let me get straight to the business. Got them lions in the building. Why you lying to the children? Why you lying to the children? RIGHTEOUS. Man, you know I've been to bed. Man, they know they no contest. Yahuwah, he do the bless. We will not see you tomorrow. Cause you cannot go to thought. All the sons and all the daughters. Standing all with big manodas. By my son, he made me Taurus. On that line, I'm still a Taurus. Karate kicking Chuck Norris, 4-5 on my waist. If he started, would not hesitate to get retarded. Oh Lord, he ain't got a PowerPoint, he forest. He running into the hills like a Philistine. T-Hawk hitting Hamites with the guillotine. Situation turned up with the Ratchet team. JJ 7000 to the debate league. I know them haters gon' hate me, but he won't debate me. Pistol off safety. He respond, come wake me. If I don't get up, nigga shake me. Really give me up. If he don't show up, then he fake G. I touch down and make these nigga nuts hate me. Dear brother. Ballin' and crawling all the way from H-Time. Let me get straight to the business. Man, them lions in the building. Why you lying to them children? Why you lying to them children? You gon' cry, you gon' get it. Me, I'm like a frog, nigga, ribbit. Of course, it's in the spirit. I just got the Porsche, she can steer it. Michael got the raw, Shaq and Willie. Lamborghini doors, you better not spill it. Mama's high, say I'm more than just a villain. Mama's cry, I'm dope and wide for her children. Suicide, immortalized as a realist, yeah. Death by cut, black suicide. Let me get straight to the business. Got them lions in the building. Why you lying to them children? Why you lying to them children? RIGHTEOUS. Man, you know I be there. Man, they know they no contest. Yahuwah, he do the best. Wow, what's that? Why didn't take it over? Number one debate league, you heard me? When it's up, it's stuck. I'm setting on everything, nigga. Metaphorically, of course.
Good afternoon, good afternoon. This is the Lion's Den. I'm JT, aka Yeshaya Da. Just waiting for the baby Hebrew to come in. And we're going to talk about 400 years drama still with our people, and we ain't got it right yet. Now, why is that? Because we still arguing, bickering, not coming, bringing no knowledge to the table, no wisdom, no understanding. Seems like we always want to fight and argue and bicker. Well, it's about bringing forth truth to this table, to this platform. Because we in the last days, I hope everybody know that and can see that. Because our people need to get it right. Because they're going to be a very, very big storm coming. And are you prepared and are you ready for it? I hope so. Well, this is what the title is. 400 years of drama. And we ain't got it right yet. We've been in this civilization under this kingdom for 400 years. Right? 400 years and counting. And look at us today. We're still at war with each other. Everybody fighting over this philosophy, this religion here. When we are people, a lost people, the people that don't got no direction, no knowledge of self. That's what we're talking about here. That's what I'm talking about here. That's what we all talking about here. Well, can we solve the problem? I think so. If we use the basis of solving this problem, which is the Bible, the scriptures. Now you're going to have a lot of skeptics. People who don't believe and understand that this book is talking about prophecy. Prophecy. What we live in now, in this kingdom here, is definitely prophecy. Do you agree? See, the reason why I say it is because our people always had drama and disrespecting and disobeying the Father and His Son. And this is why we in the condition that we in now, because we don't want to listen. We hard-headed, we stiff-necked and rebellious people, just like the book says. And who fit that description? We do. We fit that description as we speak, because we just fail to realize we don't want to get it together. We want to keep on doing our own thing. And our own thing ain't going to get you where you need to go, to the kingdom. That's the direction that we're supposed to be looking towards. The righteousness of God that go for myself and everybody listening. That's where we need to be in. That's the direction we need to be in. So I'm waiting for baby Hebrew to come in, but I'm going to keep y'all entertained until he get here. And I just want to ask a question. You see the state of our people on this earth today. What's your take on it? Is it a problem that can be fixed? Anybody? In the comment section, give me a yes or a no if you can hear me. Because I think it can be fixed. The reason why I think it can be fixed is we all put our hands down and pray to our Father in heaven. He's going to make it right. But it's up to us to listen. So I'm just waiting for the baby Hebrew to come in. He's probably doing something right now, but I can hold it down until he get in. And if anybody want to come in to the screen, you can. And the link is in the room, and we can talk about it and see if we can solve something. So I'm gonna step away for 1 second. 1 second. Yeah, I'm back. So like I said, 400 years, 400 years of misery, 400 years of pain, 400 years of being mistreated, 400 years of being beat down. And we still ain't got it right yet. Why is that? Because the rebelliousness that's in us as a people, we don't want to listen. We don't want to do what's right. You live under a society in the kingdom. You know the kingdom that you live under don't care nothing about you, never did. Your people have fought in every war, battled every enemy for your enemies, and they still got no love for you. Not a drop. But why is it so hard for us to see the light that's staring you in the face daily? Because we feel we got all the answers and we don't have all the answers. We don't. I don't. You don't. We got to look at the word. The word of the Most High. That's where all the answers lie. All of them. for me and you. See, the reason why I say it is because I see that a lot of our people, they love this drama. Drama to me is just pure confusion. Every man coming in there with something that ain't gonna solve no problems. That's what I see. Because they think they know what's going on when they really don't. But it's time for us to really know what's going on because we see things that are changing every day. Every day, things is changing. People's lives are being changed for the worse, not for the better right now. A couple of things happened a couple of years ago that changed the world. And we still live in the after effects of that today. To this day, we still live in the after effects of that now. But in all these things that happen, what's going on with us? I gotta be able to talk to you, sit down and have a conversation about some life issues, life things. That's what I need to talk to you about. Where I could bring some sort of solution to problems you're going through. Maybe I'm going through. That's what I'm about. That's what you should be about. And this is why we doing these type of shows. Try to bring a new perspective to the platform. It's about bringing debates, but it's also about bringing a platform, a different perspective of how we could fix the problem that's among us and wherever we live at in this country or the world. That's what I'm about. So I see that we can do it. We just got to be able to reason together. And these things can be achieved and done if you feel like you can do it. See, everybody got a talent. Some got the talent of music. Some got the talent of speech. We got to bring all these talents together. Some got the talent of understanding, wisdom, knowledge. We got to bring all these talents together. And once we do, there ain't no stopping us. So I'm just waiting for the baby Hebrew to come in. I just called, gave him a holler. I'm just waiting for him to come in and see what he's going to say. And anybody's welcome to come on the stream, give your opinion. But if you get out of order, you got to go. That's about it. I'm going to be real with y'all. You get out of order, we're going to have to kick you off. Because we're about trying to solve these problems that's in our people. We don't need no confusion. That's what I'm talking about. And that's what Baby Hebrew talking about. So whenever he do get in, we're going to bring some sort of solutions to this table. And whoever else we bring in to speak, we're going to try to bring some solutions. Because that's what I'm about. So I'm just waiting for him. And everybody, I hope you listening now is that you see that we're trying to do something different. We're trying to bring forth a different perspective to this Lion's Den. And that's what we're trying to do now. We see what's going on in these streets. I see what's going on in these streets. And it's a sad state of affairs. And the Baby Hebrew has arrived. I'm going to let him speak. Get it in, my bro.
Okay, welcome. Peace, shalom. Ashar Shabbat, happy Sabbath. This is Brother Malachi, Baby Hebrew, putting it down for you and yours. As always, you are now tuned in to the Lion's Den. And as always, we are always here for you, putting it down, giving you all that you need to know, and you can go check it out for yourself at the end of the show. Now, 400 years of drama, we still haven't gotten it right. That's a very interesting title, but my whole take on it is here. Okay, yeah, we've been here for 400 years. We've been in America for 400 years, But we're gonna get it right. We're gonna get right. We're gonna definitely get it right. It's time, it's all about progression, daily progression, confession, and putting everything in perspective in order to get us to where we're supposed to be. You know, but we have to look at some of the problems. We've been talking about this ongoing for a minute now. And the bottom line is that, we are our own worst enemy, but again, we're gonna get it right. Shida.
Yeah, I said that. We gonna get it right because the Most High gonna make it right. See, we a lot of our people don't understand the type of God you serve. He's a God of order. You understand? He's not a God of disorder like we are. We are people of disorder. He's a God of morals and statutes, commandments. And if we, as a people, we fell from that. Look at us now. When you walk these streets, whatever city you are in America, or even the world where we are, you see nothing but disorder, a chaos in these streets where our people think. You see your own people, man, destroying each other to get ahead in this world. You see our own people selling each other out to get ahead. See your own people destroying each other daily. What's that all about? See, me and Malachi am here. He been in the walk like 30 some odd years, 34 years. I've been in this more than 30. And I done seen my share of drama with our people, even in the truth and outside the truth. Okay? And it seems to be something that our people love a lot. They want their voices heard all the time, but when they speak, are you coming with the correct communication? Are you coming with the communication that's going to corrupt? Because most of the time I see the corrupt communication come out of people's mouth. And I see nobody learning nothing. Sometimes they learn, sometimes they don't. But see, we got to go right now and look at this book and what this book is telling you, what this book is saying to you. Because the truth is being told, man. But a lot of people don't want to listen. A lot of people don't want to pay attention because they think they know what's going down. And you don't know what's going down. A lot of our people don't even know that the Most High, God, the Creator, is the one putting you right now in the position you in as a race. This ain't no individual stuff. We ain't talking about individuals. We talking about a people. We're not talking about the big celebrities who made it. We talking about the ones that's still in the ghettos and slums of America. You ain't made it. That's who we talking to. And if they listen, maybe they might learn something and really truly understand what it's all about. Because it's not about what you can gain in this world. It ain't about that. Because the reason why it's not that, because the world you living in ain't promised to be here tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? Everything that's wicked shall come down, and everything that's righteous is about to go up. You got to make the choice which side you're going to be on. That's it. Baby Hebrew, go ahead.
Well, the fact of the matter is, many years ago, oh my God, hold on. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Listen, like I was saying, apparently, many years ago, a group called the Last Poets wrote a song titled "Niggas Are Scared of Revolution," but today, it seems like we are scared of responsibility. Look, what we're about here on this show is us taking the reins of responsibility and once and for all, solve our problems on a permanent basis. There's a lot going on out here, and again, I'm not one to look for anyone else to solve our problem. It's up to us to come back to what the Lord required us. And I know many of you may not be practicing Israelites or what have you, but we come from a biblical perspective. And as the Bible said, if my people who are called by my name will return and humble themselves and cast off their other gods, then will I be a God to them and they will be my people. So it's about us humbling ourselves and getting ourselves right. 400 years of drama, we still can't get it right. Look, after 400 years of being in this society, we have to recognize the fact that, okay, all right, that America doesn't have any intent on doing right by us as a people. Okay, we have to take full inventory and responsibility and understand that now more than ever we have to make a committed effort, okay, to take our own and be our own and rise above what this nation tries to make us to be. Because like when you have white Americans burning the American flag, when you see white Americans going against their own government, when you see all types of potential outbreak of civil unrest right here on the shores of America, then know of a certainty that we are definitely living in the last days and times of this society as we know it. No society founded on wickedness, on evil, ever continues to reign. There comes a time when a wicked society is brought to an abrupt and brutal end. Wow, I can't catch a break. Unbelievable. Sorry about the background noise, you all. But moving on. But the bottom line is what we are here to do on the Lion's Den is just give you the reality of what's transpiring. God's reality, not our reality. Like, as we always stress here, like all other world empires that stood, Rome, Greece, Sparta, Babylon, you name it, Egypt, it was a systematic and slow breakdown and destruction of each society. Things that happen on a bit by bit basis. When the Lord gets at you, he wants you to know it's him. So all these cataclysmic storms, all the things you see transpiring right now is by his hand and grand design. But we as a people got to get it right now. Okay? We can't look for anyone else to do this for us. We didn't try singing, we didn't dance, we didn't marched, we didn't voted. We've done all these things, and yet our condition as a whole is still abysmal. As I said on a previous broadcast, when you have 75,000 at last count in 2017 going to 2018, at last count, 75,000 plus black women that are missing right here in America. When you have all kinds of other outbreaks of Native Americans, Spanish, so-called Spanish, that are missing in this country. We need to get on our P's and Q's and get to a call of action to find out what is going on. When the United States government states back in 2017 that they've been quietly investigating that white subversive groups have infiltrated their rank and file of law enforcement. But then again, the KKK, John Birch Society, the Aryan Brotherhood, they've been in the police, in the law enforcement, in all of the different aspects. But when they release a story like that, this tells us that we are living in some very troubling times. So it's up to us now to take the reins of responsibility. You know, as Yeshaya has been hammering home, it's all about responsibility. And what we gonna do now? It's either we put up or shut up. It's either we get up or die. Shut up.
Yeah. Carla Way, you got something to say? You can talk. I'll let you speak.
Well, first, shalom to the panel. And I hopped on here because I think we don't understand that we're trying to join together as a people, but there's so much division amongst our people and lack of knowledge of, we have people who sell out, we have people who actually join forces with our own enemies, and that in order to resolve the major issue that Black people tend to face is we have to first learn how to join together and be united with the right individuals to make change. Part of the reason why we struggle, even with the Black Lives Matter issue, you have the people who formed it who partnered with the enemy, right? And that's part of the problem. And if we're really going to make a real movement as a people, we have to stop allowing those secret Judases that join forces with the enemy. We're not going to get anywhere. Millions of dollars was raised through that whole entire movement. But what did it do for the Black community? Where did those funds go? If you look at where the funds was allocated, back into Democratic politics, which is your Joe Biden, his agenda that he has, because of our lack of knowledge of who's really on our side and who's not on our side. Now, as an Israelite individual, no one's supposed to take over as ruler over us, period. So we shouldn't be voting nobody in the first place. That's number one. We're trying to get a seat at a table with our enemy. What is America? America is the daughter of Babylon. So if America is the daughter of Babylon, why are we trying to be united and be one with people that we're not even supposed to be one with? You got to first have that knowledge and seek the Most High so that he can reveal those things to you, identifying your real enemy. And our people need to stop selling out, because a lot of us have been sold out. Any big movement that we have ever done, we always got to go to the man. Why? If those three individuals who started that Black Lives Movement actually focus on the movement itself and taking those funds instead of giving it to these people and actually giving it back into the Black community, a lot of things will be resolved. That's the problem. How can you actually come from 400 years? We're trying to have a seat at the table with the wrong people. That's the problem.
And you are 100% right on that. And I feel the reason why a lot of our people sell out because they don't have no other way. They feel there's no other way out but to sell their soul, to get paid and make it in this world, which is wrong to do. And you got to look at the scriptures. Look at Julius Iscariot. Man sold out Christ, the Messiah, for 30 shekels of silver. Nothing. And that's what our people are doing now. See, there's no such thing right now as loyalty amongst their own. Other nations got loyalty to their people, but we don't have no loyalty to our own people. And you can see that every day.
Right.
You know, I'm saying, like, you walk on these street corners and you see people selling drugs, right? They saying, well, I heard a dude say, well, my baby got to eat. Yeah, we ain't knocking yet. You got to feed your child, but we knocking at how you feeding them, what you doing to feed them. You understand? That crack or whatever you selling on them corners. Yeah, you feeding your child, but that person that buying it, You don't know if that person died behind it, but you don't care. That's the problem with our people now. They don't give a damn about nothing. Most of them, 2/3 of them, don't care about nothing but they self. This is why we ain't gonna never be a success as a people because we can't come together. And don't you know your enemies done did this on purposely? Did everything in this world to break you as a people, and they successful at it. You can go all the way back to J. Edgar Hoover. You can go back to the feminist movement back in the 50s. I mean the 60s under Gloria Steinem, people like that. The counterintelligence program, they did it all. And they still doing it now, and y'all still falling for it. When y'all as a people say enough is enough, it's time to unite. When I came up, me and Baby Hebrew was coming up, black folks were saying black power, all of those things. Now what they saying? Let's join up with the enemy. And that's why you ain't gonna never get nowhere. I got family members in my family that fought in every major war that this country ever had, going all the way back to World War One, which was more than 100 some odd years ago. World War One started like in 1914, I think, if I'm correct. I have family members that fought in that war. World War Two, Korea, Vietnam. But what has it gotten me as a man? What has it gotten my family? Nowhere. Okay? What we talking about here is we got problems among us that we got to fix, man. And the only way we going to fix it is that we open up that book and listen to what God is saying and obey his instructions. That's the only way. It ain't going to come on my way, Baby Hebrew way, Carla way, Karima way, JJ 7000 way. The Most High's way is the only way we going to get it together. And we got to follow those instructions.
Well, I couldn't agree. I agree with you 1,000% because in Callaway, welcome. You're very astute observer. But bottom line is, I say, I'm no longer interested in those who we can't unite with. I'm looking to find out those who we can unite with. We put our minds together to once and for all be able to formulate a plan that can actually work as a nation, as a people. Now, of course, on this panel, I think we all strive to be Israelites and practice the laws and the commandments in the written word of the Bible. So my whole issue, I'm no longer concerned about what we can't do and who we can't do it with. Let's find those who we can work with. Sure. Unfortunately, we've had the sellouts, we've had those who still maintain the boule and all that. Sure, that's not, I understand all that. But now the time has come, we have to work around all that because we're up against the wall. We done tried being a Baptist, Methodist, Episcopalian. We done tried Democrat, Republican. We've tried independent parties. We've tried every political party. Black Lives Matter, like El Swarthy said. When you look at the fact that it came from George Soros, one of the head financiers of the organization, you already know where it was going to go. See, anytime you have someone else financing Black programs and efforts, you already know that it's going to go to hell immediately. With all the money that we produce out here annually, we still don't have the ability to know when it's time to put our money, pool our money together and work for ourselves and finance our own. On a scientific level, I know I don't understand it. I don't make no more excuses. Should we come from the premise that the Lord it was a curse put upon us but look, man, the Lord said he wants to work with us. In 15 verses in Deuteronomy 28 chapter, which we always predicate the benefit and then the curses that will be put upon us. 15 verses, but we keep choosing the 53 verses of curses. But I'm about doing away with all that because he said in these last days, it's come on in. Like Isaiah 1:18, come, let's reason. So I'm no longer interested in, sounding like victimology. We need to come up out that. Especially now when the remedy, the Band-Aid, the healing factor is being given to us. Those that don't want to ride, later for them. Later for them. Though all we need, a few good men, a few good women is all that's needed. Trying to bring everybody together and do a kumbaya, that's not realistic. It's not real because especially when you have individuals who come in with their own agenda, their own objective, and a severe case of what's in it for me. So I'm all about now, let's look at what we have, work with it, and put it together because again, white America got their own problems and they're imploding and exploding simultaneously. All the other nations and government of the earth have their problems. And again, they're exploding and imploding simultaneously. So we're all we have. And before we came to the shores of America, let's not forget, before we messed up, there was a great many of us who took responsibility, stood on our laurels, stood on our integrity, and made it happen. So I'm making a call to those type of women, to the men that see the handwriting on the wall and want to make a difference. And with that, I pass it off.
Yeah, brother Swarthy, man. Come on in the room, bro. You hear me? And Carla, you got something?
Well, it's easier said than done, right? But we do have a lot of movements that started, but it ended by those Judases, right? But my thing is, from an Israelite, we want to just base it on Israelites. We're always trying to say that all Black people are Israelites, and that's not true. Not all Black people are Israelites. So that's one of the challenges that we face as well. We're trying to include all these different people just because of based upon skin color, right? We can't go by that because we teach people that, if you came from the Atlantic slave trade, that you're Hebrew Israelites, and that's not true. There was a lot of forbidden breeding amongst other tribes that was going on, and during that time, during slavery, it was did intentionally as well. You really don't think that white people know who we are? You don't think that white people know that, hey, we look just like we look like the Egyptians. The Egyptians were, of course, Black, but we were different people. Hebrew Israelites are not Egyptians or Canaanites or Hamites or any other of the other tribes that we read about in the Bible. There is a distinction between the two. And so those curses that baby Hebrew was saying, I'm not concerned about that. You should be if you are a Hebrew Israelite, because that's who it was given to. The people that we're reading about is, yes, indeed, Black people. But there was a separation of those people. So when I say that Hebrew Israelites are not supposed to vote anyone in, we're not supposed to have anyone ruling over us. Our kings was always anointed and blessed by God. And we know that what the land that we are possessing right now is not blessed by God. This is the daughter of Babylon that the Bible is talking about. Yes, we're in America, the so-called land of free. Land of free means free and away from biblical principles. That's why agenda that they're doing right now is based upon that. They're after our children, our kids, and teaching them these things. It started to get into the school system. At some point, if you're a Hebrew Israelite, you're going to have to remove your children out of the public system because they're trying to teach your kids to decide on what their gender wants to be. There's a gay agenda that's in the house. They're targeting our men. It is so important for our men to rise up in these seasons right now. But you know what? The enemy has our men. And they do. Whether it's in the prison system or they think that they're gay, DL, and everything else. But how did, in the beginning, did he get to the men? Was through the woman. He has our women too. The seducing spirits. Many of the men struggling with lust. It's always been a way to remove our men out of the household, and that's what the Democratic Party pushes for. But we always vote them in because we want to have that aid and that need instead of holding each other accountable of doing what we're supposed to be doing as far as our responsibilities. We gave that control over to them. That's what we need to gain back. The proper order, the divine order, the Most High, the Father, and the wife, and then the wife teaches the children. We need to get back to that. Men being in the home and taking their leadership roles and getting control of their women that's out here with doing things they shouldn't be doing. That's what we need. Divine order to be set apart and be an example. That's what we need. We got too many people who looking up to celebrities and all these things and following them and idol worshiping them instead of looking up to the Most High and standing on those principles. There's a reason for those blessings and those curses. It's a word from God saying, hey, if you don't do this, this is going to happen. We can't deny that part. And if you're a Hebrew Israelite, you do need to follow the commandments, whether you want to follow it or not, because it's said to be kept forever. We have to be careful when we read scripture and misinterpret what the New Testament is saying. The New Testament is not giving us a pass of sin. That grace and that mercy comes from us repenting. And if you don't repent, that's where Deuteronomy 28 comes into play. Those are for the Israelites. That's why you see the enemy getting away with a lot of things. Like, why they get away? Because that is not for them. It's for the Hebrews.
Big Swarthy, what's good, man? Come on in.
Shalom, all praises to Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Shai. JT, big brother, what's going on? Shalom to all the brothers and sisters on the panel and in the chat. Peace and grace, family.
I'm good, dude. What's up with you?
Just listening to the words of wisdom on this panel right now. You know, the scriptures talk about how no man shall buy thee. So I believe sincerely that it's going to take the Messiah to reconcile the whole nation and get us all together on one page. But like Baby Hebrew was saying, a small remnant of us is going to have enough sense to get back to working on having self-sufficiency, learning things that give us self-sufficiency, establishing order, recognizing that there are certain things that have taken place with us throughout the course of history that make it necessary for us to establish a courtship age of 21 or 22, working on learning how to grow things from the ground, getting into construction, getting into electrical work, getting into plumbing. We need to get into those things that give us self-sufficiency. You see what I'm saying? As far as my message to Israel, and as far as the age of courtship being 21 or 22, when you look at the things that we've gone through over the last 500 years, we've been polluted with a lot of sexual demons when you look at the different rapes and all the different things that we've been exposed to on this side. So I think it's very important for us to detox from all of those things that's poisoning us, the small remnant of us that will do it, because at the end of the day, Yahweh Shai is the one who's going to get the glory for saving the nation. So when the scriptures say no man shall buy thee, I could tell there's no individual public speaker. There's no organization that's going to save black people other than the Black Messiah. So it's going to be a small remnant of us that's going to have enough sense to come together and work on those things where we can have self-sufficiency, where we can reestablish solid moral compasses, you know. And I don't want to speak too much, but that's kind of what I wanted to share with Israel. And the sister was bringing up some very valid points.
Before you step, what's your stance on this title that I came up with? Can you hear me?
What's the title? Because I had to step off the floor because I'm still at work.
The title is 400 Years of Drama. We still ain't got it right yet.
Yeah, I mean, as hard as it is, Elder, to take on the chin like that, Yahweh Shah just got to get us up out of this, man. Like I'll be so hopeful. I'll be like, you know what? I want to start a division of the BKF and start a school and bring black people in and get brothers and sisters into the culinary arts and get us into science and get us into those things that would help give us self-sufficiency. But I'm noticing that from a supernatural standpoint, it seems like anytime anything tries to liberate us other than the Messiah, it doesn't work. So I think according to biblical prophecy, we're right on cue with how it says we would be. And it's just going to be a small number of us that's going to realize we need to change. So honestly, JT, I don't think it's something that we'll be able to fix. I think the Messiah has to reconcile the discrepancies that black people have as a whole. You see what I'm saying? The Lord's just going to have to come back and wreck shop, and they're just going to have to see the Lord killing. You know, some people going to have to just see Black Jesus come back for real with that smoke. But concerning the madness that's on us, I believe that's going to be on us until the Messiah returns. It's just going to be a small group of us that's going to be smart enough to come up out of that.
And you definitely,
but that sounds about right.
And you definitely 100 on that, man. Because I don't see our people really changing as a whole, man. I don't see it, man. Because there's too many stumbling blocks standing in their way, man. Too many people got their damn hands in that cookie jar, man, which is the world. And they don't want to take it out of the world, man. We got, like we always say, we got bigger fish to fry. You got to look in the mirror and you got to say what's important to you. What you gain in this world or what you going to gain in the afterlife. What you going to gain in this world is death and taxes. That's an old saying, death and taxes. But in the afterlife, there ain't going to be no such thing as taxes or death. How about that? That's what most of us on this panel, or all of us on this panel, should be looking for. When you wake up every morning, you don't feel sick. Your body feel like it's getting stronger by the day. You feel like you're getting wiser and more smarter by the day. That's what I'm seeking. That's what we all should be seeking.
Elder, how many of us really have faith that we're going to inherit the kingdom, though? How many of us really fear Yahweh when you look at something as simple as me showing, like, one of my friends, a family, for example, that claim they believe in the scriptures, right? Well, the scriptures say we're not supposed to eat pork, and they'll argue and fight with me over it. I mean, it's like, you know, well, why are you not celebrating Father's Day? Sometimes I question if our people really believe in the scriptures when you look at their actions. Like Jake don't even be wanting to try sometimes. You tell him to put the bacon down, he'll pass out and need smelling salt in the damn ambulance, man. Something as simple as that. So sometimes I wonder if our people really have faith, man.
You gotta look at their condition, man. They've been conditioned to listen. Some of us, like us, like here, man, we still slaves, man. We ain't free. Anybody believe that, you crazy. But some of us are more free than others. You understand?
Right.
Some of us are more. Listen, I know I'm still in captivity. All right, we ain't free from what? Our enemies still could oppress you. They write laws against you to destroy you daily. So where are you free? We don't have a government of our own. Okay, you can't even raise your child according to the way you normally would raise them from back in the day. You know what I'm saying? You know, children today, man, if a parent see their child doing something wrong and they want to discipline them, they could say, I could call the police. When I was coming up, that was never heard of, man.
My dad had to get a hold of me in the 5th grade in front of the whole class. And he'll pull over on the freeway Target, and then he would set a phone in front of me and my sister and say, "You can call who you want to call." But I say, "Excuse me," when I walk by people. I carry myself with class in public. I do to the best of my ability. I try not to embarrass my parents or my race. So I kind of feel like my dad probably should have got a hold of me a little bit more. You know, looking back at that, right? And you're absolutely right. Like the way my dad used to be able to discipline me, you can't do that now. You'll go to jail, and Esau will take your damn children.
And you know what's crazy? Like when your child today, he or she is out there committing crimes or whatever, and they go in front of the judge and you in the courtroom as the parent, you know these ignorant ass judges will say, "Well, why you didn't raise them better?" Have you ever heard that before?
Right, I have. But if you get a hold of them and you whoop their posterior, they
Yeah.
ready to take you to jail. You know, like my dad, Big Moore, he just didn't care. He told me and my sister straight up, "When I get out of jail, I'm gonna whoop your posterior again." So my dad didn't care about what they thought, but he still lived. That was during like the early 90s, mid 80s, because I was born in 1985. You feel me? So, and I lived in the ghetto in South Central Los Angeles. So the neighbors wasn't calling the police on me because the neighbors could whoop your butt at that time.
Mm.
And Angie wasn't calling the police on my dad. She came with a belt to help him get a hold of me to get it right.
Now,
But you know
yeah,
what? I think
can I
people
say
don't
something
see
to
it
him quick?
all
Just
the
I
time.
ain't gonna cut you out. I just want to get a point. Now, I'm gonna ask you, from being from LA, right? South Central. Do any of our people that's in them ghettos and slums, man, feel that the only way they can get out, I mean, you know, being in these gangs, man, what's going through these cats' minds that they got to be on these streets, killing and destroying their own people, man? I want your perspective since you come from that area.
From what I could see growing up on 80th and Figueroa, a lot of my cousins, a lot of my friends, a lot of them really didn't have their dads there. A lot of times, what took place with the whole crack epidemic at the time, family members selling their kids to dope dealers for drugs, and
What,
a
what,
lot of
what, what,
times,
sorry, I ain't cutting you up. What'd you just say, bro? My dude, selling their
bro.
kids for drugs. Serious?
So so when the crack epidemic first started cracking off in Los Angeles, right? Let's say like it's a family, right? And they got a daughter, right? They'll give the daughter to the dope dealer for drugs if the parents are hooked on drugs. You see what I'm saying? So that's how a lot of our sisters got pregnant early in their lives before they turned 18, because their parents gave them over to the dope man for drugs. So it was just a lot of things that I saw as a kid that I didn't realize wasn't normal until I became an adult. Like when I would walk to elementary school, I knew that the women standing on the corners with the short skirts on was selling their body. I knew that the Mexicans sagging was Locos, and I knew that the blacks that was sagging was Bloods and Crips. I was aware of all of this in kindergarten. You see what I'm saying? So when you look at the way America has been propelled with that $4 trillion that slavery propelled America with, it turned us inside and out as a people. Like there is no race of people that have been destroyed like our people. Nobody has gone through what we've been through. So on top of that, right, we don't have any money, right? So who got all the money? All the other nations, right? So our brothers and sisters feel compelled to build families with other races of people. They'll even victimize their own people to try to get off of that ghetto street. You see what I'm saying? I used to come home and the helicopters would have my streets blocked off. Man, I used to see people on cops that I saw later on the day walking up and down my street. So that type of lifestyle was portrayed as normal to me, but I didn't realize until I became an adult that we were really a destroyed people. But it's a lot of sick and crazy stuff that has taken place with our people in these ghettos because of the condition that we've been put through in the last 500 years. It's a lot, JT. I would need some time to really talk to Israel about the stuff that I witnessed in junior high school and in junior high school, because I'll give you an example, right? America pushes that the man has to have a ton of money, right? Like I don't want no scrub spirit, right? So when I was in junior high school, who had all the money? The high schoolers and the kids in college, right? Or the adults in college, right? So a lot of the girls that I liked in junior high school at 14 and 13, they was already dating grown ass men, because that's what America pushes on our people. So I don't have no money at the time. I'm in the 6th grade. I can't even work no job. You feel me? So a lot of the daughters of Zion was subject to whoredom due to our situation. A lot of the sons of Zion was exposed to killing. A lot of these gangs, when they recruit you out, they have you watching things and doing things that you normally wouldn't even do in your house. Like brothers used to ditch school, and a lot of the older gang members would show pornographic videos to brothers while they was ditching school. So the promiscuous spirit was forced on us. Hating our own people was forced. So like, man, JT, I need like an hour and a half exclusive. I need like an exclusive time on the channel to really help y'all understand what I witnessed in South Central. But it was terrible, man. Our people have been turned inside and out. If I could land my plane there.
But it's by design, though.
It is by design. It's exactly because they didn't
intentional by design.
It is. It is by design. Right. You know, we wasn't taught that it's morally upright to, like, my dad, for example, he taught me that if you want to date a woman, you need to go ask her father if it's all right to do that. Like, I felt very blessed to have Big Moore because he would have me say at my auntie's house, my dad would tell me, you thank your auntie for her warm hospitality. My dad was a microbiologist and an optical engineer. You see what I'm saying? Like Big Moore wasn't about no games. He was about having class, respect, and manners. But nobody else was like that in the neighborhood that I lived in. You see what I'm saying? Everybody else was into gang banging, rap music, sagging, objectifying women, shooting your brother, whoring out your daughter. That whole culture was surrounding me. And I felt blessed because my dad, to a certain degree, tried to keep me away from those things, but ultimately he couldn't because I grew up in South Central with all the Bloods and Crips and SAs. So I eventually started going out into the streets and getting into trouble. But Yahweh preserved me because he never put me in a position where I can't pass a background check. I've never been in anybody's penitentiary. And it's a few times where I almost died in Los Angeles where some cat was going to shoot me in my face, but the Lord just made it to where they just didn't shoot me. So I feel blessed to have even made it off of 80th and Figueroa in a lot of ways.
That's that favor.
Yeah, Swarthy, did you hear this thing about Busta Rhymes saying black people in America ain't got no culture? Did you hear this on the news?
I heard about Busta Rhymes saying that, and I've heard I've heard West African brothers say it. I've heard I've heard different black people from different parts of the world say that, right? And you know what's so interesting about our brothers and sisters that scattered throughout the earth that say that, right? How can you say we don't have a culture when a culture that you claim you've been having for thousands of years, you come to America and put on Jordans and listen to an Ice Cube track and abandon your ancient culture for a culture that you claim we don't have? If we don't have culture, send your kids to school without Michael Jordan on their feet if we don't have a culture then, and see if they have an easy time.
Yeah,
the nerve of some of the brothers and sisters worldwide with the things that they say, man, we the most evolved Africans on earth, straight up and down.
And check this out. And check this out. I said this.
In his defense, if you actually, when you travel and you see the different cultures of other people, you will look at us. We just have an American culture, meaning our own culture. The only thing we have outside of the music is hip hop. Music is what we're known for, and creativity. But a lot of people don't know that all these little so-called cultures that they say that we don't have culture, these were cultures that was taken from us and they projected as their own. So that's coming from an ignorance perspective of him saying that out of ignorance is what I'm going to say.
Where is Busta Rhymes from, sister?
Can I say something quick? He born in New York, but his parents is from Jamaica. Now, my question to him would be, if we ain't got no culture in America, then why you bring your ass over here, your parents? You coming from poverty. All of these Negroes coming from these different islands ain't got nothing. But you come over here.
Culture, though. They have culture over there.
No, I'm talking about poverty. They don't have any. What do they got over there?
Well, America has been number one far as financial, but a lot of us lack culture in a lot of ways compared to other countries. You won't know that until you actually travel. I've traveled to different countries, is why I was humbled because they're very family oriented. They help each other. They do all that. And we're very independent here. It's very separate compared to other cultures. And that's
I would have to agree with you on that one, sister. Jake don't be wanting no help in America. I got it. It's all me. I feel you. You're right about that one.
Right. You ain't gonna live in a house with a whole bunch of your family and friends while they get themselves together.
Do they understand we've been trained a certain way to act that way and think that way?
They
And I'm gonna say
ignore
this
that,
too.
JT.
Check this
They
out. Check this
ignore
out.
that, but they know it.
Yeah, but here's my thing. The same people that oppress them is the same people that oppress us here. So how you gonna have beef with us when we look like you and we going through the same oppression?
I don't think he has beef. I think, like, when I went over to Belize, for example, right? It's a different type of experience. There's blacks over there, but they're different compared to here. They're very family oriented, and they are. Even with the police, they're not dealing with the same things that we deal with. They don't get pulled over by white cops for no reason like we do, right? They don't have the same issues because we're still in the land where we were slaves at, and we still have to deal with them compared to them. Yeah.
Salakia, sister. But what my question to all of them worldwide is this: why would you give up an ancient culture for a dysfunctional culture that black people made? Let me finish this.
That's why.
Let me finish this. Where I currently live, right? A lot of international people live here, right? I've seen people from Afghanistan are here. It's people from Somalia that's here. It's people from Ethiopia. It's people from different parts of Europe. They're not wearing the best Somalian basketball player shoes. They ain't wearing the best Ethiopian basketball player shoes. They got Michael on their goddamn feet. Excuse my French. So my question to them sincerely is, how can you talk about me not having a culture when you gave up the culture you've been knowing for years for my non-culture? And that's why I feel like we're the most evolved Africans on earth, because we've been through all the worst things and we're the most refined of all the black families on earth. And I'm going to stand on that. Shalom.
And check this out, man. Quick point. Check this out. Well, ain't nobody copying.
Everybody want to mimic everybody else. I mean, our culture, but they don't want to mimic their culture. That's why we ain't got our culture.
They want to mimic our culture, but not our hardship.
And I'm okay with that. It's okay for them to wear shoes.
They don't want our hardship. They want to mimic. You got to remember when they are over there, because I know people who are in other countries, right? When I went there, I got humbled because they live in houses that is the size of your bedroom. You feel what I'm saying? They look up to us, believe it or not. We are blessed. And that's why I sit here and I always say, how is it that a foreigner who could come here, go to school, get an education, and make 6 figures, and you have black men and black women, and I'm not saying all, because we have gotten very far in those years since we've been free. We have accomplished a lot, but we're still far from where we need to be. But you have foreigners who stick together, live together. It's about 10 of them living in one house, helping each other, get businesses and all of that. But we don't do that. But they come here with an agenda, and that's to make money. I know several of them.
Do you think the fact that we don't do that, sister, do you think divine intervention might have something to do with that? Deuteronomy 28 from 15 down to 68, sister, how we have an evil eye towards each other, how we have an evil eye towards our wife?
Yeah, but what did I say before?
You don't think that has something to do with that, though?
Design. What I'm saying is this, that the government, by design, keep our people in a impoverished situation where if you make below this, they will help you. It reprogram your way of thinking where you're dependent on the system versus being independent. It's a complete difference. And when you reprogram your mind outside of the system and take advantage of the resources that are here that these immigrants are coming here for. We blame Trump. Trump say, okay, keep them niggas up out of here. But we look at him as a racist, but he's saying, give those jobs to Americans. That's what he was trying to say, because they are coming here. You got companies. I work for a top 5 tech company, okay? A top 5 tech company. And I'm telling you, they are looking to hire our own people because it's called diversity and inclusion, right? So there's opportunities where they're willing to give you a job, but it's you got to have the skill set.
Go to school, get an education if you want to work. And if you don't want to work for the man, that's fine. Start up a business. There's resources. That's all I'm saying. But we get offended and in our feelings, but you got these same foreigners. Look at Busta Rhymes. What did Busta Rhymes come here? What to do? He made money in America. Many, actually, Spice, she's a Jamaican rapper herself. She's on Love and Hip Hop Atlanta right now because her music is over here now. She's worldwide. They're doing what they need to do. Foreigners is like, hey, we don't have what y'all have. And y'all sitting in a golden opportunity, but many of us are not taking advantage of it. That's why they frown down and look at y'all the way that they do. You have a golden opportunity, but you're not taking advantage of it. So there is an agreement to a certain extent of how they view it. Now, I don't like that they be arrogant and may look down because there's some Africans that do that. But I'm just saying, foreigners come here with a goal and a mission. We have people who live here that don't know how blessed they are. That's why I said I was humble. When I say my house is probably 4 houses over in another country. We don't know how blessed we are. We complain. We're spoiled as Americans.
Salakia, sister, I want to respectfully disagree with that. Sister, we flying from the free throw line on everybody's shoes right now on earth. They are jealous of us. Because even in our lowest state, we still better than them. And I'm saying that because I'm tired of Tariq Nasheed going back and forth with these people. And I don't agree with everything that brother says, but a lot of the families of the earth been showing how they feel about Black America. They're very jealous of us. And I know you don't want the profanity on the channel, JT, but I got to say it to all of them if they listening. Man, we've been to shit.com. Send your kids to school without me flying from the free throw line then if you think it's real. Shalom.
Yeah,
Shalom people. That's not a nice culture. I'm just saying that, yeah.
And I love them brothers and sisters. Even with all that crazy stuff they be saying, the West African brothers and sisters be calling us Akatas and all of that. I still love them brothers and sisters, but they're jealous of the fact that we are the most evolved Black people on earth.
Yeah, but I mean, think about our situation. We were in captivity and we're still able to rise above. That's how I look at it. We create our own music and culture, and everybody, even though they pretend like they hate us, but in secret they loving everything that we do. I don't disagree with that. I think that our people are the most talented people on earth. There's a reason for that. I'm not disowning that part. I'm just saying from the perspective where we have allowed the system to change the way we think as a people. Y'all went from ruling to being in slavery at the bottom, being the foot. It's time for y'all to rise back up and be kings because y'all ruled every civilization. And we're talking about the Black man.
Can I
Who are they targeting?
Second,
the Black
please,
man.
Carla? If you don't mind, Carla.
Africa is doing the same thing. They out there teaching the Europeans how to, be in their culture, mirroring the Europeans, bringing them back and trying to, have the white women be Africans.
Right.
Yeah.
Can I just say this, if you guys don't mind? Because I'm an African, so it's only right that there's an African here to represent on the panel while this discussion is being had. And I like this discussion, but what you guys have to understand is you guys are with your families. Yes, you all of us went through the curses, but you guys went through the curses more. But you guys are with your families. People from Africa have to leave their families and come over here to look for something, and not just over here in America, in the United Kingdom, all over the world, to look for something, basically. And that's a risk taking, going out there to look for something. So now, when you get there and you're with someone who is the same color as you, but doesn't necessarily have the same mentality as you, there becomes a confliction of interest right there. So therefore, you have to protect your interest. And this is what has been going on for years and years and years and years. But it does not necessarily mean to say that because you're an American, it means to say you're hated. No, on the contrary, if you come to Africa, and I know some of you haven't been to Africa, but those who have will tell you that Americans are loved in Africa. Jamaicans are loved. I mean, West Indians are loved in Africa. And when we go to the West Indies, we're loved over there. Likewise. But it's just the propaganda that is being pushed forward. And some people actually jumping on it. Because if truth be told, most of the people have not suffered any kind of brutality in America. None of their families have. But yet, most will still jump and start screaming and shouting about the curses. It's only a few people that go through the curses. Most, yes, will get harassed by police, but that is nothing compared to being murdered on the street.
Okay, where you from? Because you're not being honest.
And shalom to the brother from Africa. Shalom. What's up, King?
Shalom.
No,
Shalom.
I want to know where he from. What part of Africa?
I'm from Ghana.
You're from Ghana. So you can deny. Now, I've never interacted from
And most of these people is rich.
but I've interacted with Nigerians, Yoruba, or Igbo tribes. And this is where I'm speaking from because I actually married one. And I'm telling you, they are very arrogant and they do look down at African American people. Now, I can't speak from where you from, but I'm speaking from experience. Okay?
Okay, can I reply to that? You see, in Africa, there are Hamitic Africans and there are Shemitic Africans. Now, the Shemitic Africans are just the same as the Negro American. Because everywhere we go, we get beaten down. Even in our homeland, we get beaten down.
I agree with that wholeheartedly. And shout out to the Bantu Somalis, the Negroes in Somalia. I wholeheartedly agree with you on that one.
And that's a fact. They get beaten down because why? The Hamitic Africans are, when you go through history, are related to these slave masters, so to speak, if that's what you want to call them. And the slave masters find, because in these guys' nature, they're warlike. So they will sell you for even guns, which is what they did back in the day. When they say Africans sold Africans, no. How would I sell my brother? I mean, it happens, but very rarely. It's not like a big scale.
Did though.
Yes,
They
but
did.
it's not the Negroes that sold a Negro. It was the Hamitic Africans
Right.
that
The sons
sold.
of Cush sold the sons
Correct.
of Shem. I hear you.
Correct.
I hear
Yes,
you.
and that's what people have to understand and overstand. When you come to America, most of the black people you see are Hamitic by origin, but you will not be able to tell because of the mixing and so on and so forth, and they won't tell you either. But a lot of the bashing against Africa is coming from the spirit of Ham and Esau, that type of thing. Because if you understand the dynamics, then you will know that you can't just say African, because there are different types of tribes in Africa.
There's a
And
lot
they're
of different tribes.
Negroes. Exactly.
But Igbo is traced back to be Hebrew, actually. So, and I interacted with Igbo more than I did Yoruba. Yoruba is also linked to Egypt. So I'm just saying from experience, I can't speak on, I never met nobody from Ghana, and I'm not here to speak on Ghana people. There are some nice Africans that I've interacted with, Madagascar. I met people from all over the world. What I'm saying is that many of the Africans that I have came encounter with, they do. And for example, I used to live in Houston, and there was an African woman who lived in my place. She wouldn't allow her kids to play with the American kids. The moment that she realized that my son's last name was actually African, she said that he can play with her son, and I denied my child to play with them because that's not right. Okay? I will never say, oh, you can't play with my child, you can't come in, oh, because you're not African. That you don't teach kids that. So he couldn't play with them just because of their arrogance that they had. I've had where I had to go to parties with Africans, and just because I was an American woman, They would not even talk to me. Do you hear what I'm saying? They don't know nothing about me, but because I was not African and able to, now I do understand the language because my husband at that time did teach me, but I heard what they were saying. So I'm just saying to you from experience, every African that I've interacted with, they have been very arrogant and they look down on African Americans and for whatever reason, they think that they're better, and they do. Now, maybe not you, but don't think that if I haven't came across an African that has not. Even how we eat, they got a problem with it.
Well, I met a couple of in New Orleans, and they was cool, and they children play with our children, and they cooked out of their house. They had a little business, and they was cool, and they didn't look down on nobody.
Yeah, now I've met some that like Yoruba. Yoruba is actually nicer than Igbo. That's my opinion. Y'all may agree or disagree, but I met some Yoruba people who really cool or whatever. But there are some that, like I said, that are very arrogant, and they are. And they do look out. People have had bad experiences with some Africans. Why that is, we look alike, but they don't feel like we're alike. And that's the problem.
Yeah, but sometimes we gotta think that it's just that family. We can't, say all of them. And it could just be
multiple. It's not just my family.
It could be just
multiple.
It could be that family. And it could be your energy. I don't know. But you never know.
Not my energy. I ain't even said that yet.
I'm not saying that's anything bad.
One guy talking to time because background noise.
I'm not saying as far as anything bad. I'm just saying some people are not comfortable with certain people. So, because...
Yeah, but you can't prejudge them.
I'm not done because... they didn't like my brother. They didn't like him for anything in the world. But my other brother, they was cool with him, and everybody else, they was cool. So certain people, they just didn't like. But go ahead.
Yeah, or individually, yes, we will encounter different struggles with different people because we're people.
In Ghana, if you married an American woman, would it be okay with your family?
Of course. I mean, it happens. There's many marriages.
And I'm not talking about legally to become a legal citizen. I'm talking about back home there. If you married an American, would it be okay?
Yes, it will be okay. Yes, people do that all the time, and that's what I'm trying to say. But what I was going to say as well is that individually, of course, we're going to have problems with each other because we're people, not because we're from Africa or XYZ. But
Salakia, brother from Africa, Salakia, I just wanted to interject really quick. Sister, what you have to take into consideration is the world in general is more hospitable towards women than men. So they would naturally be more resentful to the men of our nations than the women because of the nature of a man to procreate. It's not saying they was all trying to get with you, but people just tend to be more hospitable to sisters than the brothers.
Yeah, I thought the men were nicer than the women personally. But yeah, I mean, I'm just going by the people that I've interacted with a lot of different Africans from all over, right? In Houston, you meet all kinds of people I met people from all parts of the world. So I'm just saying, or even when you travel, that's just my personal experience. So that's all I'm saying. And then I happen to marry one. Now, I know in families, they may not like everybody, but this is outside of his family that I've met and interacted with. So, and then I've even had one that they used to do my braids or whatever, and she would share, why, there's a difference between them, they don't like their men to marry American women. It's just, and I understand, I get it. I could see it if it was like if I was white or something, I could see that. But I'm still Black. I just don't know my culture because I wasn't born in Africa. That's all I'm saying.
Another thing also you have to keep in mind, sister, is that when you come over to the West, I don't know what it is, but you change for a reason. It doesn't matter where you come from. your whole. But what I'm trying to say is comparing an African in the West to an African in Africa are two different Africans, is what I'm trying to say to you. So unless you're back in Africa, I mean, you say you was there, but you was there under somebody else's guidance, so to speak. But if you was there freely, you will get to see certain things that will change your mind. And also turning the tables round. When we look at when the slave trade was abolished, I mean, Israel will always fight Israel. They opened the door for Americans to go, Negro Americans to go back to Africa. And those who wanted to go back to Africa could go to Monrovia, which is Liberia. And many did. But guess what happened? It's the same situation. The Americans thought they were bigger and better, so they went over there and started enslaving the indigenous Liberians. And then what happened? A big war ensued. So this is nothing new in terms of Negro and Negro not getting along. It's nothing new. It's been from back in the day. Now, I hear people say, oh, let's get together and all these type of things. That is impossible because of the different ideologies, be it if you're a Black American or an African or wherever you are in the world. It's going to be very hard to do. But when we follow the scriptures, we know what we have to do, which is sit and wait for the prophet Elijah. But I don't want to go into the scriptures because, again, that's a different narrative altogether. But staying with socializing in the social front, it's more to do with the Africans, the Americans being where they are, feel comfortable. So therefore, they feel that everything has to be given to them because they've worked 400 years or however many years, which is true. And yes, they deserve some kind of something for it, to show for it. I agree with that. And to see somebody else come from someplace else and come and get better in terms of rich, in terms of liberty, I understand it's going to be irritating. I get that. But also what you have to understand is everybody is fighting for whatever that they're trying to get. So if you're not prepared to fight, then you might as well just give it all up. That's what it is. It's a survival right now, and everybody is in it to survive. When it comes to the Most High, then we all get together. But as far as trying to pave our way through, we're going to have to do what we must do to get through, and that's just how I see it. And thanks for letting me share my view.
Yes, Worthy, you got something?
That's a tough one, man, because I had some students on the West Coast that were from Nigeria. I had 2 students, right? And the students that I had and their grandmother like absolutely adored me, right? The grandmother had bought some art from me, and every time the little kids from Nigeria would see me, they would be exceedingly happy to see me, right? But their parents couldn't stand me. And at the time, I really didn't know the truth or what was. I used to think we was all Black people. I had no idea that there was a difference between Cushitic Black people, Shemitic Black people. Like I had no knowledge of none of this, right? So I was very naive in believing these are my people, right? The parents hated me, but their children adored me and treated me like family and treated me like kinsmen, right? And the grandmother adored me too, but the parents hated me, and I couldn't put my finger on why, because I didn't do nothing to them. So I'm like, why are they so resentful? If we all supposed to be the same people, why are they acting like this? So I mean, that was an experience that I had that was good, but it was bad at the same time. So there are some brothers that I see from West Africa on my job, for example, right? A lot of times we build, they see that my name tag says Yahawado on my job. So a lot of times we build and we talk about the Bantu language. Those brothers are willing to help me learn some of those languages over there. But there are some brothers and sisters from West Africa that when they hear me speak, that's when it's a problem. But when they see me with the dashiki on, before I say anything, they embrace me. You see what I'm saying? But once I speak and they can tell that I'm a Black American man, then that's when the disdain comes. And my wife was meditating on it, and she was saying more than likely we probably really from the tribe of Judah when you just look at the way the world feels about us. You know, like sometimes she be believing we the top tribe, just the way that everybody can't stand us on earth. It's like black people here.
Yeah, but remember we used to talk about.
Everybody wants smoke with us.
Remember we used to talk about.
One guy talking at a time. There's too many people talking.
Yeah. Remember we used to talk about the Africans. All you from African booty straps. But you got to understand there's a lot of Americans that don't like Africans. So I'm pretty sure that when they come over here, they have the same energy. Because they probably getting treated like shit.
Yeah, if you look at the movie.
You never know what they went through.
If you look at the
movie. Sometimes I run into brothers and sisters from the continent that's intriguing and very loving. And I can feel the consanguineous bond between us, right? But sometimes I run into brothers and sisters from the continent where my whole presence, they like as if I was walking with a bag of poop. You see what I'm saying? Like, I'm serious. Like they just
right. And that's what I was talking about. Yeah. Because obviously,
Sister Karima is right.
Yeah, and you should feel the same way because you're from Los Angeles. People don't even allow other people to walk down the street. I'm from California too. I'm from Sacramento, aka San Francisco. At the end of the day, some brothers won't even allow the other brothers to walk down the street. You get robbed, hurt, beat up, jump, and everything else. So on some real stuff.
Oh, okay, sister, you up there in San Francisco? Okay, Bay Area. Don't get hyphy on nobody.
No, I'm just saying, you know, it'd be opposite. No, I'm playing devil advocate. It's both ways, so we can't just whine and cry about how they treating us. When I know for a fact that we treat our own people like crap, and we treat other people like crap, and we treat other races like crap too. So it goes both ways.
You know what that means concerning us, sister? You know what that means? It means we the real Israelites. Ta-da!
No, but you know, let me get in. I've been listening to you all. You're bringing some very, very powerful energy to this panel. But let me remind many of you here. Listen, we're suffering a deep, deep psychosis. Okay, and for those who may not know what psychosis means, this means when a person becomes so mentally warped, they lose sense of all reality. What we have to understand is this here. Many people who look down upon us, who snub their noses to us, it's only because of the shameful past that we've had here in this society. See, bear in mind that the culture that we once had was stripped from us. And unfortunately, many nations know that we are the children of Israel, and therefore we turn our back on our God, and our God turned his back on us. So the whole issue of them snubbing your nose, well, we were told in the book of Deuteronomy 28:32 that we'll be a byword and a proverb. A byword is being called everything but what you actually are. A proverb is people taking up statements against you. This is a shameful aspect of life that we've endured here in America. So there are a lot of people who want to disassociate themselves, even among our own who want to disassociate themselves from the culture, from the people, and from this reality. I mean, Busta Rhymes not the only one who said this. You had Tyler Perry, who also is teaching his children that we are not African or we are not Israel. We are human beings, and that's it. Okay? Why? Because there are a lot of people who are ashamed of what was put upon us, what we endured, and what some of us allowed to have happen to us. And to this day, or in some instances, opting to still let certain things happen to us. And I say let because there come a time where you have to put your foot down. Okay? We were given our option All right, when other nations come here and make money. See, what these other nations don't know, Carla Way, however, is that we had our own while we were here in this society. Many of the blacks throughout the South, the Midwest, the North, and all the different hemispheres of the society, the majority of them that were lynched, burned, and killed were business owners. Every aspect that we had going on as far as having our own, we didn't have a military in place nor allies in place to defend it, and you had thugs, the KKK, and all other white interest groups, white supremacist interest groups come in and destroy it because we didn't have anything in place to defend our interests. You may say, well, doesn't that go back to what Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter says? But look, I'm also looking at what he said in verses 1 through 15. Humbling ourselves. If we keep this contract up, I don't know about any of you, but I'm tired of being punished for somebody else's incompetence and rebellion. Now, I can't say it's not fair because my thoughts are not the Lord's thoughts. My ways are not his way because his thoughts and his ways are higher than my own. But we had everything going on for ourselves. But we have to remember that J. Edgar Hoover, under the United States Counterintelligence Program, made it clear. I'm going to keep on saying this over and over. He said a black Messiah must never be allowed to rise among the Negro people. There should be no self-determination, no focus of them doing for themselves. This man is on record as saying this. Now, to Carla Way, you made a very astute observation earlier on about everything we see happening is by grand design. Now, this is probably where I'm going to get kicked out. So here we go. When we go back to 1980, there was a brother a commentator named Gil Noble. He had a show that was titled Like It Is. I don't know that's how far back I go. But anyway, Mr. Noble interviewed a former black FBI informant by the name of Darthard Perry. His name is spelled Darthard. That's Darthard. Darthard Perry, Perry. Mr. Perry indicated that in the next 40 years, that the FBI and the CIA, in conjunction with other intelligentsia agencies throughout the earth, had a program that's PROGROM. A program is when a particular plan is put in place to destroy a nation. Mm-hmm. Was being put into play to destroy black culture as we know it. He indicated that they would use our music, what we listen to, what we read, all right, what our social and public and political interests are. They would use all these things along in conjunction with integration, feminism, and homosexuality as the agenda to destroy us and uproot us. He indicated that the reason that they had extensive files on every aspect of our life is because in order to destroy people, you must study them to a science. And so now when we look at today, you want to know why Robert Kelly, Bill Cosby, and so many of us who tried to obtain, Nipsey Hussle, John Singleton, and so many others who are now dead and gone. So many who tried to obtain communications, businesses, in this day and age, Cuba Gooding Jr., you want to know why? He got snatched up. When it became known that he was launching a young men's health center, okay, all of a sudden he gets snatched up in some form of criminality. Why? Because nothing was going to stop the United States government's agenda to destroy our people. This is what Dr. Perry put in play. And if you Google his name, there are certain sites that still have his in this interview up, where he breaks down exactly what was coming way back when, and I'd be damned if it didn't happen, just like he said. And unfortunately, a lot of our elders of the time bought into this integration garbage and sold us out for a few crumbs. So we had our own here in the society, but we shamefully had too many people selling us out yesterday and today, okay, and allowed certain aspects of, this society to come in and subvert and destroy it. And that's why other nations do look down upon us and feel some kind of way about it. As a matter of fact, I'm going to quote Joe Biden, y'all's president, when he was saying, when he was being asked about how come he's not giving certain things and amenities to certain people, he said, look, enough. I'm not going to get out here and fight for people who don't fight for themselves. We know who he was talking about. Ain't no doubt in my mind.
Don't worry, Joe Biden. I'm gonna catch up to you in the kingdom, boy.
So again, as Carlaway said, this was put in play when we were kids, or before we were born. And before that, you had Malcolm X, Huey Newton, who were already outlining what was going to go down if we didn't get our act together way back when.
Baby Hebrew, I just want to add that Africans are still being enslaved right now as we speak. That means we're still going through curses, just as Americans are being killed as we speak.
Damn, Grandma, what time it is?
By design. But go ahead.
Yeah, I heard about that. To the beloved brother from Africa, I heard about that, and that's kind of why wifey be like, I be telling her, I really want to move back to Africa, and she'd be like, you know what, babe, it don't look like it's ready for us yet. She ready for Black Jesus to come back and get it ready for us. Like she looking like I don't think it's ready for us yet.
Well, see.
Yeah, I want to ask you a question. You from you said Ghana. Now, how do these crackers feel about Black people taking over, which was really their country in the first place before these thieves came over there and stole it? What's these stands on these white folks now that they feel that they the minority over there in South Africa?
Sorry, I didn't understand the question. Please repeat that.
The question is that the people of South Africa, right? Black people who originally, that's their country. These white people came in, these crackers came in, invaded their country, stole their country from them. How do these white people feel now that Black people are back in control of South Africa?
Right. Well, they're not happy, obviously. I mean, but this is the order. This is how it's supposed to be. Black people
are they in control?
They are in control. Well, to an extent, yes.
Yeah, you might want to rephrase it. Yeah, but yeah.
No, there's fractions of people at this point in time who have power. Yes, but the majority, the nucleus of the people, are in poverty.
I want people to understand that Africa is the most resourceful place in the world. And they don't have as much control as we think they do. right? Because if that was the case, they should be number one. We have people who have went over there and they have stolen resources from Africa, taken control, and they still have control, even though you may see a black face run it.
I agree with you, but more to the point, at this point in time, Africans are surviving, and our leaders are very, very, very corrupt. And so,
thank you. Mm-hmm.
we
Salakia, brother. Do you know about that one African prince they showed the king, where his people, they all starving, and they got this deal with Chevron? And I saw a special on this one African king who he made this deal with Chevron, and his people are living like in mud, literally, and they got big money. Like, he keeps his money in the Saudi Arabian bank and all of that. His son be over here shutting down the men's warehouse, buying 50 suits. When his son comes over here, they shut the whole store down for his son, while their people are living on dirt roads with nothing. You right on point with that, brother. It's a few leaders over there that's beyond corrupt.
That's correct. And that is because they have seen and witnessed that if you come up and try and fight the system, you end up dead. And correct. I can mention over 15 presidents and prime ministers, military, leaders who have been assassinated horribly. And when I say horribly, for the world to see. I mean, the president of Liberia, as I was speaking, he got his his ears cut off, his fingers cut off. They slaughtered him before they actually killed him. And there's a videotape of that on the internet today as we speak. So just like the slave master used to do in America, where they will capture the Negro and brutalize him in front of the family, it's exactly the same thing. So whoever comes on next, he's thinking, well, I gotta look after myself and leave the burden for the next man. And that's what's been going on. Look after yourself and leave the burden for the next person.
Man, the Messiah got to get us out of this one, man. For real. We need the Lord to come back and just smack down NASA and all that. Real talk. We really need divine intervention as a people.
We do, but I think first we have to wake up. There's a lot of us who are being fooled by what they want you to believe versus real truth. So if we wake up and get out of the mindset that they have programmed the system to be for us, we ain't gonna never rise up. That's just like the people who were already here before they took over the land. We're taught that they were red Indians and all of that. They were actually black people who were here already. And you don't hear that in history. You don't even hear about, like, for example, I was talking about Beyonce and how she mentions the Renaissance era, right? That's the name of her album, where these people are aware of the things that occurred in real history, if you study real history versus what you're taught in our school system. They have the system set up to program your mind the way that they want you to believe. What the world is, how you came to be. That's why you're taught biology and taught that you evolved from, a monkey in school. It's a reason for that. Just like you talking about NASA, the same thing. Why we think that the world is painted to be, it's like the biggest cover up of the truth. And when you become woke and know who the real rulers of this world is and the bloodline that's associated with, no matter what country or what part of the world you are, or even how some of these countries that were established less than 200 years ago, but we sit up here doing DNA tests. Oh, you originated from here. Well, the original people that were there don't even look like the people that are there, right? Because they want you to be in confusion. It is a design to keep you. How do you conquer any country, anything? you divide and conquer. That's a motto. You divide them first. Make them come up against each other. Can you imagine why you think every time we rise for anything and try to come together, they kill off the leader? Why? If y'all was to come together, do you know how powerful y'all will be? But they don't want that.
Who you talk to, man? Yo, I go.
I left out that.
No.
I left out, man.
Yeah, man. Cool, man. Cool.
Yeah?
All right, soon come.
Salakia, sister, I believe that's a great plan for us to come together, right? But the only reason why I sincerely don't believe that's going to happen is because the Messiah is predestined to bring us together. So I'm starting to accept more that because divine intervention and the king of our nation has to come back and get us out of this. I'm starting to believe that more and more every day, stronger.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he said that he will gather his people, and yes, there are things that have to take place, just like the coming war in Ezekiel 38 and 39 that people don't want to, acknowledge. There's some things in the Bible that has not came to pass that are about what's
But you
getting
see
ready
what I'm
to
saying, though,
come.
sis? Like that glory of unifying us, I believe belongs to the king of our nation, who the word calls Jesus Christ.
Right,
I believe the Messiah
right.
is the
But
one
we
that
ain't
really
supposed
has
to
to fix
unite
us.
with them. I'm just saying, as a general, my thing is we've created this, let's come together, we're all equal and just love one another. That's what they try to push, right? But if you read the scriptures, we wasn't united with everybody. We were not. We were set apart and we were different for a reason. So Israel, I'm speaking to Israel only, right? Israel cannot come united. Israel cannot bring a leader over them if they're not anointed and all these things. So you're right that the king that's going to be our salvation, of course, is the coming Messiah. That is true. These things have to come to pass. But we're speaking in general as Black community itself. Black people had great power, even like with Black Wall Street. If y'all don't know the history of that, how they were able to separate their own, but it was, once again, they target us. They don't want you to rise up as a people because they took over and they want to gain in control. And as long as you're ignorant of who you are, you're going to remain in that situation. That's all I'm saying. Because you got to remember, it's two separate conversations that we're really having. Black people as a whole, as a culture, versus the Israelites. Israelites is completely supposed to be separate and not uniting with anyone from a biblical standpoint. But as a culture and as a people, we're talking about that, where we could separate and help one another out and things of that nature if we wanted to. We could. But we got to have our people stop selling out to them for money and having that gain where they're keeping us out of power. Just like the Jesse Jacksons and the Al Sharptons, the so-called Black activists, all that is by design. They freaking Masons. They're a part of the freaking agenda, but y'all look at them as the Black leaders in the world. We gotta first wake up.
Sorry, Carla. I was just going to say that the real truth, really and truly, is that America is barren land. And when you look at these Indians, I mean, we don't use our eye to brain coordination. When you look at these Indians, they don't look like Negroes. They look more like Mongolians, if you understand what I'm saying. So how can you say that these are Black people? No, these are not Black people. Because if there was, they would look like Black people, and we all know what Negroes look like. But this is a narrative that's been pushed so that Black people who cause that division will say, no, we're not African. No, we're not. But if you're not African, then where was the Africans from?
You're saying that
from?
the original people that were over here, this is what I'm saying. The native Indian that they tell you is not the original Indians that were here.
They were
Indians
what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying.
Is what I'm saying to you. They were not Indians, is what I'm saying to you. They were just named Indians, but they were not Indians because of the Indians from the Indus Valley that crossed over from that side of town. But when we're talking on the other side of town, which is North Canada, then those
Okay,
parts of town,
what does Indy
that's the
mean, sir?
Mongolian.
What does Indy mean?
Salakia, sister, Salakia. Sister,
Yeah,
you
go on.
talking about the copper-complected people that Dane Calloway talks about as far as the original Native Americans or so-called Indians of the land? Are you referring to
Right,
them?
the original Indians of American, what we call America today, were
Right.
Black people, and I'm talking about dark Black people.
Right. Okay. You would be referring to them then. I think he calls them Niji, which I don't agree with everything he talks about, but I do believe that they were the first so-called Native Americans that actually inhabited the land, because the ones that have the Mongolian look, some of their elders even speak of oral traditions where they talk about how they crossed the Bering Straits. So I think I know who you're talking about. You're talking about the Black Native Americans.
Correct. Because Indi means black, by the way. A lot of people don't know that, but Indi means black. INDI means black, the color black,
Right.
dark.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right. From indigo.
Mm-hmm. That's why indigenous, they were
Yes,
black.
Yes, sir.
Indi
Yes, sir.
means black. Yeah. Yeah.
I agree. Yeah, the Native Americans, I mean, everything was brought into America because, I mean, why doesn't America produce anything to the world? If America was so rich and being the first world power that you are, and the land being so rich and fertile, and being Israel, ex-Israel, why is it that everything you have is either made in China, made in Japan, Singapore, Russia, Korea, all these places? It's because America is a barren land. Everything you have is imported. That's the first thing you have to understand. There is nothing in America. Even the soil was brought in. And I read an article that recently
we do
in
have stuff
Mississippi.
here, brother. We do
No,
have
I'm gonna
stuff
say
here.
I know there's stuff
Wait,
made in
wait, wait.
America. I know.
Yes, there's a lot that is imported, but we do have stuff. We do have oil here in the South, Texas, and Louisiana. We have oil here. Now, I don't disagree that. That's why I say Africa is the most resourceful land. But yes, we do import a lot of things. We do. But there is a lot of things that are here as well. So
Yeah, I was reading an article where it said somewhere in Mississippi where they used to grow the corn, there was a big flood and it cleared off all the surface soil. And when you look underneath the soil, it was barren soil. It was dead soil, basically. So it was the soil that was brought in. And this is done every time when they're building a new apartment complex, they bring trees already grown and plant them in. They come and lay grass and so on and so forth. All of these things. But when you look underneath it, it's barren ground. It's the same thing with America. That is why America doesn't produce anything for the world in that respect, and have to import most of the things, like Carla says. And yeah, so you have to look at it from that perspective, economically, financially, and so on. They print money. I mean, the paper money is worth nothing again. So it's like you're setting up bookies. We call it bookies over here. You might call it a gambling spot, what have you. And this is how America's been running their business. So it's not a surprise that everything is crumbling, because it's been predicted. One, and like I said, I don't want to go into the scriptures. I just want to keep it social. But it's not a surprise if you run your business that way. And it's not a surprise too that they had to go to other countries to suppress them in order for America to be great. So again, we have to look at all these things, and then we have, as Black people, you say to yourself, listen, this place is not mine. What am I doing here? I have to go back to a place where it is mine, where I can cultivate it. But people are fighting for barren land because they've been spinned a narrative. And at the end of the day, we know that America is going to fall. It's falling slowly, but it will fall eventually. And when it does, where are you going is the question.
Oh, I'm going to chill in the bush with the Afro Mexican, Shalom, like that. But nah, in all seriousness, though, brothers and sisters are, I mean, becoming wandering, if you will, in the earth. So some brothers and sisters are going back to Africa. Some brothers and sisters are going to different parts of South America. It's brothers and sisters that's living in different parts of Europe. So you're seeing the exodus take place on a small level, but some of us are predestined, I believe, to be here in the times as well. So um, I kind of came to the conclusion that it's probably safer for me in other places in the earth than where I'm currently at right now. But that's just me personally. I can't speak for all of my people or even all the blacks in America.
I mean, as well, you have to understand, again, the people that you're dealing with. And you have to ask the question, okay, we know we have Moors in America, but where are the Moors that were back in the day that were spoken about? Where did they go? Where are they today? And we all know that people stay the same, but names change, basically. So the Moors are the Fulanis who are all over Africa and all over the world, basically. They're in North Africa, they're in America, they're all over the world, basically. You see, so you have to know the people. And this is why I understand when Africa gets such a beating from people, because I know people don't understand the full picture, so to speak. So I roll with it, but I try to make it clear when I can, if I can. Most High bless. But I understand that the narrative has been painted, so people will believe what they believe. But at the same time, there are some people who will look at things realistically and historically, and through the people they're dealing with, and then get a deeper understanding because this is a deep topic. We're talking about our own brothers and sisters. So it's not something you just have to a decision you just make. Oh yeah, I want to stay in America, or forget Africa, or Africans will say, oh, forget Americans, and so on and so forth. Today, as we speak, I know Africans are very welcoming of Americans as we speak today. I don't know what happened in the past, maybe not, because our older generation are on a different level of thinking. But as the younger generation today, it's a different level of thinking. I mean, before, if you had locks and you went to Africa, they would chastise you. But now, nearly half of them, or I'll say 80% of them, have locks. Some type of lock. So it just goes to show to you that, listen, people are the same, no matter where they go. They change names and so on and so forth. But you have to know who the people are, and then you can deal with them.
I mean, I hear you, brother. I mean, I personally would, me and my wife, we meditate on it and we discuss if we were to repatriate, where would we repatriate? And my first option is to repatriate back to Africa. My martial art organization already has a school in Africa, and we've had a school there for a long time. So there's actually a Black Karate Federation school in Africa where I already have martial art peers that are there. And I would prefer to bring my talents as an artist and as a mixed martial artist there and make the homeland better. But but there are some things that discourage me from wanting to go. It's more things that encourage me to go and live back live back in the motherland. But like I said, I understand that every different brothers and sisters feel differently about it. My mom says she wants to stay here until it's time for her to go, until it's time for her to give up the ghost. So, some of my family members think it's a wise thing to do, but some of them would prefer to stay here. And a lot of our people are kind of in that same boat, where some of them think it's a good idea to repatriate back to Africa, but some of them think it's a good idea to stay right here, you know. But I am of the school of thought that I would love to go back and live on the motherland, and I would just love to see what life is like to live in a country where it's a normal thing to be of Negroid descent or to just be a so-called black person. You know, I would like to see what that feels like.
Everyone I know that is from here, that goes there for the first time, always tells me that it feels good to just mingle with just black people where there's no white people per se. And that is the most satisfying thing for them. And yes, you're dealing with, you see, my thing is this. I'd rather deal with my brother than deal with a stranger, first and foremost. I know they say, oh, it's not about blood and all these type of things. But yes, it is about blood. Because at the end of the day, blood builds. That's why the white man knows that himself. That's why he doesn't mingle. When it comes to doing something serious, he will not involve the black man. He will involve his people.
He keeps it consanguineous among his particular bloodline. That's correct.
Correct. Yes. And so these are the things that we have to understand. That no, sometimes you might not even get along with someone, but for the good of whatever the cause is, let's do it. But this is on a social level, I'm talking, not spiritual. Because spiritually, as Carla said, we're supposed to be apart. We're just supposed to be Israelites. And I agree with what Carla said, 100%, because she was quoting scripture. So, yes. But socially, yeah, we have to. I mean, blood-wise, we have to do something, formulate something. And if anything, take a trip. 2 weeks, just have a look. See how you're receptive. I mean, you're being received. See how you feel. Because it's not for everybody. But you are spiritually, your spirit has to be right, first and foremost. And if your spirit is not from there, then you're not from there. There are people from Europe, black people that is, from Europe. You have people in Jamaica and in all over the West Indies that will tell you they're from Ireland, they're from Scotland. They're people's. So it's not every black man that's from Africa. That's why I also understand that not every black man is going to yield to Africa. But then that's up to the individual to do your homework to see where you come from and then go accordingly. But there's no need to fret, because eventually it will be opened up to you. Regardless, you will know. So, yeah, I say we just relax. We're too uptight with each other more than we are with strangers. And that's my thing. We need to just a little bit, you know, be cool with each other. And we just get along first. That's what we need to do first. And then whatever comes after that, yes, we can move on with that, because it builds. It's a building process. We don't go from A to Z.
Khan, I'll have to agree with that. It would be nice if we could, at the bare minimum, get along. That would be nice.
Simple. We can agree to disagree. I can have my doctrine, what I feel is right, and you can have yours. But only time will tell us which one of us is right. So why are we fighting? I don't want to talk too much because, yeah, you brothers are intelligent, very intelligent brothers. That's why I like coming on here, and sisters. And yeah, I like listening to you guys because you always open up a different avenue of thought for me personally. And so, yeah, I enjoy listening and coming up here to speak as well sometimes. So, yeah, I appreciate that very much. JT, Karima, I don't know this brother's name, and even all the brothers, Sister Carla, and all those who were here before. I'm getting to know everyone slowly, but yeah, peace
Now,
and shalom, man.
I want to ask you a question before you leave. Where do you live right now?
I'm in the UK.
Okay. Now, how do black people in the UK view black people from the States?
It's a similar thing. I mean, we're all different, and the culture is different. So again, there's going to be that difference, so to speak. But underneath all of that, we're all brothers. I mean, we all know that, and that's how we feel.
Mm-hmm. Now,
Yeah, man, come over, man. Come over down. Come on down, and yeah, man, you come see the brothers out here. We're all good. I mean, everyone.
Yeah, I've been to the UK, man. I've been to the UK. I've been to Kensington. You ever heard of that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I've been there.
Rich people.
Yeah, well, that's where I was at when I went over there, man. I couldn't help where my hotel was.
Not wrong, brother. Not wrong, my brother. I'm just playing with you.
But I noticed, man, when I see a lot of black people like over there, the racism that's in America is over there when it comes to us as well. Ain't went nowhere. It's the same. Am I right?
Yeah, correct.
You know,
over here, they try to disguise it. It's not.
They try to disguise it.
Yeah,
but it's still the same though. Ain't nothing.
It's still different. The same. It's even worse when they try and disguise it because it's like it's gaslighting.
Mm-hmm.
Shalaki, I wanted to answer the brother who has the comment. I mean, we got brothers over there in Dimona and sisters over there, but some of us might feel like, you know, the land is really not ready for us yet. Some of us have faith that we will divinely be put over there. Hopefully I answered that question.
And mad scientists, man, get up in here, man.
Yeah, man. Once again, I want to say peace and blessings to all of you guys, man. Keep it up, man. Everything is good. Let's keep talking. And shalom.
Shalom.
Shalom, brother.
So, Swarthy, what's your stance on what we talking about, dude?
I mean, it's my thing is from a vibration standpoint, the brothers and sisters from the UK, from West Africa and different parts of the world, right? The ones that the spirit bears witness, the vibration is right. We should rock with our brothers and sisters that are scattered abroad. But then again, you can't ignore what you see in observable nature. When somebody gives the body language or the appearance that they're disgusted with your presence and they don't want to be around you, you know, the scripture says, as much as lieth with thee, live peaceably with all men. And the key word, I believe, in that sentence is as much as lieth with thee, if it be possible, right? So if it's possible for us to be at peace with them or anybody for that matter, then we should. And if, especially concerning the different Israelite brothers that scattered throughout the four corners of the earth, according to the scriptures, we actually should get along very well. But I mean, you can't force somebody to accept you. So I don't think Israel should bend over backwards trying to prove nothing to nobody worldwide. But, you know, the brothers and sisters that are abroad that we can vibe with, we should. And the ones we can't, we should give them their space. And Black Jesus will come back and pull a belt out on everybody and we'll all get along in that.
I would think so. That would very much so happen. Mad scientist. I know you ain't mad. Go ahead.
Yeah, peace. I just want to say I agree with Carla. As a lot of us was here before that. I don't know what the guy talking about, but I ain't gonna talk about it because I don't do that. But I'm gonna say I agree with her on that, and I want to understand because I asked you about the Dimona thing, right? So you said it's not time to go there. So why do you want to leave here and go somewhere else then? Like I'm trying to figure out
the reason why I particularly wanted to find somewhere else to live in the world is because maybe about 6 months ago, I had I just started randomly asking people if they felt like America was the safest place on earth for Black people. And 99% of the response overwhelmingly was no, it's not. And I asked all different races of people. I asked people from different morality standpoints. And when I just looked at the way my life was in America, I had lost patience with this place. I'm not saying the other brothers and sisters feel like that, but I personally had came to the conclusion that I would rather wait for the angels somewhere else on the earth if I'm predestined to be saved by them. So I lost patience with being here, brother, you know, based on some of the things I saw in South Central Los Angeles, some of the things I saw brothers going through in ghettos all over America. When you look at the fact that 66% of all of our police in America are one particular ethnic group. When you look at the fact that the times that we have shown self-sufficiency, we've been literally attacked like foreigners. You know, I mean, they dropped bombs on us when we tried to establish our own here. So I personally just got to the point where I was like, I'd rather wait for the angels somewhere else. You see what I'm saying? But I know some brothers are in Demona right now. Some of us believe we will divinely be put back in the land, but some of us believe that it's wise for us to leave and go live in Tanzania or live in Demona, Israel, or somewhere other than America for that matter. So that was my reason for wanting to go, brother. But different brothers and sisters have different reasons.
Okay. I mean, like I said, like I'm one of the people. Hey, if somebody want to do something, do it. You know what I mean? I ain't no type of person that try to talk somebody out of nothing. But I'm saying we got to start understanding that when we study real history, man, and by us being here and being controlled by certain white people, we became racist ourselves and tried to put a whole people in the box. Because if you really study history, all Europeans did not have slaves. You see what I'm saying? That's just a fact. And like places like the Underground Railroad, stuff like that would not have existed if it wasn't for certain white people. So, and then you had Black people who had slaves, and then you got Black people that's killing each. 93% of Black people that died comes from their own people. We are talking about these police, but what about the real people that's in the streets doing something to you? See, that's the problems we got to start looking at. We going one race to another race. You see what I'm saying? So, because I used to argue with this person one time, they used to talk about, oh, all white people is this and this and that, and I was like, well, what about the people that helped you? What about the people that actually got killed trying to save you? What about the people that actually helped you leave from the south to the north? Oh, you want to talk about this percentage and this, but why not respect that? And see, that's the problem that we having. We thinking because we go to Africa, but we came from over there because they sold them. They was going to war with certain other tribes, and they sold us to them. That's how we got here. So for to act like that, if you feel like you're an Israelite and you understand that you hated by the world, then you should know when you go anywhere, it's going to be the same thing. And if you look at when we went over to Liberia, we enslaved them people because they try to act like they're more advanced than us, but they not. I mean, I'm just being for real. A lot of some places are, every place is not. You know what I'm saying? And they are still controlled because any place that's taken a name that the European give them is controlled. That's why the Europeans over there, and they feel like that's their land because you took the name. Once you call this America, once you say I'm American, once you say I'm an African, you stuff like that, you are agreeing that they are with you because they created the name. It's all in the trick of the name and stuff like that we got to matter because we have been put in the matrix, man, and everything we are taught is not 100% true. Your own people that you call your people ain't even your people. If they brought us on slave ships, everybody ain't come from the same tribe. Everybody ain't come from the same place. Some people are, if you're going by the biblical term, some people are Hamitic, some people are Israelites. Everybody was not the same. So that's just all I'm trying to say is you going over there, that's fine. We can go over there, but I mean the way that y'all say that, you know, he's coming down and there's only supposed to be a certain amount of people, it don't matter where you at. Because all these places are supposed to get destroyed then.
I would agree with that. I just think that, and I don't think that the curses jump off of me just because I, decided to repatriate back to Africa. I would actually agree with you on that. However, brother, I just wanted to say I just don't think that it's the same over there than it is for us right here. where it's where certain things are just obvious, you know. So I don't think that we're not gonna not catch hell. I think we're gonna catch hell until Christ returns. But I do think it's gonna be a lesser hell there than here.
I mean, now I say that if certain people go over there, like if it's a little bit amount, but any amount of anybody else that's from another people, I don't care if we call ourselves African American, that we go over there hundreds and hundreds and hundreds, that's going to cause problems with any place that you go to. So yeah, I agree. Like if you go an individual and say, yeah, you going, now that's cool. But I'm telling you, people, when it start getting to amount of people going to one place, I don't care who the people are, it's going to start something, you know. And so we just gotta pay attention to that.
But let me just say this here, man. Now, this is although we differ philosophically. This is where I don't know if he's in the. Well, first off, to everyone, welcome to the Lion's Den commercial. Real quick, I want you all to go out here and smash the like button. Smash the like, subscribe, you all. Now, get back on what I was gonna say. But when do we take off? I'm all about taking off now the cloak of victimology and I want to put on the cloak of invincibility. Now we differ philosophically, but I'm with Vortex on this issue. When do we tell I'm tired of the victimology. I'm all about what the Lord is lifting up off of us and what we gonna do about it right now. Are we gonna take advantage of it now? Like if
Baby Hebrew, Salaki, okay, Salaki. I wanted to say what we could do right now, right, is I believe what we should do is we need to start investing time into learning how to be self-sufficient, learning how to grow our own stuff. We need to get into construction. We need to get into plumbing. We need to get into electrical. We need to learn those things where we can have self-sustainability. So like, I didn't mean to interrupt you, King, but as far as not just saying, well, the curses is on us and there ain't nothing we can do about it, the small remnant of us that have enough sense to come together and get along, we need to start studying things that bring forth self-sustainability.
I mean, I'm gonna say, man, we got to, before we do any of that, like I told my brother, I ain't gonna say no. Like I told somebody that say, people used to back in the day, let's go fight against the government. How you gonna fight against people like you said that you eating off of, that you get everything from? You know what I'm saying? And secondly, like you said, we got to stop victim blaming. I agree with that. I agree with that a lot, because that's why I explained that really we the one that hold each other down right now. You know what I'm saying? Like every killing I know right now is another black man shooting kids, shooting women. I'm saying we got to stop that first. Like if we just leave right now, who leaving? It's gonna be the people that everybody else, most of us gonna still be here and they're gonna fall because we ain't even trying to fix the problem that's really going on. You know what I'm saying? Like when I do like information, I see it. And I can do stuff like molestation, like sex trafficking, like organ trafficking, like how gangs are becoming the more of the oppressor. You know what I'm saying? And it's like nobody is really talking about that, and that's the things we got to fix before we even talk about anything else. Even the solutions got to be putting the black family back together. Stop the fatherless homes. You know what I'm saying? Stop the self-hate. These are the things we got to fight first before we even talking about getting together, because even if it's among the non-believers, it's amongst the believers too. All of that stuff is still the hate, the self-hate, the arguing, the fighting, everything. We had 100 million different groups of people, and it's just America. I'm talking about just different people that's all separated from different things.
In all sincerity, brother, it's gonna probably be a small number of brothers and sisters that's gonna be wise enough to let go of the gangbanging and to let go of the victimizing of one's own people. So what I'm saying is, it's not gonna be a lot of us that's gonna be wise enough to come up out of that.
But see, that's the problem I have. And people get mad when I say that, because I say the reason we ain't trying because a book told you not to. And I'm just gonna be for real, and that's what I say. You know what I'm saying? And I tell people, let's get together. They say, oh, but the scripture right here said it ain't gonna happen. You see what I'm saying? And that's the problem that we gonna have, period. So it's like, why are we even talking about it then? We just be like, you know what, all this shit gonna get worse, and just wait for him to come back. That's what the problem.
I talk to brothers that's bloody Crippin all the time. I talk to brothers that's Vice Lord and GD and all the time. And I try to explain to them, look, these are the people that afflicted us, and we're the same people. A lot of them brothers don't want to hear that, brother. So I have to relay the message, right? But I have to take into consideration everybody ain't gonna receive us getting along and being sufficient and using our brains. Some of our people want to stay in that madness. Some of our people want to stay in the streets. They want to stay being together. They want to keep doing those things, brother. I talk to the brothers all the time that be on the corner, whooping and cripping and all of that, and they don't want to come out of that, brother. So I have to take with a grain of salt that it's going to be a small group of blacks that's going to hear me say we need to come together and be about self-sufficiency. But blood and cripping not going to start. That ain't going to stop overnight, though. It's become such a nasty wildfire. How you going to put something like that out without divine intervention?
I mean, I'm saying I hang with the people in the streets too. You know what I'm saying? And they do want to know stuff. It's just they don't have no outing. And like I told them, because like I said, I'm from the streets. When I don't sell, I've been selling drugs. Well, I don't sell drugs no more. You know, let me put that up. I was selling drugs at 13. You see what I'm saying? And I didn't really have no path, because if I'm making hundreds of dollars a day, and then you come and tell me, no, this is wrong, we got to have something in place for them. And this is the systems of things we got to understand, we got to do. And if we just gonna get and say, you know what, they just not gonna listen, then it's like, why even try? That's all I'm saying. I'm just telling the people that trying. It's like, why are we trying then? Because if you're already saying that these people gonna fail, so I just feel like it's not, because I see the problems and we just ain't attacking the problems. We're attacking other things that has nothing to do with our condition. And I yield. Hello.
Hey, shalom, family. Peace to the panel. Peace to the panel, man. This is a good topic, man. It's a great topic. These are more topics that we need to have more often. Everybody getting along. Nobody's cussing and yelling, trying to fight for talk time. So I like this. I'm just sitting back and enjoying it. But I'd like to show a quick commercial break. Creamer, can you show that flyer real quick? We'll get to that. Upcoming event next Saturday. It'd be sponsored on Black Jesus Radio, his YouTube channel. You know, me and Yasha Ben Israel, we decided, instead of calling it a debate, let's just have a discussion. You know, that way everybody leaves happy. And there it is right here. You know, Lions Den. We'll be having Lions Den. Black Jesus is Lions Den. You know what I'm saying? I just want to let y'all know that. But yeah, we're gonna be going over here to his YouTube channel. So everybody go out and subscribe. I'm gonna put the link on top of the flyer, and I'm gonna share it all out through the the Facebook chat groups. Somebody mute their mic, please. Facebook chats and things of that nature. I'm hoping everybody else share it with me. You know what I'm saying? So this is gonna be interesting topics. Are angels celestial or terrestrial beings? According to what we're reading in the Bible. So that's gonna be the discussion. Yasha feels that there are just terrestrial beings, which is like AKA just a man. I feel that they're celestial beings, like in the heavens, so according to what we read in the Bible, so that's what that's the main focus when we're talking about these subjects. So we're gonna stick to the context of the Bible. A lot of times we go sign up for shows, we go watch shows, and it be one topic, but then people that come in the middle of the show, they talking about Jesus Christ and everything else. That's one thing we got to stop doing in the community, because like to say, that one guy said, hey, I thought this was going to be about Kimmy, so we want to kind of tighten up on that. But yeah, man, y'all go ahead and check us out on
Go ahead, Jay.
Yeah, this is my last little 10 seconds. Y'all go ahead and check us out on Black Jesus Radio. You know what I'm saying? That's part of the family. We want to help that brother build his channel up. He's been putting in too much hard work for him not to have a boatload of subscribers, at least 50, 60 people in his audience when he come on, man. That's what we got to do, man. We got to help each other. Each one teach one. You know what I'm saying? So that's what we doing, man. We starting to spread it out. I don't mind going on the road, but then, y'all should reciprocate and come back over here and do shows and just keep it bouncing. But That's all I had to say, man. Peace and blessings. Shalom.
Hey, look, I love both of y'all niggas, man. That's for real. You know, I fuck with both of y'all, and you know what I'm saying. I know it's gonna be a good conversation, man. It's gonna be deep, and that's the shit we need. I told him, I said, man, this is like a round bout, man. Like this what everybody looking for. Like this that Pacquiao Mayweather. Well, I don't want to say that because Pacquiao ain't that sweet, but you know what I mean. You know what I'm saying? Like.
Well, it's just a discussion, though. E.
Yeah, I mean, but it's teaching, man. That's what.
Yeah, okay, I get it.
Like that's what I am. I'm gonna tell you, it's teaching. They gonna learn from both sides. It ain't even about y'all two. It's about the people that's listening and learning.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? It's going. And like I said, it's gonna be some people that learn from you. It's gonna be some people to learn from him, and that's what it's supposed to be at the end of the day, man.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Y'all elders. Y'all elders. Y'all about to take. Y'all ain't as old as like apostle elder, but. You know, I look at y'all as the elder form.
That's like elder to the third degree right there, man.
Yeah. That's triple OG. That's triple OG.
It is so hard for him to get it out sometimes. I be thinking his heart gonna come out of his mouth. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. The way he just talk. Like, man, come on, man, calm down, apostle.
Oh yeah.
You know, but let's see, we got Lex and Gideon. I don't know who the brother R is. He just got an R. Hey, shout out to Malachi and JT, the camp killers. You know, every time they come on with they bring the people come on and like to conversate with them, man. You know, that's what's up, man. But
Shalom,
Lex,
JJ. This El Swarthy. Shalom, brother.
Oh, okay, nice to meet you, man. El Swarthy. Okay. I don't think I ever met you, but
that mean the black.
Welcome to the Lions, then, brother.
Yeah, you have. He come on here all the time. He been on here for the last couple of things, and he just was on Shawnetta.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, JJ, I just wanted to say, man, that was a good point that you was making, man. How a discussion to start off in one place, and they use a lot of different tactics. But yeah, man, that was a good point you made. But we got to be aware, and sometimes it be our pride because they go to asking us stuff, and we just want to answer it. And what they asking us or what they trying to bring the conversation don't have nothing to do with what we was talking about in the beginning. So yeah, if anybody who listening to this, make them stay on the topic, and then we need to start pressing them about what's their answer and what's their solution, because the Bible been seeing the black man through ever since we got on these shores.
Yeah, next.
Yeah, it was good. Power to the dark side.
Hell no with the dark side, dude. Just power to the side. Go ahead.
You know, as I'm listening, I find it interesting. Y'all know that we always come to shake up the foundation, but I do have a question, and that's why I think y'all have a terrible doctrine, because I hear you talking about, America, and, some people talking about fleeing back to Africa, even though they come from Western Asia. But if you're under curses, just like the brother said before, why even have these discussions? Because from what I understand, just like Carla was saying, it's until the Messiah comes back or whatever, you're under curses. So like there's nothing you can do, or in terms of changing your situation, coming
It's
together,
everything
because
we can do.
that's not part of the prophecy. So you can't really correct
No, it is.
yourself until the Messiah comes. So I don't know. I think that might be a bad doctrine we might want to think about.
See,
because
that's why I be wondering about what you be saying sometimes, Lex, because you can go right there to Matthew 23, and I'm gonna go down to the bottom. And the thing about a curse is that the opposite of that is a blessing. So long as we operate in ignorance of the Most High's law and asking for repentance of that law, we're going to stay in those curses. But there is a way for us to get out. That's why I say, man, like what you're saying, you go to Matthew 23 and start at 36. He say, verily I say unto you, all these things shall come upon this generation. O Jerusalem, Jerusalem, that kills the prophets and stones them which are sent unto thee. How often would I have gathered thy children together, even as a hen gathered her chickens under her wings, and you would not? Behold, your house is left unto you desolate. For I say unto you, you shall not see me henceforth, till you say, blessed is he that comes in the name of Yah. So that right there is a
That doesn't.
situation that we gotta admit our wrongs, and so it's definitely that we are in curses, but once an individual accepts Yeshua, he's free from that. But as a nation, we have to come together and acknowledge that.
All right, so you agree
Okay.
then there's nothing we can do until the Messiah returns,
What
because
do you mean there's nothing we can do? What
according
I just read, we
you
have to
cutting me.
initiate that. So you can't
Yeah,
say that.
but that doesn't fit with prophecy, bro. So
What do
where
you
is it in
mean?
the Bible where it
I'm
says
sorry.
you won't be under the curses when the Messiah returns? Where is it in the Bible where you won't be under the curses, or you'll be able to get it together before the Messiah returns?
That's all through the Old Testament, bro. You can read Isaiah 41. He speaks to that. See, this is the process that we are to observe
Hold
Torah.
on, where is it, brother?
Hold on, let me grab it for you.
Are you saying that the curses are broken, Israel gets their stuff together before the Messiah returns?
Definitely. See, that's the thing.
Okay, that's a new doctrine then. So what
See,
is he
see,
return? So if you have it together, what is he returning for?
Nah, say that for the debate, Lex. You trying to, hey.
Say what for the
oh, so
debate?
he trying to pick. All right.
Yeah,
I
he
ain't gonna.
trying to, don't give him all your
All right.
jewels. This could be a
Okay.
potential debate, man.
But is it
Well,
Okay,
it
set up?
but
don't.
I mean, you already
let
run from
me
me,
come in.
Lex. So, I mean, I'm trying to, get you in the ring with somebody. Damn.
But allow me to come in though. Let me just say this here. First of all, there are plenty of scriptures that show us that like the brother said, where there's a curse, there's a blessing. The whole salvation of being brought up out of America it has to go down, because unfortunately, Lex, the majority of our people don't want to return, and unfortunately, the Lord punishes as a nation, not a people, but progression is what he's looking at. There's a few good men, a few good women that are making the effort, and that's who he's looking at. Okay? Unfortunately, according to prophecy, the curses will remain on those who don't repent, reform, and get their act together. But here, I'm a prime example, a living example, along with Yeshaya, JJ7000, Karima, and others, and we make the gallant effort to jump out here and make our bodies a living sacrifice. We ain't getting paid for this, but we doing what we're supposed to do. And this is a chief example of how we're being blessed. But it's progression, like you taking a page out your own book, your book. Progression. Look at what we do have and work with what we have. Okay? So the bottom line is we're being given the olive branch to come up out the curses, but what we're looking at is the majority of us who still hold on the lies, who still embrace the darkness. No pun intended. Okay? And we talking about coming back to the light. So
Okay. So are you saying that
I got a question after Lex.
that the curses will remain on Israel until the Messiah returns or not? Because that's what I'm saying. Like it's you're trying to. I don't think you
Again,
can
Lex,
mix it in because
you keep
hold
putting
on,
on
brother.
blinders, and you not even blinders. You just covering your eyes and not even
No, I'm
listening
not
to what was
covering my
just
eyes,
read.
bro. You're trying to.
Look, we start the process,
Okay,
not
the
God. So it's
process.
not like we just sitting here waiting on good old Jesus to come. No, it's things that we have to do.
Yeah,
And
I
this
get that, but you're missing my question, because according to the curses, aren't you to be like so? So if we talk about like financially empowering ourselves, you know how people talk about, well, all these nations they make money off us, and and all of this stuff, and black people need to get themselves economically. But part of the curses is that you have to rely on your enemies, right, for your sustenance. So if that's part of the curses, then how are you going to get your stuff together before the Messiah comes to correct that? You can't, because you be breaking the prophecy, bro.
Right. That's a good question, right?
As a nation.
So when
I'm not talking about one individual.
Right. No, I'm talking about a nation. So we're gonna go.
So how do you do that?
Right. So when we read Solomon's prayer, and he speaks about what must be done when we break the law and we are separated from the Most High, wherever we are in the world, we are to turn and face where He placed His name, which under the new covenant is within us. Because when you be in and out of consciousness, you know that we are the temple of the Most High Yah. So when we pray and we repent of our sins, then those curses are lifted from us. Now, as far as economically and things like that, Yeshua says no man can come to Him unless he is sent by the Father. So what that means is we must observe Torah in our daily lives without judging one another, but living according to those laws. And according to those laws, that will put us in a position where we're not spending $700 billion for the holiday season. Because for one, we're going to put those things away because it's pagan. And then for two, we're going to concentrate those resources on ourselves as far as hospitals, schools, things like that. So that right there, and as far as Yeshua coming, that's prophecy. And I don't know if you don't see it or you refuse to see it or you can't see it. But if we was to move like that and we would have our focus on going forward to Israel, which is Northeast Africa, the powers that be, I don't know where they at. They would not let that happen. They're gonna physically stop us.
Let it happen?
No, yeah, right. They're gonna physically stop. It's gonna get to a point where they will physically stop us and try to destroy all of us who has the message of the kingdom of the Most High. So then that's when you're gonna see Yeshua come and deliver us, as spoken of in Revelation. So yeah, Lex, but you in and out of consciousness with the pseudo judo, bro. But you need to chill.
Hey, Les, would you consider having I mean, if y'all want to call it a time discussion or debate, however you want me to promote it, maybe on a topic like this,
something intelligible. You know what I mean, to debate.
So he just made that word up intelligent.
Right. Nah, he just trying to skate out this particular conversation.
Come on, man.
No, I'm just saying, like,
show me in the dictionary where it's intelligible at.
Intelligible? Yeah, there's a word. That's a word, brother.
Okay,
you want to put some money on it?
I'm gonna trust you on this one. It just don't sound like that.
Yeah, what I'm saying is,
can I ask a question?
He was just preaching, but that doesn't, and everyone listening knows that's nonsense. Because if you are under the curses, and so they're not going to be broken, and that would be the whole point of Yahshua coming back to save you out of your condition, right? So that's what I'm saying. It's really a defeated doctrine. Either Jesus is real or you lose. That's the conclusion. If there is no Messiah, then there's no salvation for our people.
Well, I don't think you understand, Lex.
If there's no divine intervention, then there's nothing we can do, basically.
But yeah, it's a motivation to get to the, if that's what's used to motivate us to do better, then so be it, man. You see? We got because he's saying we got to do this and do that. We got to do better. We got to learn how to repent. We got to learn how to accept the things that you yourself do and repent, and also forgive your brother and sister. You know what I'm saying? And treat each other better.
I mean, I don't think anyone would.
I have, you know what I'm saying? I know I'm not perfect. I have repented for the things I've done. I'm not perfect. Everything I say ain't right.
Yeah,
but you got to look at yourself in the. Oh, go ahead. One more thing. You got to look at yourself in the mirror. Start there, man, and see how we can make things better for each other. You know, to make this thing go, man. Just like I was telling you the other day. You said, "Well, how can we work with each other?" And we all got different belief systems on it. You know, all of us on here, basically, none of us agree 100% on nothing. You know, and I said, when you come to the house, the conference room, you take your shoes off. Everybody take your shoes off, and you leave your beliefs and your ideas at the door with your shoes. And then we come to talk, like I say, about logic and reasoning and what we need to do to make things better. What's the plan for what we're trying to do? Because you go to work every day.
The
You
plan
go to
is
work every day, right? You go to work every day, right? Let me just say this last thing. Hold up. Last thing. You go to work every day, and when you go to that job, you work with people, and you don't know what their spiritual belief is, but at the end of the day, you get your quota, you get your job done, and you go home. Use that same concept when you're trying to build with your people. I ain't gonna just sit there in the conference table and say, hey, I wonder if that guy's an atheist. Or hey, I wonder does she worship Buddha? See what I'm saying? That means you're not focused on the goal because you're worrying about the wrong thing, bro.
Oh, look,
now you on the floor.
Can I reply real quick? Yeah, he was basically replying of the question I was asking because we were talking about fixing the condition like you talking about, JJ. But I'm saying that it's how some of our people will take it for everything it says and it says, oh, we're not gonna unite, we're not gonna do this. So I was saying, then why not just not try? And look, I'm saying this. I just heard like 3 answers for us to get it, and that's why I said we got to get this stuff together. I just heard repenting, and then following laws, and then believe in Jesus. So that's the things I got to say. What laws are we talking about?
Well,
Because
it's
I already
like
had a video. I already explained my video. Hold up. I already explained my video. I already explained in my video that you can't fall. We ain't following every single law and every single commandment. So even if you repent, you're still going to be sinning if you're going talking about transgression against the laws. So it's a lot of things that I'm just saying. We're saying that
like when 2/3 of our people, according to prophecy, are not gonna make it. This is what I'm saying, man. Like y'all, you're kind of playing with this right now. If 2/3 of our people are already gonna die, then what are you reuniting with? Because only 1/3 or a remnant's gonna be left, and even they have to be saved. So there's nothing.
We don't know who that 2/3 is.
Hold on, bro. There's nothing you can do according to the Bible but wait on God or whichever one you believe in.
But you got to seek out your own salvation, man. That's what the scriptures say.
I get it. That's as an individual. Yep, you got to work out but y'all are talking as a nation of people. Y'all is talking about going to Africa and why we can't unite. But according to the Bible, you will never unite. So that's what I'm saying. The brother's white. Why not just sit around and not try? Because that's what your doctrine says according to prophecy. If 2/3 of the people die, you can't unite with 2/3 of the people who are already going to die, and then 1/3 in another position where they need to be saved. So there's nothing unless you want to change prophecy, just sit back and get your ass kicked until the Messiah comes.
All right, let me ask you something real quick.
Hold on, dude.
Let me just ask you something real quick, bro. So you sound like by us rocking with this Bible, there really is no hope for us.
No, that's
Bible.
You sound
like what the things we say in your ears. It just sound like doom and misery and just stuck.
No, I'm saying that until God comes, yes, there's nothing y'all can do. That's what your doctrine says.
But Lex, first and foremost, he said, you got to wait ye upon me. There ain't nothing we can do. We can't change the condition we in because we didn't put ourselves in this condition.
All right, so you agree.
There ain't no other way but to wait for him.
Woo! At least you finally just came out and said it, brother. That's all I was getting at.
All right. Now that we got past that, now Lex, what is your solution with the dark side, Doc?
And all 10 of his members.
My solution.
Hey, that's a start, Lex. Don't trip.
Without the childish ad homs, my solution is that we got to realize that it's all upon self, that the power of God is in us. If we don't unite, then that's our problem. And we gotta get mental toughness, powerful enough to realize that it's unite or die. Like, you know what I'm saying? Either we gonna do what we gotta do, or ain't nothing gonna be done. Ain't no ain't nothing coming to save us that we don't already have within ourselves. So
Who told you God is
if
within you? Who told you that?
if we get the inspiration and love for ourselves and confidence in ourselves, then we got to do it. Nobody else is going to do it. And
Right.
that's
No doubt.
That's the reality. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Like,
So you
gotta outwork people.
God being within yourself,
We
Lex.
gotta compete.
Where you get that from?
Brother, hold
Bro,
on.
well, I'm trying to build with you. Nigga don't want to hear you preach this, but I'm just asking questions. So you say God with
the brother asked me.
I think he's saying the same thing we saying.
No,
he just don't even know.
I'm trying to see because
Yeah.
he's saying that the Bible, the scriptures is false, is you have no hope. So I'm trying to see what his found. I know
Well, no, he's not saying the same thing we
he's
saying.
cherry picking from the Bible.
Yeah.
But I see through the smoke screen.
You're trying to argue,
but I'm trying to expose it and show where he's just trying to be a bruh. Chill out, bro. Go ahead.
All right. Hey, real quick, we got 2 new guests on the panel. Well, this could be like their second home if they want to call it home. But we got Elder Yara in the building and volume of the book. So Lex, you better tread lightly. You better go get some of your electrolytes because you in trouble.
Bro, I'm always good, bro. I'm not really the thing that you see. Gideon was cutting me off because his answers were falling short. I'm not trying to be content. This is a debate league, y'all. I know y'all are Hebrew. I am challenging your ideas, but I'm not trolling. I'm serious. Like, I'm just being real. Like, according to the Bible, 2/3 of Israel is gonna die, and then the other 1/3 is gonna be saved. You're under the curses. You know, the other day. Now, I'm not saying. And I'm saying it's your understanding, because the other day I tried to tell people that if you believe in Jesus, you're not under the curses. And y'all fought back on me on that. So I'm saying that not everything in the Bible is bad, but your doctrines are horrible. Those are
okay. Explain. Hey, hold up. Explain that
doctrines.
Jesus, you're not under the. If you believe in Jesus, you ain't got to worry about the curses. Where you get that from?
The Bible. If you go, it tells you that Jesus became a curse for us and he nailed the curse to the tree. So what I'm saying is y'all got bad doctrine. And, you know, sometimes we take certain things literal, but according
But yo,
to...
Lex, I'm going to ask you a question. Is the condition of our people a curse? Is the condition of the state of black people in America and worldwide, are we under a curse? Yeah, Christ took on the curse for us, but we still under a curse because we are not redeemed yet, my man.
Yeah, but the only curse we're under is the self-imposed curse at this point. Because like the brother was saying, like, we spend, like, if you listen to people that say, you'll see that everything that our problem is we fall short in discipline or knowledge. Like, you look at people say, oh, black people spend over $1 trillion a year. No one's making us do that. No one's making us do that. You see what I'm saying? So it's self-imposed. Black people are killing each other. Okay, that's just, you know, ignorance that we got to correct in our people. But it ain't no curse like, oh, it's something on us that we can't control. It's self-imposed.
Yeah, shout out to Sister Karima, shout out to JJ7000, to Gideon and all the brothers on the panel. Volume of the book.
Shalom.
Lex, your last statement, I will say I do have to agree with you, right? What we see when people talk about curses upon Israel, it is exactly that. It's self-imposed. Deuteronomy chapter 28 tells us that, right? Because if you start at verse 1, it talks about the blessings, but it's contingent, right? It's contingent on our obedience to the Most High, and it's our disobedience that brings about the curses. If we go to Deuteronomy chapter 30, I just want to see if I want to read that real quick. And I'm going to be brief. I know other people in the room. We go to Deuteronomy chapter 30.
What's good, Yara? Long time no hear, brother. How you doing?
Hey, man, I'm good. How about yourself?
I'm all right, man. I'm all right.
That's what's up, man. That's good to hear, bro. Let me read Deuteronomy chapter 30, right? In regards to the curses, right? It says, and it shall come to pass when all these things are come upon thee, the blessing and the curse, which I have set before thee, and thou shalt call them to mind among all the nations, whither the Lord thy God hath driven thee, and shalt return unto the Lord thy God, and shalt obey his voice according to all that I command thee this day, thou and thy children, with all thine heart, with all thy soul, then the Lord thy God will turn thy captivity and have compassion upon thee, and will return and gather thee all. Let me go down a little bit more. Right here. And gather thee all the nations, whither the Lord thy God hath scattered thee. And if any of thine be driven out unto the outmost parts of heaven, from thence will the Lord thy God gather thee, and from thence will he fetch thee. Let me read that other part there. Let me go down to verse 5 real quick. Hold on 1 second. Something wrong. Can I still be heard? I don't know why my joint just crashed.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, but I could just stop right there. So if we go to Deuteronomy chapter 30, it tells us clearly that if we obey, see, that's the contingency. You see that Deuteronomy chapter 28, starting at verse 1, before you even get to the curses. You see it in Deuteronomy chapter 30, clearly lays it out, right? If we obey all that the Most High have commanded thee, right? Then he will turn our captivity, right? Then he will bring good fortune upon us, right? He will allow those things to happen. But again, we have trouble, as Israel has always have, being obedient. So those who would be obedient to the Most High, you don't have to worry about the curses. You don't have to worry about those things if you're obedient, if you're obeying the Most High. See, a lot of times what we fail to realize, people talk about the 2/3, and Gideon said it best, right? We don't know what that number is. The scripture tells us that John saw a man no man could number. That Israel will be we're greater than as many as the stars amongst the grains of sand, as the many of the grains of sand. So 2/3 of that is what? You don't know what 2/3 of that is. That's million. It could be in the millions.
Yeah, that's 66%, bro.
You see what I'm saying? But it's 60% of what number?
Exactly.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, I get it.
And
So
he's
that could be
purporting as if he knows the names of each individual that's going to make
Yeah.
it. Therefore, the other people are wasting their time, but no man knows that. Go ahead.
Right, Gideon. Shalaki. Shalaki, man. I'm choking right here, but you're absolutely right. And so this is what I'm saying, Lex, but I do agree with you that a lot of what we see and what we're calling curses are self-inflicted things.
Facts.
I agree with you with that, Lex, 100%. I'll never argue that point with you. And this is what some of us have to look at. A lot of us talk about the second Exodus, right? I'm one for when you read the scripture, you don't have to reinvent the wheel. If you want to see how the second Exodus, if you follow that narrative, if you want to see how a second Exodus plays out, look at the first Exodus. And part of the second Exodus is what? Everybody that was brought out of captivity didn't make it to Canaan. They didn't make it to the promised land. Their children made it. And why did their children make it? Because those who were bought out, many of them were still what? Disobedient to the Most High. To the fact that I believe Joshua 5th chapter, you see Joshua had to circumcise their children again before they can even pass and go over into Canaan land. So just don't think because, and the scripture also tells us everybody that calls me Lord, Lord, he said, go depart from me for I know you not. Just because folks calling themselves Israelites or they saying they're going to do this, everybody ain't going to make it over. So I don't expect to see everybody in the new land or in the kingdom. or however people break that doctrine down. Don't expect to see that, right? And so I yield, man. That's all I want to say, man.
I just want to know, because I had another question the second to that. I just want to know, when we say obey, like the laws, like where can we find what y'all talking about? That's what I'm trying to find out, because when you say obey, I know we're not talking. We can't be talking about the national Israelite law and commandments, because we can't obey all of them. So that's what I'm saying to people who hear y'all say that.
Well, the problem is that we never were told to obey all of them, right? And I say, and let me preface it this way: all of the laws that you see when people talk about you're not keeping the 613 laws, you can't keep all of that. Well, that's false, right? That's a false argument. Don't let them catch you up in that, because all of the 630, some were for the priest, some wasn't for you to keep. Anyway,
Exactly.
So people got to realize, when y'all hear that argument, y'all got to know how to deal with it. And they trap us up. And then because we don't study it that way, we take it and say, oh, yeah, you're right. We can't keep 613 laws. Well, 613 laws wasn't written for every individual to keep. And then you have to realize what Paul was always speaking against. Paul spoke against the ordinances of men, things that were added to the law that weren't of the Most High, like washing your hands. They was counting those things as law. Washing your hands before you eat, right? This is how they just address. That's the same thing they address Christ with in Matthew chapter 5. Like, we got to understand when we're reading these scriptures what they're talking about with laws. I tell people, you want to know the easiest way to do it, start with the 10 that you know, because the 10 cover everything.
Okay, yeah, because I just want everybody to know, when I'm asking these questions, I'm not asking them because I don't fully believe in nothing. I'm just asking because it's something that I might ask if I'm listening. Yeah. So I ask the question. So now I understand what you're saying now, but I'm saying, like, how would, like, out the 613 laws and the 10, how would we know if a difference between you being a sinner and me not? If both of us can't follow both, and where does it say that you only have to follow certain one? That's just somebody that want to actually listen.
Well, the book of Leviticus tell you that some things were only, some laws, statutes, and commandments were only for the Levites. But people count those as part of the 613 laws. You're not a Levite. Oh, well, I don't know if you are or not. I'm just saying, if you're not a Levite, then those things wouldn't would apply to you, right? There were certain laws that were a part of 613 laws that were strictly for women. You're not a woman.
So I can follow the laws and God will turn to me and I don't have to believe in Jesus Christ?
Well, Christ is the embodiment of the law. So what issue would you have believing, when people say believing in Jesus Christ, all you're saying is, what did he teach? He taught repentance.
No, I'm just
obedience. He taught repentance, obedience, and justification. Right? And so when he says believe on me, he's saying simply believe on what I'm bringing, believe on my on my ministry. What was his ministry? To return to the Most High.
Right. And that Yah is salvation.
No, you have to believe.
I mean, for you to be an esoteric, that's like the basic thing. You could just see in his name what is his message. So
no. You have to believe in his death, burial, and resurrection. His crucifixion.
Why would you need to believe in the death, burial, and resurrection?
Because his crucifixion is the price that was paid for you. So if you don't accept that, then you are under the law and the curse and you don't have salvation.
Well, actually, no, that's not true, right? Mm-hmm. So watch this.
So now y'all lying on the Bible. Then.
We're not lying on the Bible. In the book of Hebrews, it tells us this, that Abraham's faith, his works, was reputed to him or counted unto him as righteousness.
Yeah, but Abraham.
Hold on. Was Abraham before Christ? Was he counted as righteous before Christ came?
His belief was counted
as righteous. Was he counted as right? No, not just his belief, but his works.
Yeah.
Well. Was he counted as righteous before Christ came?
Can can I ask the question again? Because I don't think I
Now
understood
we
what I
got to
was
make the
saying.
problem now. So now you don't need to believe in the crucifixion of Christ.
I never said that. You said
So-
that. I never said that.
so
what I
what
said
is-
was all these things are for a sign, just like baptism. What a baptism?
So
These
what I'm
things are
asking
for a
you
sign.
is, what is the significance of Christ's crucifixion then?
The significance of Christ's crucifixion is the same as this. Those who
Yeah,
will believe in his martyrdom.
Y'all getting off from the question.
No, we're not getting off from the question.
No, you're not.
Please don't interrupt. Okay. So the purpose of Christ's crucifixion is the same thing as Moses. We see Moses in Exodus chapter 32 and 33, where he offered his life in exchange for Israel, that Most High would bring mercy upon them. And so what you see Christ is in his crucifixion is simply this, right? Is that those who would believe on the message that he brought, that his message was such though that he gave his life for that message for Israel. He didn't have to give his life to teach that message.
Yes, he did, because it was
No, he did not.
So
He
it
could have
wasn't.
refused.
It
He
wasn't.
could
But really,
refused.
Lex, what you're doing, you're straw manning,
could've
because
refused, Lex.
what
Yeah.
does hold on? What does a person believe in Jesus Christ, Yeshua, or however you term him? What does believing in him have to do with aligning with black people, or what? How would that stop? Because Christians, they into politics with all type of people, but especially according to Torah, how would a person believing in Yeshua stop them from moving forward?
I don't know. I think you just veered off. The point I was making what is
Because
the
you
Bible?
talking about salvation
What is
issues, we
the
talking.
Bible? Yeah, because this whole thing is about salvation. That's the whole conversation we was talking about.
We're actually talking
Yeah, he was
about.
talking about the law. He said that I don't have to believe in Jesus, meaning all. It was about obeying all the laws, which Yara was saying that you don't have to, which he was right. You know, most of them laws was for priests. So
Right.
Yeah, but
Then I
my
ended up
question,
asking him.
hold on. My question on that part of the law is, if you tell somebody that, and you saying that we are sinning if we don't, I was asking. That's why I was asking what laws, like what, because you said what I'm saying, like what parts are you talking about out of it?
I
Because
just
we
told
have
you.
different parts, like the land law, the moral law. That's what I was
He
asking.
answered that, brother, like a
Yeah,
million times.
I just told you that. You know, so
But
I mean,
but y'all,
like,
man, come on, man, you got a problem, bro. You're twisting the Christian message, bro. You can't.
well, I'm not teaching the Christian
Christ-
message.
Well, then you're not teaching the Bible, because
Well,
the
the
Bible
Bible is
says,
not a Christian message.
the
Hey,
Bible
Lex.
says
Lex,
that,
ask that question again, bro, but clarify. Was you talking about
Yeah.
salvation? I'm saying, because that's an important question you asked. Are you
Mhm.
talking about salvation or just us collectively coming together? Please clarify what you're talking about, please.
Well, it's all connected, because the coming together is because they were talking about overcoming this and, uniting and whatever, doing what we have to do. But the whole conversation was surrounded, well, you're under the curses, so you're supposed to be in that condition. Then Yara comes and says, well, I agree with me about the self-inflicted thing. And so, but if we keep the laws of the Most High, then you ain't got to worry about the curses. So then that went to, well, according to the Bible, no, you got to have faith in Jesus Christ anyway. So the
For
law
what?
can't, because the law can't save you according to.
he's saying that.
No, the Bible says the law cannot. The law is not your salvation.
No,
You gotta-
your question was that, right?
Yeah, I was saying.
So that's what he want to respond to what your question was, so he can probably respond to it.
I think what how it delved off, because like we was talking about earlier, we was talking about as far as moving together as a people. Then the brother Mad Scientist, he was like, so how can we do this if I believe in a certain aspect of the Bible? And we kind of went down a rabbit hole, in my opinion, that we didn't have to go down, because what I would tell a brother is this: whether you believe that Yeshua is Elohim, if you believe he's just a man, if you don't believe in him at all, the scripture say what the scripture says, and that says that no man can come to Yahshua, period, unless the Father draws him. So when we're looking at that and understanding what it says, that it's speaking back to the law. Now, any person that believes in the new covenant, whatever capacity they put Yahshua in, they know where those ordinances that were absorbed through Yahshua in the priesthood of Melchizedek, all judgments,
That
all
don't make
temple
no sense,
service,
bro.
all of those things don't have nothing to do in particularly with us moving forward, because according and speaking as far as how Nearly Fuller breaks it down, there are 9 sectors to government, and religion is one of them. So we can operate within those other 8 sectors of government and still abide by Torah. And then as far as the religion one, that's however a person deemed necessary, how they interpret the
Y'all
scriptures.
see how this that
So
don't make no sense? Because you can't operate in those other areas if you under the curse. And that's what I'm
Can I
saying.
but
get
see,
in?
that's what
Can I
Yahweh
get
was
in here?
saying, and which what
And
I
if you
was
under
saying
the
to you
curse,
earlier. Hold on, in Solomon's prayer when he was dedicating the temple, and as Yahweh was speaking of in Deuteronomy, when we sin, we repent and we go back to the law. And when we go back to the law, we follow those mandates, and that right there is us through our own works. I know Christians running from that word. We will lift those curses off of us. So however you interpret
so then you
Yahshua
don't
to
need
be your
Jesus
state,
then.
no, it's how you interpret him, because there is faith
No.
that you
He
must
said,
have
this
that
is
you're
the
saying. Hold
blood.
on, hold on,
This
hold
is the
on, hold
blood
on,
of the new
hold
covenant
on.
that I shed for you.
Right,
It's his
right,
blood. He is the sacrificial lamb that
right,
sacrificed for your
right,
sins. So without
right,
that, that's why
right.
you can't get to the Father except through him. So without Jesus' blood, you are still under the curses. You're still under the condemnation of the old covenant. And
Right,
so
right, right.
how can
Because
you
under the old
operate?
covenant, listen, under the
Yo,
old
bro, stop,
covenant,
bro.
we
Stop.
had animals for sacrifice for the things we've done.
We
And
already
there are
know that.
some laws, like hold on, like adultery and like murder. And I'm quite sure we know a lot of people that probably committed one or both that you would be killed for. So Yahshua is that propitiation for that. He died for our sins and for the sins that we would die
Not
for.
only that, but
So
to bring
yes,
you back to the
yes,
Father.
yes,
You can't have a
to
relationship
keep,
without.
hold on, to keep Yahweh's promise to us valid, we must have faith in Yahshua that he is the continuation of that covenant, and he is the priest, he is the sacrifice, and we are through him the temple. So yes, I mean, to the understanding of the doctrine, you know, you must have faith in Yahshua, however you have that faith. But yeah.
Okay, so what you're saying is not making much sense, bro. Because you can't get around that. That's what I'm saying, and that's when you come to a problem with the brothers, and the brothers that believe in the Old Testament know that, so they refuse to accept, you know what I'm saying, Jesus the way they see it according to the law, because they know what that means. That first of all, you got to take Jesus as your Lord and Savior, and you got to accept that sacrifice. And this is what I mean when brothers be thinking I just be trolling about confusion. So which one is it? Because and now you and Yara are riding the fence because y'all trying to deny Jesus slickly and rely on the law, which is exactly
Who
what
denied
Paul,
Jesus? When the
exactly what
scripture
Paul was talking about, bro. Like
when the scripture tells us that it's the law is the schoolmaster that leads us to Christ. So you're the one that's trying to split the hairs, not us.
so what? So then you Jesus is what you need.
Did Christ say he came to do away with the law?
I'm not saying
No. I'm asking you a question. I didn't say
No,
you said it.
he said I
Did he
came
say?
to fulfill it in his
Okay, so what is him
crucifixion,
fulfill? What does him fulfilling the law mean?
being crucified. That's why he
No,
said.
that's not being
Hold on, you
crucified.
asked me. Let me tell you. I know you're gonna say something different, but that's a lie. His
Okay,
crucifixion,
we'll
I'm
prove that
about to
that's a
prove
lie.
it, is the fulfillment of the law. That's why when he was crucified, he said it is finished. Because
That's not the
he
fulfillment
says
of the law.
he says you read the Torah and you think in it
A
you
Roman
have
crucifixion
salvation,
is
but
not
it is written
fulfillment
of
of the
me.
law.
Hold on, brother. It is written of me. So the fulfillment was the prophecy that he would be crucified for the sins of the people. He is the whole Torah was written about him. All those laws, all those symbolism was pointing to his crucifixion. That's the prophecy. That
is the crucifixion, is the Roman crucifixion a fulfillment of the law? Or
yes.
was it no, it was his work.
Because the law was about Jesus.
No, it was why he came. Why did he come, Lex?
He was destined to come before the foundation of the world.
No, why? That's not what I asked you. I asked you, why did he come?
To be the appropriation for the world's sins.
Okay, did he say I came to what? I came to what?
But I thought you said he was a devil. I thought you said he was a serpent in the garden.
Yeah, of course.
You see what I'm saying?
You see what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Now, wasn't it JJ just a moment ago that said, "Oh, sometimes we on subjects, and then we got to stop that." Now we on something else. He gonna try to deflect because y'all honestly y'all are doing a terrible job.
Because
right
anybody can win an argument if they making stuff up, Lex.
As he goes along, as he always does. But I think Value wanted to go.
No.
Hold on for 1 second.
Oh, go ahead.
Hold on for 1 second, real quick. Can we go to Karima? Can get the flyer back up while Volume is speaking, and then Terry's gonna, Yasha Ben Israel. Me and him is having a discussion. Maybe he want to chime in on it real quick. Go ahead, Yasha. Introduce yourself real quick. Then we're gonna get back to Volume of the book while she getting the thing.
What up, though? Y'all know who I be. Yasha Ben Israel in the house, aka Terry Whitfield. Glad to be back in here again. To hear y'all all chopping it up. You know what I'm saying? Putting y'all 2 cents in it, and I'm loving every one of them. I'm collecting all the 2 cents until I get $1.
All right, they go to Flyer family.
That's all we can do.
They go to Flyer for our discussion. We decided not to have a debate. We decided we just gonna have a discussion. It'll be like three 15-minute rounds apiece, 3 questions. Then we have a couple people on the panel question both of us. Then we'll just call it a day.
Man, I love you brothers came to that conclusion, man. That's powerful.
Yeah, man. It's about forgiveness, man. Everybody have a bad day. I have bad days. A time where everybody have a bad day. We'd be lying if everybody said every day was good. What I mean by bad day is like getting along with people and stuff like that. But yeah, man, that's what it's about: brotherhood and sisterhood, and looking at yourself in the mirror, and then hey, man, we got to move forward past this. We supposed to be adults. So that's what we had come to. So, shalom.
Yeah. Peace to everybody on the panel. Peace to JT for reaching out to me to come on, and as always to the gracious host, Karima.
Hey, bro.
What's going on, sis? Yeah, I'll be honest. At this point, I can't really comment because I'm not clear on what the dispute is. That's why I was asking, like, when Lex said what he said and Yara responded, I think they might have been talking about 2 different things. Because if we're talking about salvation, I don't really know how to dispute that. But if you're talking about just people coming together to perform a task, that don't have nothing to do with believing in Yahweh Shai or Jesus or whatever.
Yeah, the reason why I made that connection, Value, is because if you're under the curses, all the social political ills we're talking about, they say it's due to the curses, right? And so that means that's prophecy. So this was the conversation. So I was saying that according to the Bible, there's nothing you can do until either the Most High Yahshua comes and sets it straight. So you're already done. There's really, it's just a defeatist doctrine. That was my point. And they were saying no. Then they started saying no, we can come back to the laws and you ain't got to worry about the curses. But then it comes in, well, no, because it's not, you can't just come back to the law. You got to come to Christ in order to break the curses. And so now they're hopping on the law saying you don't need Christ.
I like to chat.
Hold on, Yasha. I mean, no disrespect. I just want to. I don't think nobody's saying. Well, I could be wrong, but I don't think nobody's saying you could deny Christ.
Let Yara explain to it.
Right. No one was saying. I never said when Lex said that. My response was, we're not saying you don't need Christ, but Christ is the fulfillment, the embodiment of the law. It's you, Lex, who's splitting the hairs, because the scripture, as I said before, teaches us that the law is the schoolmaster that leads us to Christ. So
Right. Lead you to Christ.
Yeah, but he is the fulfillment of the law, not
But he
to annul
fulfilled
it.
it.
Listen, the
so you
fulfillment
wouldn't have to.
hold on. Fulfillment doesn't mean cessation, and that I think that's what you're trying to say. Fulfillment doesn't mean cessation. Fulfillment means it accomplished, or this is the example of how he walked circumspectly, which is how we should strive to walk and follow his example, how he walked and fulfilled the law in his life, right? As he walked here on earth. So I think a lot of times when people say fulfillment, they go after, they try to mix it as if he goes against his own word when he says he didn't come to do away with it. Because if he's saying, Lex, he didn't come to do away with it, then where does the law go? Where does it stand?
No, but if it's a gift.
Okay. If it's a gift, if it's a gift, Lex, if it's a gift, it's mine to have.
Yeah, but if you do,
but if Christ is going to take it away from me, or the Father's going to take, then that makes him an Indian giver and not the truth. And we know that's not the case.
No, brother.
Okay, so hold on.
Because if it's by your works, it's not a gift, and
it's not by works, Lex.
And say you earned it. So
okay, let me address it now. I got it.
Bro.
Hold on, Lex. I'll let you come in so I can get clarity. But let me address it. Like, and you know me, Lex, I'm gonna keep it straight. What the scriptures say, it's not of works, lest any man should boast. But that doesn't mean that the law is done away with, because I said this so many times on so many panels.
I never said.
I didn't say you said it. I didn't say you said it. I'm just simply saying that. Can I share my screen real quick, or is it not enough time?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, Volume, can you keep the law and break the curses, or do you need to accept the blood that was shed by Jesus Christ?
You know what I'm going to say.
Say it, brother, so they can hear it.
I'm going to say, according to the text, if you believe in the New Testament, you need the blood. If you don't got the blood, you hit.
So that goes back to my point. You can't just
hold on. I answered your question.
To the law and get the curses off of you.
Well,
Galatians. Hold on. Q, connect your device, because you're not going to be able to get in unless you connect your device.
Yeah, Galatians 3 is the same verse you brought out that last time this came up, and I came on and agreed with you then. Y'all shall redeem us from the curse of the law. These are basic texts, but I want to deal with this law and fulfillment thing. So on my screen, I'm showing Matthew 5:17. Think not that I am come to destroy the law or the prophets. I am not come to destroy, but to fulfill. So this is the problem right here, because like Elder Yara was saying, people read this and they read this as it's saying, I came to end the law. But that's not what it's saying. Here's what it's saying. It's very simple. I am not come to destroy, but to fulfill. So we go to the same man to see what he said about this very thing. You click on this, right? Luke 24:44. Listen to what it says. And he, Messiah, said unto them, these are the words which I spake unto you while I was yet with you, that all things must be fulfilled. What things is he talking about? Listen, which were written in the law of Moses and in the prophets and in the Psalms concerning me.
Right.
Hold on. Then opened he their understanding, that they might understand the scriptures. And he said unto them, thus it is written, and thus it behooved Christ to suffer and to rise from the dead the third day, and that repentance and remission of sin should be preached in his name among all nations.
That's the fulfillment, brother.
Hold on. Right. That don't have nothing to do with the law being over. That's what and you didn't say that. I'm just saying. People think that what he said in Matthew means I came to end the laws. No, he's saying hold on, brother. Relax. I'm reading it right on the screen. that all things must be fulfilled which were written in the law of Moses and prophets and Psalms concerning me. In other words, what he fulfilled is what the prophets foretold he would do when he came. So he walked in Jerusalem. He was persecuted by the Pharisees and scribes. He was rejected by the elders. He preached the gospel, man. All those things is what they said he would do. And he came and fulfilled those things. That don't have nothing to do with now the law not existing anymore.
Yes,
Two
it
different
does,
subjects.
because the fulfillment is him keeping, because he had to be a perfect lamb. That's the fulfill, because no one fulfilled it before that.
He was a perfect lamb. Lex, that don't have nothing to do with me.
No, so but
with me now hating my neighbor.
Hold on. No, I'm saying that. This is what I'm saying. He had to fulfill the law, meaning keep the law, as to be the perfect lamb to be sacrificed.
Absolutely, and that has
All
nothing
right,
to do. So I can't say, well, since he did that, now I can covet my neighbor's wife because he fulfilled everything.
No. You don't. That's why it says the law is good, but it became a curse. So you are not under the law. You're not under that. You're not under that covenant of curses no more. You're under the covenant of Jesus Christ.
Okay, so what I don't want to do,
under that covenant with Jesus Christ, yes, you're supposed to get to do the right things.
Okay.
But you're not under the obligatory contract that put you under the curses in the first place. That's what means the end. That's why it's the New Testament. So it don't mean now you go rob, steal, and kill. You know what I'm saying? But it means that that contract that you had under that is annulled.
okay, so let me
So
address
that's
that.
what gets rid of the
Hold on, let me
curses,
address
bro.
that. The contract that you're speaking of in proper terms would be the old covenant.
Right. You're
Listen,
not under
hold
the
on, brother.
old
Why
covenant.
every time I speak, you just jump out there? I'm not disagreeing with you. The problem is the old covenant contract. I agree. We are not under the old covenant contract. For some people don't believe, some people feel they still are under the old covenant, whatever. I'm saying what I'm saying to you, right? I agree with you. We under the new covenant contract, but it tells you in the same book we talking about that the new covenant is him taking them same laws from the old covenant and writing it on our hearts. So yes, that old covenant of condemnation, because if we failed at it, we had to get judged. Therefore, the curses came upon. That is what we're not under. Those judgments, that harsh judgment of death because you're breaking the law. Under the new covenant, now we got grace through the Mashiach's blood, which is why I was wanting to make sure that was clear. We have grace through that blood to not die. And let me just get this verse real quick to show you what I'm saying. It's in the same text. I'm gonna do everything based on the text. Hold on.
I think it's pretty clear.
And
that
Lex, you have yet one text to rebut the brother. The brother showed you
there's
exactly what
nothing to
fulfilled
rebut,
meant,
'cause we're really
and you
not
went with
Hold
your
on, let
own
me-
understanding. Be respectful and show us scripture. But go ahead.
No, I agree with that, Gideon, and peace to you. Here's the verse right here. This is the point I was just making. Acts 13:39. It said, I'm sorry, 38. It says, be it known unto you, therefore, men and brethren, that through this man, Yahushua, Jesus, whatever y'all call him, is preached unto you the forgiveness of sins. And here's the point. And by him, all that believe are justified from all things, here's the point, from which ye could not be justified by the law of Moses. So that's the whole point. Under the law of Moses, certain sins like idolatry, adultery, and others carried an automatic death penalty judgment. But now when the Mashiach comes under the new covenant, those same infractions that would have brought the death penalty, now you can be forgiven for those things through the grace and the mercy of the Mashiach.
Exactly. Right.
Right,
So
but that doesn't end the law, Lex. That's what I'm showing you. That don't end the law.
That we don't. Yes, if you're not under a if I get you out of a contract, is it over, bro?
Yes, but if you bring me into the new one with the same stipulation, but if you bring me into a new one with the same stipulations,
It's not
there
the
you
same
go.
stipulations. It's not.
I just showed you the text.
He gives you the stipulations of the new covenant.
Right.
And
Which
it's
are what?
not-
Now watch
and it's
this. Which
not
are
the
what?
same
Because I know what they are, and I can pull the scripture. Which are what? What are they?
It's not the same stipulation.
What are they?
Because
what are they?
Under the new covenant,
He didn't teach against the law, Lex. Don't
here's
go
the
there.
point. The point is not he wasn't teaching against the law, but you're not under the law. So you're not under.
I'm not disagreeing with you, brother. I just told
under-
you right
so
here.
here's-
You
so
can be
here's-
justified from the things which you could not be justified under the law of Moses. To be under the law, again, this is another term. These terms, we got to know what these terms mean. To be under the law simply means, unless you're going to tell us what it means, then I'll do it. You tell us, what does it mean to be under the law according to the Bible? What does
It's
it
a
mean?
contract. That's what it means. That means that's the current covenant you're under. So if you're contracted with Def Jam Records, and I know that contract and signed you to Rockefeller, you're no longer under the obligation to make whatever it was for Def Jam anymore. Whether it say it was 7 albums. No,
But
I
what are the
buy out your. Hold
obligations
on,
under the new
brother.
contract?
I
Let
buy
me guess.
out your
What y'all will,
contract.
right?
I now, as the person who bought your contract, I have fulfilled your contract with the contract before. So if you owed money to Def Jam, you was in debt. I'm a different record company. I come and I buy your contract. Now you're no longer obligated to fulfill what was in that contract because I bought it out for you.
Okay, now watch this. Okay, hold
now
on.
You're
Good
under
answer. Now
my
hold on.
contract, and it's a whole new thing.
It's
And
a whole
under
new
my
thing, right?
contract,
All right, watch
so,
this.
So that's why you're not under the law, because you're not under the obligations of whatever debt you had. So
Okay.
you cannot break the curses unless I buy the contract out. So
No problem.
We're missing the point. So
I'm not going to disagree with that.
So
I just
going
told
back
you
to the
that Yahweh shall
conversation-
redeem us from the curse of the law. But
So
now here's
going
the
back
problem.
in relation to
Hold
what
on, Lex. I give you the floor for a
conversation-
second. You want to run all the way downtown, bro. Here's the problem. I'm quick
because
with it.
I think you're forgetting the context of
Lex just
why
think
we
just what he
talking
said.
No,
about
Lex,
that.
you lambasting. You just trying to drag it on, making 8 different points, and let one at a time, man.
Right. And I'm going to be quick. It's only going to take a second. So you said it's a whole different thing. I agree. It's a whole different covenant. That's obvious. But it tells you what it says right here. Behold, the days come. Oh, Jeremiah 31:31. Everybody knows this. Behold, the days come, saith the Lord, that I will make a new covenant. Correct. With the house of Israel and with the house of Judah. Not according to the covenant that I made with their fathers in the day that I took them by the hand and bring them out of the land of Egypt, which my covenant they break. You correct. Although I was a husband unto them, saith the Lord. But watch this. But this shall be the covenant that I will make with the house of Israel. Here's the new one. After those days, saith the Lord, I will put, let me highlight that. I will put my law in their inward parts and write it in their hearts, and will be their God, and they should be my people. So the only thing that happened, Lex, is since we screwed up and broke that first covenant with those laws, the Most High in His gracious mercy said, you know what? I'm going to make a new covenant. I'm going to scratch that one out. I'm going to send my son to take care of that debt that y'all had. I'm going to make a new one. But this time, instead of giving you this word on stones and tablets, I'm going to put it in your heart.
All right. And the word
That's
that he
it, bro.
put in his heart, he's not. Are you saying that he's writing the first 5 books of Moses in your heart? No. So
Brother,
when it
just Torah,
says- hold
brother,
on,
Torah is
brother.
okay. Go ahead.
Hold on, brother.
Go ahead.
So when he says, I'm going to write my law upon your hearts, he's not talking about the law of Moses. He's not. It's talking about being led by the Spirit. So that just means that you're going to be reprogrammed to do the right things in the first place.
Okay,
That's why I said when you hear the language right upon your heart, I want you to use this word. I'm going to reprogram you.
No, that's what you want us to use. I'm gonna use what the Bible says.
Hold on. Okay, hold on. See, and this is what I'm saying, y'all. I want y'all to
No,
make
the correct word would be mind.
So you
in your
think-
mind.
Right.
So you think writing upon the heart, it means reprogram. It's not, because I'm saying that to make it clearer.
I know
Because
what you're
we
saying.
know nobody's gonna pull out a pen and write something upon your heart, bro. And if it even was that, they're not gonna write the whole law of Moses on there. So when he says that, he's talking about a different, like Yara just said, I would agree, a reprogramming for you to do the right thing. That's why it says led by the Spirit.
Of
So
course,
you are not under all the
The
things,
judgments of the law.
So here's the point I was making, though, in relation to our conversation.
Okay.
We were talking about Israel being under curses, bro.
Yes.
And they were saying that we got to get back to the law to get the curses up off of us. That's a lie. And then we was talking about the social political systems, like, financial, whatever, and all the things that black people suffer. And I was saying, if that was prophecy, then there's nothing you can do about it. So then we come to, no, if we turn to the law, Yahweh went to Deuteronomy 30 and said, God said, if you turn to us, I will turn to you, and all this type of stuff, if you obey me. But under the new covenant, obeying God is obeying Jesus and accepting his sacrifice in order to break the curses. So there's no way you can change your social political situation if Jesus is the one who breaks the curses that put you in the social political situation? If you see what I'm saying? So
Yes. Can I address
all
that,
right.
and then I'll fall back. And I understand exactly what you're saying. So here's my response to that, and then I'll fall back, everybody. I think we gotta be realistic, Lex. Since we talking about the Bible, right? What the Bible is saying, and Yahweh already went into it. When he went into that great number in Revelation that cannot be numbered, right? Even if you take 2/3 away from our nation, that number, according to the text, it literally cannot be numbered. Now we know that's hyperbole.
That was out of all nations.
No, I can show it to you. I got my screen. I can show you to you that it's not, but just give me a second. The whole point of the promise to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob was that his seed will become a multitude of nations. And when you read that same passage, that seed goes on to say the seed from Abraham to Isaac to Jacob, which means it's the 12 tribes. Now, that's easy. But again, let me just get to the point you made.
That's false, but go ahead.
Wait, do you want me to show you that? I'm trying to be
No,
fast. I can show you.
I know what you're
But
talking
then don't say
about.
it's false. All right. So now let me just get to the point. Every Israelite ain't gonna make it. Right. That's obvious. So those of us who did accept, those of us who is walking righteously, we got to focus on us. We the ones that can make changes right now. There's no system. Hold on, bro. You know how I let you go for 8 years, but then you jump in on every word? I don't know why you do that.
I know it's hard when you just go veer off, but go ahead, because that wasn't.
I'm only veering off because you don't understand what I'm saying. The point you was making was if the curses is going to be upon us until the Messiah come, then there's nothing we could do. We just done. What I know your point. What I'm telling you is the Bible never said the whole nation was going to come together on one accord. To your own point, it talked about the 2/3. So what I'm saying is the 1/3 of us that's actually trying to be right, we got to come together and do this stuff. We can't focus on the 2/3 that ain't going to do right. There's no system on this earth or no nation on this earth where everybody works together.
So
hey, you can drop your mic on that one.
That's what I don't.
You can drop your mic on that one, man. Right there.
No, he just agreed. Okay, all right.
I'm just saying that was you can't beat that point. What he just said right there, man.
But that was my point. That's
whatever point that was. Yeah, that
well, we both get a point, Lex. All right.
No, because it's not about the points. I'm just saying, like, we did all of that to come back to really you agree with me. It's just you don't like the way I'm saying it. Because if you're saying, well, we just got to deal with the 1/3 and the 2/3 don't matter, whatever, that's the whole point. You're not going to be able to. It's against prophecy to say we're going to come together and create an economic empire, or we're going to build our own government, or we're going to.
You mean everybody? Because I remember I asked for clarity because I didn't hear everything.
As a people.
Oh yeah, not collectively, not everybody.
That's what we're talking about, though.
Well, I said I'm asking for clarity.
No,
I didn't hear the first part.
No, we wasn't, because even Michael said that. No, at the beginning of this conversation, we wasn't. Maybe you was trying to bring everybody, but Michael, Baby Hebrew already said those that's in the truth, just like Carla said, you wasn't listening. Those that's actually trying, that's in the truth. She talking to her people. So you wasn't listening.
No, I was listening perfectly. The conversation ended up, people was talking about going to Africa, and then the other brother even said it. I think it was Mr. Scientist. And that's how we veered into.
No, before then. Before then, because this conversation is about drama and our people don't know how to act. So it was basically still about the Israelites too. That was the main conversation. He said, the hell with those that's not trying to be a part of it. So, yeah.
Okay. So I guess we don't know what the hell we was talking about for the last hour, but all right, y'all, I get it. So it's in other words, it's an agreement then that the whole nation of black people can't come together because it's against prophecy. So, and only the 1/3, that's the only, you can only be worried about them. So that was my point from the beginning. I know it wasn't the original conversation, but it went in that direction. So that's all I was saying. But I think we're in agreement that we got to wait in order for the nation to be a nation, or for us to do something where we are a nation. You have to wait for the Messiah.
But that's where you at. Yeah, you're missing it, because isn't that the case, Lex? Let's take the Messiah out of the equation. Let's go with any nation of people anywhere. isn't it always the case that everybody's not going to be together? Isn't it always a remnant of people that just ain't going to do right no matter what? Ain't that always the case?
No, not in the real world. Everybody ain't gonna do right, but when we're talking about like people that have their own governments, they still are not all together exactly on everything, but they still have the Chinese. Everybody in China is not doing right. They still have their own government. They still have they're still an economic power. They're still in control of their own destiny.
Right. But you realize that's what we're saying, though, right? I'm starting to think you don't.
We can't do none of that until the Messiah comes. That's the point.
No, okay, never mind. I've been talking a lot.
You don't need everyone exactly on the same page to have autonomy as a nation. Everybody, even in America, like everybody, but they have a constitution. But there's people here of, like you said, you're an Israelite in America. You're not on the same page as America, but America is
Well, see, it's like this. Israel, we're only pushing for one nation, one kingdom, and that's the Most High's kingdom. And pragmatically looking at it, the way the governments around the world are set up, it's in the future is only going to be one government, and it's going and you talking about other black people talking about their nation, they got their sovereign papers, I guess. All that's nice and dandy, but as far as we being in America, us following Torah will not inflict on anything that you as other black people got going on. We would have no problem to do whatever, but this is what y'all got to understand. We don't allow homosexuality. We don't allow pagan festivals. So those two things are going to increase just the overall social standing of black people in general. And that's coming from somebody, I got people that's
but you're not gonna allow it
in my family.
You're not gonna allow it when God comes back and set up his kingdom. But right now you can't do nothing about that, right? You can't say what you're not gonna allow and what you are gonna allow. So again, that's even when God sets up a kingdom. I'm talking about. So I think the point is outside of God saving us, there is no nation building, right?
Yeah, can I be heard?
Yeah,
So as far as black people coming together to create some other type of nation, like that's not gonna happen, man. Just be real with yourself. The best
That's
that we
what
can
I
do.
keep saying. Why are you telling me to be real? I'm the one saying that. I don't understand what's like so. All right.
I think the reason why he's saying that, Lex, is because you're saying it, but I think you're missing the overall point we're trying to make, which is, again, you are saying that, bro. But the difference is, what we're saying is, you can have a collective group of people, right? That's a part of the overall number, and those people can do those things you're saying.
So you can set up a nation in the kingdom without the Messiah or the Most High.
The type of nation that we got now, not the ultimate kingdom, not well, I'm speaking for myself now. I'm not trying to, speak for anybody else. The ultimate kingdom, I believe, comes at the return of the Messiah, yes. But there's nothing in the Bible that says right now we can't come together. In fact, the scripture actually says, come together, O nation, not desire. It literally tells us to.
I was just looking for the Ezekiel's prophecy about the joining of the two sticks.
37, Ezekiel 37.
Yeah, Ezekiel 37.
So when does that happen?
You said, when does it happen, or when will it happen?
When does it, the joining of the two sticks?
Well, that's a continual thing. Like right now, you have brothers waking up every day to who they are, coming together to build.
To build what?
I'm saying to build, first of all, to get understanding the scriptures, but then also I can't speak for everybody, but I know plenty of organizations, including mine, that we do things collectively with people like, I don't want to talk about what I'm
talking
doing.
about as a nation, though, because remember we're talking about Israel. I know there's different.
Yeah, even as a nation, like
so what are you coming together?
Nation building doesn't begin once you get in the land. That it begins where you are, right? And as volume said, it's a continuation. We see that coming together now, that cohesiveness, that cohesion. that brotherly that brotherly love, that camaraderie, right? That understanding, like this is my brother, right? And this is my sister, and what that actually is going to look like even when we get into the kingdom. We're not going to get to the kingdom and then learn how to be in there, right? The whole point of it is that your hearts and your minds should be prepared, that when you enter in, you already know how to conduct
Right.
yourself.
So you're saying
that
your
begins,
mind and all that can get
begins
right.
now. Yeah, that begins now. Where you at? That began with that began at Genesis chapter 15. You understand what I'm saying?
So that's the mental process, right? You're saying, and that's what I'm saying. But
yeah, I
won't
argue. I won't, a tomato. I won't argue with you if you say, if I say mind and you say programming, I can see how I could make that work.
Right. So the mental process, but outside of learning, okay, this is my brother, I love my brother and sister, and getting your mind right and all that, there's no actual nation building that can be done.
Nation building, though, Lex.
I know that part, but there's no physical.
That is that you can't put the cart before the horse.
Okay, but all right. So who's going to put?
Who's going to put yourself as a nation?
Who's going to put the physical kingdom together?
Those of us who are working our hands, the able-bodied.
Without God and the Messiah,
God is already in us.
Oh, okay.
He's already in us. Valiant read several scriptures. He's going.
So if he's in us, we ain't got to wait for him to come back, then, right?
Not to begin the process. No, he's already began the process.
Yeah, let's talk about the finished product in the kingdom on thrones with golden streets. Like, come on, bro.
He's talking about the paved streets of gold. Who gonna put the brick? That's what you're talking about, Lex.
Well, what other kingdom is there? If we, I'm talking about I'm talking about the basics of human civilization.
Isn't that how does a civilization begin, Lex?
Right, but if you're under
some things that you need, there's at least I believe 7 things that you need in order to qualify for a civilization, as we understand it. Right? You need laws, you need language, you need land, you need
a constitution,
a writing. Yes, a constitution, which we have, which is the Torah. We already have those things.
Okay, now I don't know. So okay. I just gotta, I just gotta say okay.
I mean, and I'm gonna say this. I really do understand what you're saying. Mm-hmm. I really do understand what you're saying. And trust me, I'm not debating you on this at all. I really understand what you are saying, because at this point in time, we should be seeing some physical manifestations of that, right? That goes along with the mindset or the programming, right? But I think a lot of times that where we are today as a people, like sometimes we put the cart before the horse, and we just think that, we're gonna wake up one day and the Most High is gonna drop us into the kingdom that, you know what I'm saying, that's already been laid out. No, there's gonna have to be some physical work that goes into that, because I don't see anything else in the scripture that tells me that that's not the case, right?
Yeah, because I guess what it comes down to is what we're asking is, are we gonna do it, or is God gonna do it? You know what I'm saying? Like, do we have the power? And if not, then that means, because the brother even said it, from what's his name, with Baby Hebrews boy. He said we don't have the power to get ourselves out of this situation.
No, I don't. I mean, I understand what he's saying.
I mean, in a roundabout way, we don't, man. Because once we move forward
now
and separate ourselves, I mean, it's just the way it is in these days and time. They would not let us galvanize under Torah, and that's just real.
So
but that doesn't mean we don't have to go by it.
But if we don't have the power to do the things we're aspiring to do, then that goes back to what I said. Nothing's gonna be done until God comes.
That's fair.
Well, see,
That's
Lex,
fair. That's fair, Lex.
you
But
say a
wouldn't it
lot
be
of
right to
things.
get
You
to
say a
let
lot
him
of things.
define what
Like
he
I
meant?
said, you can say anything to win a conversation. Go ahead,
No, I'm not
Vine.
trying
Go
to
ahead.
win,
My
brother,
bad, Gideon.
honestly.
I'm just saying, wouldn't it be proper to get the definition of what he meant by get us out of this situation? Because maybe what he's saying, and I don't know, is that he's talking about like on a war level, like we can't defeat the United States Army right now. We don't have bombs.
No.
You know what I'm saying?
Right,
that might be what he means. So
See,
like we got to know what he means.
Because in that instance, we are going to need some divine intervention.
Right. I agree. Now, the same way when they couldn't defeat the Egyptian army. So that goes back to what I'm saying. You're not doing nothing until God and the Messiah comes.
That doesn't mean you do nothing, because that's what
I
Christ
didn't say
even
we
said.
ain't
That he says, "Occupy until I come." That don't mean sit still. That means to work.
Yeah, I'm not saying
And
sit around and twiddle your thumbs. I'm not saying
figure
it means
called
that.
Moses
But in
that
terms
pleaded for the
of
people
getting
to go into
ourselves,
the wilderness to pray. I mean, it wasn't like, the Most High just came out of nowhere, start killing people that didn't have blood over their door. I mean, there was a man that asked for the liberation of his people. So what are you talking about, man? Go ahead, man.
I don't know what the hell you're talking about right now. So the point I was making is, if that's the case, I'm still trying to understand why y'all are trying to not say you're relying
I think to
on
a
the Most
degree.
High.
I think to a degree, I can agree with you, Lex. I can agree with you. Like ultimately, to put the whipped cream and the cherry on the top of this whole thing, there is going to be some divine intervention that's going to have to take place, and I believe that's what the scripture teaches. And I believe we should look. We have a promise that we can look forward to that. But until that time, we should be diligent in doing what we can do, so that when that time comes, we can just be at rest.
Our
right?
only job was to make sure that when the only thing we really can do according to the doctrine that y'all are telling me is make sure that you're in the Most High's favor when he does come. Your job is to just get righteous.
I'll hang my hat on that any day, because at any time you want to be found in his favor, whenever he comes, or what.
So that's basically all we can do. But in terms of like trying to operate in a secular world and coming up and becoming some type of national.
Well, the Torah tells us how to
power,
operate with the secular world.
That's not the point, Gideon. You're off, bro.
I think that even when we're dealing in this system of Babylon, right? The scripture teaches us we have a different system that we should abide by, right? We have a different take on what usury is, or taxing our brothers. So like things that it can even in an economic sense, we do have instructions in how we should operate and how we should conduct ourselves now in this system, right? So it behooves us to get into power, to get in certain positions while we're here, our own corporations, our own banks, our own things, so that when our brother needs finances or lending, that he gets it, and we don't place usury on him, or we don't tax him to the degree where we send him spiraling in debt like they do in this Babylon system, right? So we do have instructions, and it is important that there are certain things that we need to be involved in. I know a lot of us think that we shouldn't vote. I wholeheartedly disagree with that, right? Because even your vote, right, should be a vote for the person as close as you can get to the most righteous person you can possibly put over you. So when people say, "Oh, we don't vote and we don't need to vote," like that's ignorance of the scripture, and that's coming from me, right? So because the scripture tells us what the heart of the king is in his hand, right? He tells us to pray for our government, right? We should be praying for our government. Obey those that have the rule over you, right? and that rule over you means just magistrates. That means like you don't get to do, you can't do 60 in the 35 and pray that the Most High. You know what I'm saying?
You about to get in trouble, Yara. You about to get in trouble.
But
big trouble.
But this
Big trouble.
But this is what I'm saying about how people don't understand the book, right? And not just the book in terms of what's written on the page, but understand if that's in your heart not to break the law, right? If you have practice on keeping the law, then you won't have trouble breaking the laws of the land. But we found ourselves, I get folks, they send me requests of, folks, and they committed, some of folks, they Israelites, but they committed murders and triple homicides and rapists. Nah, everybody that say they Israel, you ain't Israel. I'm sorry. I'm not sending you a dime.
So Israel could never, could Israel ever, so Israel could never do what like the Japanese did. And I'm not comparing, I know there's a difference in terms of the level of atrocity, but like the Japanese were bombed, desecrated. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And that they had a whole movement where they said they just went off. Like, that's why they became technologically proficient. They rebuilt Japan and, now they're in the, competing on the world markets and they rebuilt from being decimated. But because they're not God's people, they could do that. But Israel, they can't do that. That's what I'm saying.
Can I address that real quick?
The beast rose Japan up. They decimated their islands, took their military. All they could do was get in their books, and the government of the United States aided them.
Well, however it goes, however it happened, I think you're missing the point, brother.
Yeah, let me address that, because see, the thing, Lex, is it's not whether or not we could do it, it's if we will do it. Which goes back to the original part of the discussion when you talked about the self-inflicted curses, right?
Yes.
It's the mindset of the people that's preventing that, not Israel. Let me show you something in the Bible, and I know everybody's familiar with it, but every time I read this, I'll be amazed at this. You know that we got the best plan ever written in the text, man, of how you build a nation. I'm talking about quick, fast. But the problem is people don't think like this, and ain't nobody willing to do this. Let me read this to you. This is the ascending practice that we find in Acts chapter 4. In Acts chapter 4 and verse 32, like, listen to how beautiful this is. It says, and the multitude of them that believed were of one heart and of one soul. Neither said any of them that aught of the things which he possessed was his own, but they had all things common. You hear this? Nobody was like, that's mine, this mine. Everybody was like, you know what? This is all of ours. Verse 33 says, and with great power gave the apostles witness of the resurrection, and great grace was upon them all. Now here it goes, 34.
Can I respond to that? But go ahead. I want to respond to that.
Just let me finish this, and I'll give it to you, Q. It says, neither was there any among them that lacked. For as many as were possessors of lands or houses, they sold them, and brought the prices of the things that were sold, and laid them down at the apostles' feet. And distribution was made unto every man according as he had need. So this was a situation where all Israel, whoever was a part of this, not all, but these people.
Called communism.
Call it whatever you want. The point is,
he's trying to steer it towards a westernized social.
Call it whatever. The point is, they all brought this stuff together collectively and dispersed it out amongst everybody so that nobody had a lack.
That's that Macedonia project.
Right. So that right there shows that if you understand certain principles and you put them in operation, you can't. So either you're under the curse. Was they under the curses or no?
No.
Because
wait, you mean the nation, but not these people? Goes back to what we talked about earlier. No, these people was in the spirit.
So anybody that operates those principles won't have any lack, right?
Okay, I'm not sure where you're going, but okay. I'm talking about. I'm trying to answer your question about could we do it?
I'm just.
Well, you just delineated,
bro. Go ahead and finish.
No. That was it, Lex. I was just saying. My answer was we could do it if we cared enough about each other. That's why love is the most important thing. Before you start talking about this law, that law, this law, if you don't even love your brother, you ain't going nowhere.
I'm in agreement. So what
I know you are.
Is if we can do it, Can we do it? Because then that would go against prophecy then. See what I'm saying?
How?
If we let me respond. This is what I'm saying real quick, Q. If we woke up tomorrow and just somehow a light came on, we all loved each other, right? All the killing, all that stopped, and we started building, and we built a nation. We would be against Bible prophecy.
If everybody did it, it would be against Bible prophecy.
Right.
But not if the select few did it. No, it wouldn't.
Well, no one, everybody.
All right. Going to be a remnant.
All right, let me respond real quick. You done, Lex? If you got if you got a little bit more, go ahead, man. Get it out.
Nah, I'm done. That was it, bro. Go ahead.
All right. So peace to the panel. You already know, Ministry Brother Outside the Cube. We gonna drop a bomb, but yeah. So Gideon, you were saying something. Can you restate that? You said we aren't allowed to do what? If you don't remember, it's fine.
Well, it's certain things that. Yeah, and I kind of want to say something on that because
no.
I was saying certain things
no. I'd rather hold on, brother. I'd rather not. I just rather you tell me what you said that we weren't allowed to do, and then I'll give it back to you. So if you don't remember what you said, then I'll just go on.
Oh, I think yeah, it was right. It was right before I got cut off. My phone had rung, but I think I was saying pagan festivals and homosexuality.
Oh yeah, that's exactly what it was. Okay, cool. So right, I'm gonna come back to that. So
right, and I'm gonna say this, but like, if anybody listening that does that, hold on, bro, because I wanted to say this before I got cut off, because I have homosexuals in my family. I don't. Anybody can repent and be forgiven of that, but as a practice, I don't believe in that. As a lifestyle, I don't believe in that. So that's what I want to say. But go ahead.
Okay, so now I want to address. I think it was volume of the book. I wrote it. Nah, listen, bro. Come on,
what's up, Q? It's all good.
Nah, listen, you number 2 on the hit list. That's the number 3 coming.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, like Gideon was the first, and he couldn't really remember, but it's cool.
At least I made it to 2. What's up?
Nah, he just
Q,
spoke
I said
first.
a lot of stuff, bro. Since how you gonna have an argument and don't know what the point is? But go ahead.
Well, no, I have a point. I just didn't know who to aim it at. So don't get caught in the crosshairs. But yeah, the point is this. So now the brother Volume was saying, like, okay, well, the scriptures give you the best plan. See, now in philosophy, what you have is 2 things. You have objective morality, and then you also have something that's called pragmatic objective pragmatic morality.
Right.
So is it okay? Is it moral for us to eat flesh? No, it's not. Especially when we have to do what we do to these animals to get the flesh. No. That is not moral at all, that we should be killing conscious agents and doing them the way that we do them.
Y'all better stop eating my father's animals, by the way. But go ahead, Q.
Yeah, so it's not moral at all to be killing chickens and pigs and cows of that nature, especially when they're conscious agents. That is immoral as hell. We shouldn't be doing that. But is it pragmatic though? Because when you look on like when you from an exploded view and you zoom out, well, it's pragmatic that you would say like, well, the best option is for us to do it. But is it really, really moral? No, it's not. Morality dictates that we all should be vegans. So even when you come to a fake Black Hebrew Israelite and they're talking about slicing the neck of a goat and killing it and sacrificing it, that is 100% immoral because you're killing a conscious agent and you're not even caring about the feelings that this conscious agent has. That's immoral. So that's immoral, and we're not even going to delve into that. So when the brother says, oh, we have the best plan, well, no, because I can say, well, the best plan to not get AIDS is to not have sex. But you want to say that the best plan that you have to do this nation building thing is to follow these laws, statutes, and commandments.
I didn't say that.
Well, that's exactly what you said,
No,
brother,
that's
but it's
not
okay.
literally not what I said. The plan I said was in Acts 4, which was for everybody who had stuff to come together collectively and distribute it. I ain't say nothing about no law, statutes, and commandments. So get it right.
Okay. I apologize.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I mixed up what you said, but it's
Yes,
the
you did.
but
Like
the
always. So
point.
go ahead.
But the point remains that no, because I'm making a bigger point. The bigger point is it's not pragmatic for us to come under any of that garbage. Because this is not the way that we live. It's not the way that our mothers and fathers lived. It's not the way that their mothers and fathers lived, and so forth and so on, until you get to 2,000 years ago to where these people live that way. So no, it's not pragmatic. Now, what you could say is this is a good plan, but no, it's not the best plan, because that there is
It's subjective.
nothing.
I mean, subjective.
No,
That's ridiculous.
Brother, I hear you, and I appreciate your
Your arguments be so bad that you thought that you planned out so well. These atheist arguments that you come up with just be so whack. They be so whack, bro. But go ahead, keep going.
I hear
His
you.
best
and
argument was because killing flesh is wrong.
Right.
I mean, man,
And then watch this. Cube, you a vegan?
and you still
No,
wanna
that
cut me
wasn't
off.
his argument. His argument that was
They missing it. They're
No,
missing
he
it.
made a point. He made a point about pragmatism. No, I didn't miss it. I'm asking you though, are you a vegan?
Okay, listen, bro. No, I'm
Nope.
not. But hold on. But
So
watch
that
this
wasn't-
though.
But I am for 15
Hey, get
years.
him out of here, man.
Okay,
He just
okay,
said
but,
Nah, that's
but watch
crazy.
this though. But hold
That's
on. But watch
crazy
this though.
too,
But
man.
watch this though. But hold on. But watch this though. See, here's the difference. I can admit that I'm not a vegan and that I am immoral. So now you and your cohorts, even though you value the book, you may be a vegan, but your cohorts would never say it's nothing that there's a problem with it, because they believe that the book speaks about it. So they would never say it's immoral. Whereas me, I can say yes.
That's a good point.
Me not being a vegan, I can admit and say yes, I am immoral. Hold on, let me finish, man. What's the game?
I'm talking to Lex. I wasn't talking to you.
Go ahead.
No,
Cube.
but
Go ahead.
you
Finish,
still.
brother, finish.
So now
Okay.
their arguments then
Oh my
devolved into
God!
I'm
Come
a
on,
piece of
man.
shit.
Can
So
we
why
stop for a
everybody?
second? Can we?
Go ahead, Cube. Go ahead. Go ahead,
He's
brother.
talking about what's pragmatic and in the
Right.
interpretation.
Yes. So when we're talking about pragmatism, I can say no, I'm not moral, because I can look at the grand scheme. But when we're talking about what's actually moral and what's not, I can admit no, I'm not moral, for the simple fact that I understand utilitarianism. And right now, today, this is what I'm utilizing. Why? Because it fits my nature, and my nature is what my culture dictates. And my culture dictates what? Hog mogs, chitlins, all of this crazy stuff. Yes, that's what it is.
That's because you have no God.
No, brother, no, because we all grew up on that or some semblance of that. So that's not true.
I'm messing
But
with
let
you.
me,
To your point, I think the point is that, and this is what I be talking about. If we
You're making a
is
point
that
with no
we
evidence. What's
you need
immoral
when we
about
talk
Torah?
about morality and truth, we got to get to really what it really is, and that's what I'm
right.
saying. And when it comes to beliefs, if they was being real about morality, then they would have to admit it was immoral for God to
Thank
use
you.
animals as
Thank
their
you.
sacrifices. You know
Because
what I'm saying?
That's actually a faulty argument.
But they
Hold
can't
on,
do
hold on.
that in volume. They can never do that, because then that would be admitting that
God was wrong.
yeah, and then
Exactly.
that would go back into, well, was it even the God in the first place who put those laws together?
And
So
see, but see, hold on though, and see, this is the funny part, which I'm gonna delve into momentarily, and I'm gonna move on to my last. No, come on, let me just. Okay, go ahead. Okay, go ahead, brother.
Before you move on, who determines what's right or what's wrong?
Oh, I'm
we
so
know
glad you.
we got
Hold on. Let me answer you.
Wait, he not
Let me answer
finished.
you.
Hold on, we're not about to do this. We're not about to do this. It was.
Can I answer him?
Go ahead, Q. Answer.
Yeah, I just got muted when trying to answer you.
Go
So
ahead,
now,
Q, go ahead.
okay, great. Thank you so much. So when you ask the question, who determines who's right is who's wrong, we have to now ask, well, where do we stand on this side of the coin? Do we agree with moral objectivism, or do we agree with subjective morals? So now what you would have to say, as believing in God, you would have to agree that your God has moral subjectivism. Period, point blank.
No, I don't.
You would have to.
No, I wouldn't have to do that. You know why?
Do you understand what you're saying?
Yeah, I understand exactly what I'm saying. You know why I don't have to have a moral subjectivism? You know why?
Okay, watch this.
You know why? Because he clearly lays out a clear objective to righteous living.
Okay, let me ask you this question. Are you done?
So now, no, I'm not. So
Okay,
now when
good.
you try to encapsulate your argument into pragmatism, which is a philosophy, which is a certain way of thinking, right? Your certain way of thinking is based on other people's ideologies, right?
No.
So those those ideologies that you're basing your philosophical understanding on comes from who and what?
Okay, it's very simple. So now, this is very, very simple, and you made a huge mistake in your logic. And let me show you where you made the mistake at. Because let me ask you this one question, and this will set.
I want you to answer my question.
Okay, great. Well, let me set the stage. So now, this brother made a huge, and there's a gaping hole in his logic because he doesn't understand what objectivism is. He thinks that because God says something, and when God says it, then that means that it's objective. No,
Right. That's not objective.
Because you know what? Because hold on, let me finish. I'm trying to answer your question. Because you know what? If I have an opinion and I'm a conscious being and I'm sentient and I have an opinion, and if your God is alive and sentient and your God has an opinion, it doesn't matter if he. Hold on, bro. I'm not done. Hold on. Hey, Karima, can you mute him? Karima, can you mute him?
I would kind of.
Karima, please mute him. You did me.
Does a lamb have a?
Please mute him.
Cube, you Borgen.
Please mute him. How you did me?
Y'all let him.
You're Borgen, Cube.
Nope, y'all let him go.
Am I still Borgen, or is that something they made up?
No, don't worry about that. Just come out with your information. We're gonna go.
Okay, good. So now I am a sentient being, just like your God is a sentient being. It doesn't matter if he created everything. This is his opinion. That Torah, those 632 laws or whatever the hell it is, that's his opinion on how things should run. The same way I have an opinion on how things should run. So no, your God does not hold anything objective no different than I do. So no, brother, you're wrong. There's a gaping hole in your logic and you're wrong. So your God does not hold anything greater than what I hold, because whatever your God told you to do within those 632 commandments is his opinion, the same way that I have my opinion and say that people shouldn't. Go.
Right. And you know what?
No, Yara was talking.
I would agree with you. The Most High does have a subjective morality.
Yara was talking.
Yeah, let Yara go. Unmute your mic, Yara.
Okay, go ahead. But yeah.
Yeah, if he wants you to go, then you can go. But unmute your mic, Yara.
Is there anybody?
Okay. Is it opinion that murder is wrong?
Brother, I think you're missing
I
it
just
because
asked you a question,
bro. Objective.
No.
Okay, listen. Let me answer your question for you.
Yeah. Okay,
brother. I'm going to answer your question. So objectiveness means.
I didn't ask you what objectiveness means.
Okay, but let me answer. Okay, I know.
You said
answer his question and give him
God. You said God.
I'm trying to, but he keeps asking questions on top of it.
You said God's objectives is nothing more than opinion.
Can you let me answer?
Is murder an opinion?
Okay, allow me to respond. So now, when you talk about what is objectivity, objectivity is in the.
Ask you that.
Bro, I'm trying to.
Let him finish. I understand that he's not on the. He's not answering it directly. But you never know if he's going to answer it. So give him a little time.
You don't know, Q. He's never going to answer the question.
I know, yeah. He's just going to beat around the bush. But I'm trying to give him. I'm trying to be fair. I'm trying to be fair and let him get enough time to answer.
Okay, good. Okay, good. All right. So now you asked me that question. Wonderful. Amazing question. Let me answer it. So now, when you ask the question, is murder wrong? Now, what objective versus subjective is this. Objective
I didn't
is.
ask you if murder was wrong.
Finish. Did you hear what the sister said?
I didn't
hear
ask
what the
you
sister.
that. I
You
asked
didn't,
you, is murder an opinion?
you didn't hear what she just said. You clearly didn't hear what she said because she said, "Let me finish."
No, I didn't ask you that. So why
No,
you
no, no, no.
talking to me about something I never asked you?
Yeah, but you're not gonna hold on. Q, you're not about to sit there and drag out the question and then try to answer a question that he didn't ask you. Okay? I understand that you want to answer it the way you want to answer it, but you're not gonna put words in his mouth and then try to answer that. He's saying what he's saying. So please answer the question.
Okay. I apologize. Let me get right to it. So now, when you have objective and subjective, objective is independent of a mind or opinion. So objective means it's true. Whether there's no mind, whether there's no opinion, it's still going to be true. Subjective means that there could be a mind and there could be an opinion. So now, when you ask the question on if murder is wrong, my opinion of it, because I have a mind, is yes, it's wrong. The same way that your God says that homosexuality is wrong and that murder is wrong. Yes, your God has a mind. Say your God doesn't have a mind. There we go.
Yeah, object. Is there anyone that would?
Y'all should never invite him back on the panel.
Is there anyone who would say it is immoral or wrong?
Wait, hold on. Let Gideon go because he was waiting, and I just.
Hold on, I was talking with this brother. Did he quit? Did he tap out?
He ain't dealing with you because you playing games. Let Gideon go.
Yeah, Q, he playing all type of games because I definitely see what Yara is saying, but I'm speaking directly to what Q is trying to pull off. When Yara is saying is murder wrong, that's wrong across the board. Everybody will say that's wrong. But when I'm saying the Most High's morality is subjective, because the things that you think are just universally known to be wrong, those were things that was mandated by the Most High's subjective morality. Because like I say, he could have chose to say that another animal was unclean, but he chose the certain animals that he did, just like he chose man on man love or woman on woman love is wrong. That's the Most High's opinion. Because I mean, go ahead.
But do you know you disagreed with me? Because my whole point was that
Yeah,
your
that's
Most High.
why I said I agree with from what I hear you saying.
But hold on, but I want to convey this to the rest of the people with a smooth brain. You're agreeing with me that your Most High is subjective, that his laws and statutes and commandments that are so-called written in this book, these are not objective
but he's all powerful, Q. So that's what they're gonna say. He can do
no. But he can no longer say that because Gideon agrees.
But he is
subjective.
But the Most High is righteous.
They are subjective.
And his words and his law is righteous.
No, but hold on,
so
brother.
You need to show me where it's wrong.
Hold on, listen, you missing it, bro. Because Elder Yara was attempting to put together an argument, which he failed at horribly. He was trying to say that the Most High God is not immoral. Now, what you're saying,
which is what I just explained, and what the scripture says, he is righteous.
Okay,
the Most
but
High
listen,
is perfect.
Hey, Cube, you would have to do a whole show on objective and subjective. They're not.
Yeah, because they don't get it. Yeah, they don't get
it. So what we're both saying is the subjective morality of the Most High is perfect.
Okay. Let me ask you this question, Gideon, and it's very simple and straightforward. And if you have to go around the corner to get to your point, like I presumably did, then that's okay. Do you understand the difference between objective and subjective?
You know he doesn't, Phil.
Which is why I say,
hold on, brother.
Can you? It is subjective morality.
Okay, but I'm asking you, do you understand the difference, and can you lay out the differences?
Right. Subjective, basically speaking, is with a bias, with your own opinion behind it.
Okay, and what is objective?
It's when it's totally neutral. It's just looking at the facts, the evidence.
Okay, I'll accept that. I'll accept that.
He's not
so now watch this.
It's just universal morality.
No, it's not universal. It's not universal. You just lied. You just added that.
Q,
It's
can I
not
add
universal.
something, Q, to what
It
you're
is.
saying? Is there anybody who would
That's
say?
why I asked you about murder, because murder is a is universal,
No,
bro.
it's subjective. Listen,
universal morality.
according to Gideon, it's subjective because he said your God has a subjective morality, and according to your God's morality,
Right.
murder
So
is subjective.
some societies think that murder is fine. Some
Thank you,
societies
Gideon.
just think that.
Thank you,
But
Gideon.
they're
At
not
least you being
God, though.
honest. I
But
respect.
murder
No,
is
Even
Right.
God
That's
thinks it's
that's what
fine
I'm saying.
sometimes.
Right.
I think
So
you, I
what
think
we
you
think
should
is
probably
universal, it all
this
comes
nigga.
from the
Gideon
Most
is
High.
killing
Q.
them.
Q.
Yo,
Hey, yo,
Gideon,
can
you
I
killing Yara right
can I
now.
ask a question, Q?
You should study objective morality because you have no idea what it means.
Brother, I know way more than you
I guarantee
would
you
ever
right
know,
now,
bro.
if you pull up objective morality, it's not going to say anything close to what you're saying.
Brother,
Objective
please.
morality.
Well, let's have
All
the
right.
conversation.
I
And how
dare
about that?
anybody to pull it
Let's
up
have
on
the
the screen.
conversation.
Q, can I add something, Q?
It's
All right,
not
go
going to
ahead,
say
bro.
what.
Is
Matter
there
of fact, I'll
anyone
do it for you.
speaking of objective and subjective?
I'll do it for 'em.
Objectively, is there anyone here who would say that it is not wrong to kill an innocent animal for nothing? Objectively.
I would say that objectively, yeah, because I have facts to prove why it is. Yes.
Right, because when you look at those sacrifices, those animals are not willing. They're crying and screaming. You cut its neck.
Right.
You just kill. So how could y'all say that is objectively moral to kill an animal?
Well, at the end of your statement, you said to kill them for nothing.
Right.
Well, hold on. Let's
for
change
nothing,
that.
For
Let's
nothing.
change it.
Hold on. For nothing, they did.
Messed them up with that one.
No,
No,
how does
make it to kill them for food.
That doesn't
Who
matter.
cares?
That's silly. For nothing, they did. That's why I said an innocent
Your
animal.
questions are silly sometimes.
No, they're not. You're just slow. If you kill
All right, don't badger the host, bro. Don't badger the host.
I'm not bad, John. I'm just saying. Anyway, if you kill an
So
animal,
you don't see why the Most High
Hold on, hold
attaches
on.
that
Let
to
him
sin,
finish,
and
brother.
why He doesn't want us to sin?
Hold on. If you take
Wait,
Have
let's
you-
finish.
if you take an innocent lamb that is living and just like you has children trying to survive, and you say you commit a sin, and you say, "Oh well, I'm gonna use this animal to sacrifice the animal and kill the animal on behalf of something you did," that is objectively immoral. That's the definition of objective.
Facts.
There's no way
Game
you
over.
can say.
Y'all
It's
learn.
literally,
See,
it's
y'all-
a
There's
bad
no
argument.
way you
Game
can say.
over.
Hold
there's
on,
no
you're
way
giving
you can
two
say that.
definitions. You're
There's
talking
no-
about what is
Hold on.
objective
Hold on,
versus
brother.
objective morality. Objective morality is something
But hold on,
totally different
Yara,
than just
answer the-
objective.
Yara, is it
Yo,
Look at the screen.
moral?
read the screen.
I'm
Read
telling
the
you.
Wait,
screen so
hold
you
on.
can
Y'all
kill yourself.
he bringing out information, so that
Read the screen.
overpowers
It's
any
objective
conversation.
Objective morality is the view that does not depend on anyone's belief. It is
Like
indeed
I said.
universal and not circumstantial. Objective
my
morality. I'm gonna keep going into it. Let me go down here.
You quoting from Cora?
Watch this.
Bro, you-
No, I'm
bro,
gonna read right
give me
here.
a- bro,
Objective
give me a-
morality, in the simplest terms, is the belief that morality is universal, meaning that it isn't up for interpretation.
Hold
That's
on, bro.
why I asked you, what is your understanding of murder?
But hold on,
that's
brother.
what
But didn't I tell you, brother? I said.
Objective morality. Hold on. What you guys are doing,
Oh my God.
he's talking about what's objective, when objective morality is something different than what's just simple objective.
So Yara, is it
Versus
wrong
objective.
to kill an innocent animal
It's a
or not?
concept.
Could you answer that?
There's
Yara,
no animal has no innocence or guilt.
Hold on. So what's the?
Cube
you
almost
said an
broke his
animal
microphone.
has no innocent
It
or
has no
guilt.
innocence.
Hey, you did that by yourself, Q. What was going on?
What's the point of this?
He got excited. He cut his own self off.
He did, so.
So y'all are saying that when
animal
we
has
say
no
when
innocence
we
or
say
guilt.
innocent,
What's
Yara,
the
when
point
we
of the
say
scapegoat?
innocent,
What's the point of the scapegoat? When
right? When we say innocent, that means that it didn't
The
commit.
the scapegoat was only an example, dummy.
I think this is when we get terribly dishonest.
It was an
No, I'll
example,
answer you
man.
honestly, but
Are
you
you
know,
saying that Well, volume, are you saying you don't know what it means, an innocent animal?
Of course I know what that means, bro.
That means the animal hasn't done anything, right?
Right. That's the foreshadowing of the Lamb of Christ.
All right, exactly.
Okay.
So can you say objectively that it is moral to kill an innocent animal? Objectively.
So just like everything else I answer, I'm going straight Bible, of course.
No, bro.
That's how that's me. That's my bro. Then I can't answer you.
Then that wouldn't be objective. That's the whole point of what Cube is talking about.
I understand, but I understand, but you're missing the point.
I'm asking you objectively.
I know what you're asking me. I'm not slow. I know what these words mean. Trust me. But here's the point that I'm trying to state. It's the same thing I told Cube when we spoke offline. My perspective is this. And he knows it and he said it. If God is the creator of all things, he determines what is right and wrong. Therefore,
now you're giving a very subjective outlook.
No, I'm giving the biblical answer. The scripture says, hold on, listen. That is the objective answer. The scripture says in Psalm chapter 50.
I can respond to that.
Okay, cool. Well, Q, relax, bro. You are very... I don't know.
Bro, I was saying to let you finish, bro.
I know, but I'm saying you got excited. You muted your mic by mistake and everything. Hold on. Psalm chapter 50, verse 10. For every beast of the forest is mine, and the cattle upon 1,000 hills. The Most High can do whatever he wants to do with whatever he wants to do, and it's objective because he is the objector. That's it.
Wrong.
And that's crazy, bro.
Let me respond to that. That's wrong. That's wrong. So now, when we begin to look at what's right and what's wrong, if I were to say, well, damn, you know what? God was wrong for flooding out those people of everybody that lived in the earth, and he flooded out little babies and just killed little babies for no reason. What would you say to that? Just real quick.
Me?
Yes, you.
I would say it's your perspective. No, it's your subjectivity that makes you think
that wasn't
he did
my
it for
question.
no reason.
That wasn't my
answered
question.
you. I just answered you.
No, my question was, how would you feel about God?
I just answered you. He can do whatever he wants to do because all souls are his. He does what he wants to do.
That's subjective, then, bro. That's the whole.
That's not subjective.
Exactly. Because you
That's
know,
not
because
subjective.
hold on, because you know what? Because hold on, you know why?
That's
you know why it's
objective.
subjective?
It's not
hold
up
on, listen.
to interpretation.
The reason, let me finish. The reason why it's subjective is because subjectivism depends on the mind. Would you agree that your God has a mind?
What? Yo, Q, you gotta calm
So that's
down,
like
bro.
saying,
Hey, hold on.
because-
Hey, hold on.
because he
Hold on.
owns
Real quick.
Hey, bro,
Hold on.
bro,
Wait, real quick.
everything
Whoever
belongs
pulled that
to
up,
him.
hold on, man. Hold on. Whoever pulled that up, that was just screen sharing, share that back so I can just finish you off. Share that back real quick. Whoever was pulling that up, that talked about moral objectivism and subjective, please pull that back up. Please pull that back up. Because
why
when
he
you
pulling
talk,
that up, Q, real quick. They're
And
saying
Q,
because-
when you finish
because
with
he
21
owns
questions, I got a question for you, my
if
brother.
he owns everything, then nothing he does is immoral, basically, because he owns it. So that means that if
I can own the store and kill the people that work for me.
Hold on,
that's
Q,
what I'm
let's
saying.
finish.
I
No,
own-
because you're not God.
hold
like
on,
y'all,
hold
how
on,
come
hold
y'all can't get this?
Hold on, no, bro. That is the you're embodying the meaning of subjectivity when you say that, because you're
Oh, my
saying even if he does own everything, your perspective is because he's the creator that he can't do anything immoral. That is
No, not my perspective,
bro. That is the ultimate subjectivity. You're saying he can do what he wants because he owns it. That's subjectivity.
Exactly.
Objectivity means that we're looking at it and we don't care if he's the all-powerful. He owns it.
Y'all are missing it. Y'all are talking about
Hold
from
on,
your. Y'all are talking about from your perspective. What I'm telling you is I'm not.
We're talking
Listen,
about objectivity.
listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying.
Coming from the point of objectivity.
Before y'all lose it.
Hold on,
Q.
listen. Objectivity
No,
says
'cause
you can
I was
only do
trying to
one
make a
thing.
point.
Subjectivity
Let him
means
talk, Q, and Lex.
Yes, just let me make the point. It's okay if you disagree. What I'm telling you is the way that I'm answering your question is objectivity means you're not influenced by personal feelings or opinions. You just it's facts. What I'm telling you, brother, that is a literal definition from Oxford. Stop it. So just stop it. So I'm literally reading it. So what I'm saying is I'm not answering the question based on how I feel about it. I'm saying from the biblical perspective, God, the creator of all things, literally says, I have made all things for myself, meaning objectively, he can do whatever he chooses to do. That's the biblical understanding of it. And that's all I'm going to deal with. That's all. Go ahead.
All right. So can you answer the question now? Is it wrong to kill an innocent animal? Volume of the book.
From my perspective or God's?
From your perspective, objective human respect. So
No.
there's nothing wrong with just going out and just, I did something wrong and I say, oh, I'm gonna go kill this.
Yeah, if you did that, yes, yeah, that would be off. But I'm talking about God.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, you see, that's I love it. Right. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's
inmate.
Okay, it's a point where you just gotta
right. You just gotta fall back.
It's just a point where we get to the cluster kids, man. It's like that's crazy, bro.
I mean, it's really simple.
So Q, why would you say it's wrong to kill an animal? Q.
Man, Q just told y'all he eat all manner of flesh. I don't even know why y'all even talking
right.
about
He say killing an animal. He said that's what I'm asking him now. Q, why is killing an animal immoral? Tell me why.
Let me answer this question, and this is what's so sad that you guys refuse to study philosophy, and this is why I'm gonna beat you up all day, and you're gonna stay on panels like this.
Reading something from Plato makes him intelligent.
Okay, great.
Cut it out.
This is why you're gonna stay on panels like this. Well, I get muted when I'm saying something, but the truth of the matter is this, brother. When you're talking about imposition of will, imposition of when you're doing, hold on, bro, I'm trying to answer you, bro.
Stop delineating. No, just answer. Why is it immoral to kill animals?
Bro, I'm trying to answer you, bro, because we're talking about imposition of will. You're doing something against me that I have not consented to. So
not
that
against you, against an animal.
Bro, okay, so I can put it into a pig. I can put it into a pig.
This. How would that? How does an animal know? How does an animal know?
Karima, destroy using this argument, like for real.
Let him answer the question. Let him answer.
No, mute him.
No, I'm not. He gonna mute himself. Be quiet. He gonna do it.
All right. So now, when you're talking about the imposition of will, if you're talking about a pig, a cow, a dog, a cat, whatever the case may be, these animals don't want to die. The same reason that they may run from their predators. So how are you not imposing on their will by taking them, holding them down, and slashing their goddamn throat? They don't want to die. You want them to die. So, of course, it's an imposition of will. You're imposing this on this animal. So, yes, it's wrong.
That's indisputable, bro. Like it's ridiculous. Animals don't want to die.
From an atheist point of view,
as a sacrifice.
Hold on. Go ahead. So when a lion imposes his will on a gazelle,
stay where you were.
Is that wrong?
Hold on, brother. Stay where you were.
You can't tell him what to do.
Hold on, listen. Stay where you were.
That's not wrong.
This is why I want to build that. Stay where you were. You said, how is it wrong to kill an animal? Because you're imposing on that animal's will, and you believe that an animal, think about it, pigs, squirrels, all of these things, they run from predators. They run from them. So that
that begs the question,
finish, brother.
Are lions immoral animals? I know where you're going,
bro. Please let me finish so you can understand.
Bro.
Let him finish. Y'all gotta let him finish.
Man, no, look, bro.
Yes, let me finish.
Go ahead, Q. Go ahead, Q. Man. Get it out.
Man, they can't handle Q.
No, man. Like he's like
the truth of it. Listen, okay, okay. You can say it after, bro. It's an imposition of will. That's why it's immoral, bro. This is why we should only be eating grains.
You muted yourself, Q.
Yeah, y'all are being dishonest, man.
No, I'm being 100% honest.
He keeps saying a pig or an animal.
No, never mind. I was
will is being imposed on because it runs and it doesn't want to die. How do you know that pig is running because of will or natural instinct? Natural instinct does not necessarily translate to will.
Listen, I'm not talking about. I'm not talking about what you're talking about. I'm not talking about what you're talking about. So listen, brother, step up your philosophy game, and maybe you can have a conversation.
You're not arguing.
No,
You can't
please
argue
stop.
philosophy. You can't argue
I'm,
Plato.
okay, I'm not interested
against
anymore.
the scripture.
I'm not interested at this point. Let me
bro,
answer the
come on,
question.
man.
I'm not interested in what you're
Because
saying.
God is the
I'm
Bible
not
is objective. It's
Kareem,
not
can you mute
subjective.
this dude? Because I was trying to answer a question. Can you mute him?
Man, stop acting like a girl.
Thank
bro, and
you.
just talk.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so now when the brother asked the question, why is it immoral? It's because what you're doing is you're taking the life on another sentient being, and you understand this. Don't act like you don't. A pig, a hog, a cow, a chicken, they all are sentient. They know, and this is why they run from predators, because they're sentient. And when you take their life in your hands, that is immoral. And tell me why it's not.
Okay, can I address him, please?
Oh yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, y'all.
Let Yara go.
I was talking to
let me just
Let Yara go and then Gideon and then Value of the Book.
Hold on.
Realizing
No,
y'all
I was talking to Gideon. No, I was
on.
talking to Gideon. I want to
Hold. Hey, shut up, bro.
No, I want to.
No.
Lex Vortex.
See how I'm being muted, but you won't mute.
Lex Vortex. I want to ask you a question.
This is crazy. I get muted.
Hold
on. Them when they over talk.
Mute your mic and let them go. You already had your turn. So why is you opening your mic?
But you want to mute them when they cut me off?
Man, he's
I do. I don't have to sit there and tell you how many times I mute somebody. Stop complaining. It ain't your turn. Let them go.
Moderator, you keeping track of the turns?
Yeah.
You can go after volume of the book, Michael. But
I just wanna
I want
ask-
y'all to go, and then Gideon been waiting patiently because I've been cutting them off to stop. And
I
then
just
volume
wanna-
of the book.
Okay, thank you, Sister Kareem. I just want to ask Lex Vortex: are plants sentient beings?
Yes.
Why?
I believe so. Most people don't, but I'm different. But some people wouldn't consider them sentient, but I consider them conscious and aware. And I believe the original diet of man is strictly fruit, not even plants. So that's my answer. The only real food that doesn't have a life and doesn't have baby, like the fruit of a tree, is not. There's no purpose for it but food. But even plants, the plants have defense mechanisms. So like tomatoes, people get sick. They have allergies because they produce poisons because they don't want to be ate. So they have what's called lectins, and a lot of plants have poisons because they don't want to be ate and to protect themselves from insects and all type of stuff. So in my opinion, yes, I can say the same thing for plants.
Right.
You're killing a being that's alive and has plants have babies. You know what I'm saying? So I believe the only food is fruit. That was the intention for human beings.
Right. So is grain a fruit?
No, grains. I don't believe humans are meant to eat grains.
So then Cube's whole understanding philosophy and the sentient being that we should only be eating grains is incorrect. Would you say?
Well,
No,
he's saying he's saying
means we
morality.
disagree. It just means we disagree. It don't mean I'm wrong. You mean
Right.
we disagree.
Grains are not really.
That's what I said. You disagree with him.
Well, no, he's saying that.
No, you said I was wrong, brother.
Yeah, I said according to Lex, you would be wrong. Yes, according to
the
Lex,
bottom line is though what
wrong.
Cube
That's what I
was saying
said.
is if you kill a cow to eat it, objectively, that cow does not desire to die. So I don't know how y'all gonna deny that. You know that.
So if we're eating tomatoes, hold on. I'm asking you though, if we're eating tomatoes, then your philosophy and understanding is then we're equally as wrong for eating a cow, just as we would a tomato. Do y'all understand?
No,
hold on. Does anybody else on this panel see the idiosyncrasy of
hold on, bro. I told you in terms of diet, that's my personal opinion about, because those are sentient, still aware life, and they don't desire to die. So objectively, yes, if you kill anything that doesn't want to die, that is immoral. I mean, well, how could y'all deny that? Now we just this is what I'm saying. That's just crazy, bro.
So this is this is what I'm saying. So then, so
deal with the part that you're killing something that doesn't
bro.
want to die.
Hold on. We're talking about plants.
I mean, you can. He just killed y'all. That's over. Get in.
How is that over? Hold on, I want to know what was the.
No, it ain't. No, it's Gideon's turn. He asked you a question. Then you can wait. You can wait for your turn after Michael. But he just asked you a question. You answered it, and he kind of messed you up with both of y'all with that one. But go Gideon.
So we know how.
Killing a sentient being, he got me on that. Like, that's okay. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, that's just so ridiculous.
But see this,
bro.
so this the thing, Q. This is what I will respond to you. You're saying killing an animal for sustenance is immoral.
Hold on, brother. I hear you, and I want to dialogue with you because I started this dialogue with you. But let me just correct this one thing. I have one sentence. It's not just the killing, brother. It's not just that. It's killing it and using it for food in the imposition of that animal's will, because that animal doesn't want to die. But go ahead.
Okay, so let me show you how your argument is disingenuous. Now, speaking from a strictly quote unquote scientific mind, an atheistic mind, such as yourself, that does not make it immoral, because according to you, we are all animals, and all animals who are predators hunt. It's not no pity party going around for lions killing deers, like I said, or hyenas ripping babies out of the womb of mothers, So based on that scientific position, it's idiot, like Yara said, it's idiocracy to even make that point.
Be his opinion.
Hold on.
I wish I had a bomb. Hold on, let him finish.
Hold on.
Don't see when it's getting good, y'all want to interrupt because they be saying some real stuff. Come on now, let him go.
Now, coming from a position of you're wrong for killing an animal that has a consciousness, that has a spirit, that knocks you out from even making that argument, Cube, because you don't believe we have spirits and we have other metaphysical origins. You don't believe that. So it's just an animal killing an animal. But even spiritually speaking, we according to what the Most High says, we can hunt animals for sustenance. But when it comes to his law, he would prefer it that we would never sacrifice an animal, because we're only ordered to sacrifice an animal based on our sinful nature. And it's true. That's why hold on, and I'm about to finish. And that's why he makes it the way it is. He makes us sacrifice a young lamb under 3. Hold on. Yeah, because of our sinful ways, we have to take a lamb from our flock that we raised and that's still a baby, and we have to murder it for what we did. So that would, to any person with any type of consciousness, have us not to even do it. That's why, in my opinion,
it's better to be obedient than to sacrifice.
And hold on, and just for another thing, it's several nutrients that's provided that we need as human beings on however classification scale you put it, Cube. It's several nutrients that we get from meats that we don't get from plants, unless you go into GNC getting something synthesized and manufactured. So no, that's true. That's a fact. More than several. So yeah, that's all I had to say. So Cube, your argument is disingenuous, and like Volume was saying, the Most High created all of this. So how he mandates it, but go ahead.
No, it's volume of the book. There's order. I gave it to you. There's volume of the book.
I'm telling these guys been going back and forth. They moral.
Yeah, but it's a line. I'm sorry. but I already got order, and I wanted to go in that order so everybody have a chance. You got a question, write it down, or ask to be in turn. But it's Value in the Book turn, and then it's Michael, and then Terry, you can go after that. But everybody's waiting a turn to answer. Okay.
Hey, Volume, can I respond real quick, bro?
That's up to Karima. She the host, brother.
No.
All right, there you go.
Your turn.
All right, so this is gonna actually be quick. Excuse me. I don't have much to say because I think Gideon just did a great job of pointing out the flaws in the argument. So I would just say this. Coming from an actual vegan, by the way, for 15 years myself, I think is when I have these type of discussions, what it shows me is that people really can't grasp the concept of God, because what they try to do is make these false equivalent arguments to humans and the Most High. And because a human thinks this way, God should be held to that standard. That's ridiculous. He's God. He makes the standard. That's why he's objective, because he makes the standard. So I would say this, another point Gideon made real quick. The whole point of the sacrifices is to teach us, look what happens when you mess up, humans. I'm not going to kill you, but the result is I got to kill this innocent animal. That's the whole point, to teach us not to go off. So a God with that type of wisdom, you know what he would do? He would create enough animals so that the animals that are sacrificed is just part of the overall plan that he already ordained. This is why he's God. This is why he can do that. He can take any life he chooses to do because he has an ultimate reason for every decision that's made. Just because we can't understand it in our finite minds as human beings doesn't mean that God with the greater purpose doesn't have a reason for doing what he does. So unless you can understand and submit yourself to the understanding that there's an all-powerful being that knows more than you do, you'll always be having these stupid arguments. So that's pretty much all I wanted to say. Appreciate you.
Man, that doesn't answer the question of how whether the animal was still being done wrong or right.
Well, let the other person.
It don't matter. That's your opinion, and keep it to yourself until the other person go. What's your problem? No, you can mute your mic and wait until the other person. Y'all all had a turn.
Make sure you do that, y'all right too. That bitch ass nigga.
No, you buy.
Damn, where that came from?
You always got to go too far, man.
Because that's what he came up to do. That's why I stay on guard. When it comes between him and Lex, I stay on guard. I'm sorry. No offense, Lex. But go ahead, Michael. And stay on topic, Michael, please. If not, Terry turn.
This is on topic. This is a question for Lex. And shalom and peace to everyone. I just want to first say congratulations to Lex. He single-handedly destroyed the entire panel by himself when he asked the question, what does it mean to believe in Jesus? It was a very basic, simple question, and there was no need to lie about it. And he was correct, the death, burial, and the resurrection. And more importantly, Christ to rise from the dead on the third day is the foundation where it stands or falls. And a couple things real quick. Shawsham, shout out to him. He wants to, stand in defense of the gospel. Also Surreal, he tried it once, failed. Shawsham's turn is next. So I wanted to ask Brother Lex the question concerning the foundation, and you're correct. The foundation is the resurrection is a simple word for the rising on the third day. And I wanted to ask you, in Luke 24:46, Christ claimed that the Creator Yah gave Israel a prophecy, which is the foundation, that he would rise from the dead on the third day. So we were wondering, where is that prophecy in the law and the prophets as claimed? And this is in the spirit of 1 Peter 3:15 and also 1 Corinthians 15.
That ain't got nothing to do with what we were just talking about. No, we're not about to do that. Go, Terry.
Yeah, this is a good dog fight. It started on the porch, and it went from the porch to the yard, and now the dog fight is in the alley. I want to take the dog fight back to the porch. And going back to what Eric stated from the beginning, when he was talking about us, I guess.
We can't hear you, Terry.
To really, we just without purpose to just sit here and to wait for Jesus or the Messiah to come back. And pretty much it's like guys like myself who don't believe in the Messiah, and people that are atheists or people who just don't believe in Jesus, period. You know, those people, based upon the statements made, that these people are doomed. You see, the problem with that is that being a man who been in religion out of 49.85 years of my life, you dig what I'm saying? I've been in religion like 43 of them. And one of the main things that really bothered me, that made me run away from New Testament believers, was that out of all of the calamities, whether they were self-inflicted or not, of all the calamities that take place, that they were to sit back and to wait upon Jesus Christ. Okay, there's a scripture in the book of Amos. Amos, the 3rd chapter and the 7th verse, that clearly says that surely the Lord will do nothing, but he revealed his secret unto his servants and his prophets. And being that I am an Old Testament believer and I stand 10 toes down on my belief system, I myself don't find the need to wait on Jesus to better our condition. Because according to the text, the scripture said, for surely God doeth nothing, for he revealed his secrets. You know, he revealed his secrets unto his servants and his prophets. Now, as far as going back to this thing about we either in a position where we either stuck under the curse or something about us being up under the sacrifice, let me find this scripture here. Well, I'll find it. I'm going through something with my computer right now that I was going through. I got locked out while we was in here, so I got to get back in here to my notes. But there's sufficient evidence in the New Testament that Jesus was not required for sin at all. There were statements made that when we don't have a temple and when we were in captivity and things of that nature, that we were to pray and that the Most High would forgive us. And this was said long hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years before Jesus Christ. When I can get back onto my computer and the time go back around again, I will prove that. And once that proof has been settled, then there's no need to wait for Jesus for the purpose of sacrifice. And once that has been established, then we have to get to the understanding of what are we waiting on now.
Okay, Lex.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with a lot of things the brother said, and it goes back to my point. And I think people are having a hard time dealing with the truth. And I understand it, but it goes back to the confusion. This brother just laid down the whole thing that you don't need Jesus. And this is what I talk about when we talk about unifying in religion. And it seems people is just, I think people in denial. Now, he has valid points. And then somebody that believes in Jesus can come on here and make valid points against him. So what does that show? Both people are in confusion. That's the point.
Man, Terry, and your frustration, man, you just opened the back door for Lex, man. Hey,
Mad scientist, you got something to say? If not, y'all.
I just want to say I agree with what he's saying. That was I wanted to basically started that conversation up because it was like I'm one of the people, man, I'm trying to help my people. I ain't trying to have nobody come to me and tell me, hey, man, everybody ain't gonna make it because they don't believe in this and this and that. I can't agree with that. You know what I'm saying? I'm out here helping my people. I'm out here talking to molested, women that been molested. I'm talking to men. I'm talking about women about abortion. I'm out here doing that. And I see that people want to change. So for us to be acting like, no, it's not gonna be no change because it tells us that, I don't believe that. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, we got to get to a point, man, where we're going to have to get to agreement. Like, I agree with Malcolm X said. When we get in the building, we talk about helping our people, all that stuff got to throw away. Because we're not going to fix nothing because like I said before, I was in a group. And this ain't even just a Jesus thing. I was in a group with a Pan-Africanists. And they you know, I got to argue with them. We offer different teachings. They had they tried to do a drive with the take water to Flint, Michigan. You know what happened? I said, I'm gonna try. No, because you don't follow this way. And that's where it's getting to. It's getting to that point where if you don't believe in this, then I mean, and I agree with what he said. You can't sit there like it's other people on here that don't. And then you say, if you don't believe in Jesus, you basically not gonna be saved. So that's telling me, somebody like me, that I'm going to hell or something, or I'm not going to be saved when the world, whatever supposed to happen.
Or I can't wait. I can't wait for Jesus, and I definitely can't wait work with you. Because you waiting. I ain't got time to wait. My life is on the line. My destiny on the line.
Yeah, because it's basically you telling me because I believe in God and not something else, then I'm not going to be saved with you because you believe in Jesus. And there's people that, like you said, believe in Jesus wholeheartedly, and they still do a lot of stuff that I don't do. So I mean, it's
confusion, brother.
And that's why I asked about the laws, because I don't got it was like 3 different answers y'all don't did. First it was you can follow certain ones. Then it's turned into if you don't believe in Jesus, it don't even matter if you follow the laws. So it's like, and that's the point I'm trying to make it. And I'm like, what laws? Because the laws was not for our nation. It was for Israel nation. That's why I had land laws.
And the laws were forever too. The laws were forever, which means that all of this stuff about you need Jesus for fornication and adultery and all of that stuff. No, you need not do it. Because when you really look at the adultery laws for Jesus laws were way more stricter than Moses's was. So that tells me that Jesus wasn't tolerating no adultery.
Hey, brother, but you know what you're missing about the New Testament is you talking about the law. The New Testament is talking about your programming. So it's not, the New Testament is saying you have a desire in you to go against the law. It's not that the law is bad. You know what I'm saying? The New Testament is saying, no, I'm going to reprogram you for righteousness, spiritually reprogram you in your mind.
But Lex, what happens in the case where you're telling me that I have a natural knack to go against the law, and I'm telling you that I hate going against the law? I hate fornication. I'm sorry. I'm just a different breed of dude. I hate murder. I hate lying. I hate whoredom.
So you never lied, brother?
Hold up. What happens in the case when you come across a man who don't have this natural desire for these things that you claim that all men have?
All right, so are you saying you never lied, you never stole, you never
No,
fornicated?
We're talking about a desire for this. I had a desire for that when I didn't know no better, and we talking about 30 years ago.
When it says desire, meaning that so
okay, let me give you a prime example of what I'm saying, man.
You don't understand.
The woman who I committed, who had fornication with, who I married her. You understand what I'm saying? I got married early as hell, like 17, because I didn't want to be out here sinning. You dig what I'm saying? Every woman that I have been with, I have had a committed relationship and or a ketubim with them, because I was raised in this at an early age. What I'm trying to say, hear me. What I'm trying to say is that I am one who hate this idea of sin. I don't have this desire and this love and this passion for breaking the law. So what happens when you come across a person like that? When you're saying the New Testament is based upon this, I am that person who don't fit in that qualification. Now you put me in a situation where the New Testament people is, because now I'm outside of the box. There's no room for me in your ideology.
Yes, there is, brother, and it is this. Are you telling me that okay, you might not have killed someone? Did you ever get mad and have the desire to? You might have resisted fornicating, but was it in your heart to do it at a time?
I'm telling you that.
Just answer, brother. Just answer. Just understand where I'm trying to get somewhere. Listen to my question and answer it truthfully. Have you had the desire to fornicate? The desire to murder?
Probably fornicate, murder, no.
All right. Were you, so in other words, and this is what Jesus said, once you do it in your heart, you've already done it. So that means that if you had that desire, it was in there. So so there's something that's your physical part of you, maybe in terms of lust or whatever, that is, your animal nature, that you desired that. So the New Testament is talking about the reprogramming, where that's not even a desire. You're led by like led by this spirit that is.
The problem with the New Testament is that
hold on, brother. Before you tell me the problem, you got to acknowledge our conversation though, because you said that I desired to fornicate. So you fornicated in your heart, sir. In God's mind, it's in your heart. So even though you didn't carry out the act, that means you got an issue in your heart. That's what the New Testament is talking about. So you might as well go on and accept Jesus, brother, because you fornicate.
bro.
Because you're a fornicator in the heart.
No.
In the heart.
No.
You know what I'm saying? And
but there was no need to accept Jesus for me fornicating in my heart, because it was established in the commandments of God, in the word of God, that if there was no temple, there was no priest, and that we were in captivity, that all I had to do was to pray, brother. I did not need Jesus. And we talking about like 700 to 1,000 years before Christ, brother.
Point, bro.
No, of course I missed the point, because I don't deal with the New Testament and I don't have to.
I know, and that is your bias. And this is what I keep trying to tell you.
No, you didn't ask the question. You just said it. Go, Yara, because it's going to be a back and forth. And now you're trying to,
Yeah, I don't have to. The bottom line is that.
Let Yara, because it's going to come back to you. He basically asked the question, and y'all going back and forth and not respecting everybody else that is supposed to go around to back to you. So. No. Yara?
Yeah, I'm sorry, sis. I didn't ask a question. I was just listening.
Okay. Okay, volume of the book?
Yeah, I'll be brief. I'll just say this. Being a New Testament person, I don't have personal issues with OT brothers. I'll be on Judah panel. You know what I'm saying? I'll be up there. The scriptures say in the New Testament, or some people wouldn't call it scripture, but Galatians 6:10 says, as we have therefore opportunity, let us do good unto all men, especially unto them who are of the household of faith. And then in the book of Romans, really quickly, it says, if it be possible, as much as lieth in you, live peaceably with all men. So I could rock with any brother. If a brother is being righteous towards me, I don't care if he OT, new T, whatever, I'm going to be righteous back towards him. So that's how I look at it. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, that's it.
Yeah, that doesn't answer the question, though.
I didn't know it was a question.
No, what I'm saying, Value, I hear what you're saying.
No, it wasn't. And it wasn't no question. And we ain't about to do no dividing between no OT and none of that. I really didn't even want to have that conversation, because that wasn't even part of the conversation. So I really wanted to go back to the original conversation, not about, OT and new T. No, we're not about to do that.
Calm.
Yeah, but I would have to concur with what Volume just said. I mean, I have no problem at all, because I look at it as, every man is responsible for his own salvation. Long as, like I said earlier that, Yeshua says, no man can come to him unless the Father draws him, and no man can come to the Father unless he is sent by the Son. So it's no problems with me. But if you want to get into doctrinal discussions, which like the sister Karima said, we wasn't even much really on that time, which I don't have no problem with because it's an Israelite platform. But it would have been more poignant to the conversation if you
Is
would have
this an
just
Israelite
respond,
platform? I didn't know that. I
You
thought
know what he meant, Lex.
especially with the conversation being based on Old Testament practices. I would have thought Terry would have been, ready to jump at that. But why don't you respond to that, Terry? Because you definitely heard what he was saying.
Respond to what exactly?
As far as the killing of animals being immoral, or wherever you want to go with it, but that's just what I was thinking. Like
all right, I remember I told you earlier that I had a problem with my computer. I just logged back in, and now I'm on the site looking for that evidence. I should be about 3 minutes tops away from it, and I'll give you that evidence.
So are you saying, Gideon, animals have no rights to life?
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that
here we go.
We have the right to kill an animal for sustenance. That's what I'm saying.
So I'm talking about the animal though. So you're saying the animal understands that and is willing to participate in that?
Well, according to the story that you're judging, we were given dominion over all animals that was created by the Most High.
You, does the animal agree? Like, is the animal with it? Is the animal aware, saying, "Well, this is the way it is"? And
again,
that's what I'm asking you, brother.
Does the fish agree when it's eaten by the crocodile?
I'm asking you, brother.
This is called the cycle of life, Lex. Do you disagree? Like, you're trying to debunk the cycle of life?
Asking you is directly: is the animal with it? Is the animal aware that, hey, this is my lot in life? God designed it for me, so I don't have a problem. So the animal,
no, it has no ambitions. An animal has no ambitions, Lex.
So the animal,
just like a tomato, though.
So when I grab a sheep, and the sheep is yelling and screaming, why is it doing that?
That's feelings. That's not ambition. You're saying is the animal walking around like, damn, we getting killed by, like, nah, come on, man. What is you talking about?
No, brother, I didn't say that. If you grab a sheep and you're going to kill it, it starts screaming, kicking, and yelling.
It doesn't want to die.
All right. So if it doesn't want to die, why didn't God program it to want to die? If that is cool.
Why didn't God program it?
Man, this is over your head, bro. Never mind, bro.
Yeah, that's for God. But you asking the question of God.
Can I address that? I found that information. All right, here it goes. It says this. For those who keep asking why we don't sacrifice animals, when King Solomon built the Holy Temple, he prayed that if the Jews got captured and taken away from the land of Israel, that they should be able to pray and Yahweh should hear their prayers, even when they are not at the Holy Temple. This is in 1 Kings, the 8th chapter, 46 through 49. But he explicitly says, pray, because outside of the Holy Temple, we may not offer any sacrifices. When the first temple was destroyed, there was no place to bring sacrifices. It was, in fact, forbidden to bring sacrifices since there was no temple. We then asked Yahweh, how will we attain atonement? Yahweh said through Hosea, take words that you and return to Yah. Say to him, forgive all sin and accept the good that we do, for we offer prayer instead of animals. Hosea 14:3. And this is over almost 1,000 years before Christ was born. It was not necessary for Christ to be a blood sacrifice or a blood libel for
Terry,
Israel.
don't do it to
Well,
yourself,
then
Terry. I'm
now you
telling
got a
you.
Now we're not even
contradiction
gonna go there.
because
Kareem
in
already
the
said she didn't
law
want to
it
do it.
says
Well, he
there's
asked
no
me, the brother asked me
right,
for my evidence for my statement, and I
right.
gave my evidence. I'm not trying to
No,
go
I was
against
asking.
nobody. I'm not trying to hurt nobody's feelings. You asked me for the
Hey,
evidence, and I gave you that evidence.
hey,
And that evidence
brother, in the law.
is sufficient.
Yeah, I wasn't
So
speaking
why does it say there
against what
is
you were
no
saying,
atonement?
Yasha. I was just
The
saying that
only
we're not going to
atonement
do the
for
OT
sin.
new T thing.
No, I just want to ask the brother with that. It does say there is no atonement of sin except for the blood be shed, even in the law. So even with that, you saying that, oh, now you can just pray. So how do you reconcile that? Because it said blood was given for the atonement of sins. Now you're just saying you can just pray. So which one is it?
So
I
it
need to
says
ask you, like,
when there
are you
was
trying to?
no temple, when there's no temple, brother, and when we were off into captivity, and when the priests were defiled, brother, there was no way to perform the sacrifice.
There was no
You
temple.
don't,
You didn't get a temple
you
till you
don't
got
perform.
to
It was against the law.
Solomon, sir.
It is against Hebrew law to perform any sacrifice outside of the temple.
That's false, brother. You didn't have a temple till you get to Solomon. When you went into Canaan and you're given the law, you didn't have a temple, sir.
Again, once the
Performing
temples was
sacrifices.
built, once the temples was built, the Most High gave there's in this Bible you have the laws and you have the amendments of laws, just like you have in the United States
Pure
Constitution.
confusion, man.
And
This
this,
is what I'm
I mean,
talking
it's
about. Pure
confusing to
confusion,
you.
bro.
It's confusing to you. I'm
Lex,
not
let him go.
confused.
No, let
I'm
him
not
go, Lex.
confused. I'm
Please,
not
thank you.
confused. I'm not confused, and there's several under the whim of my voice that's not confused. Although you may be confused, and you would hope others to be confused with you.
So Lex, are you
No,
trying to say
brother.
that?
I'm just listening to all the. Go ahead, bro.
So I was just asking, are you trying to say that we killing animals, and that's like what law is that against? I'm trying to figure out what you.
Who is you asking the question, to me or
That's to Lex.
It's immoral. I'm saying, God, this is what we gotta make a difference between.
I'm now asking what law is that you get that from? Like what law that you, because you were talking to Israelites that go by the laws and commandments. That's what I was asking. Like what law you mean
I
about
know.
killing me?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Outside of your law, that's what we was talking about earlier about objectivity. Now, to you, of course, it wouldn't be wrong because you adopted a belief system. So now you're blinded to the fact that you're not considering the animal at all because it just tells you to do something, and you're like, well, God said do it, and so that is subjective. But we're saying objectively, if you look at it, the animals do not want to die, and they wasn't put here just to be your food. So that is killing another being. You know what I'm saying? And I don't see how you can say it's right. I'm not talking about whether it's a law in the Bible that says it's wrong. You know what I'm saying? But if you look in the beginning, in Genesis, it says that your food shall be every herb or fruit bearing seed. That was the original food. And it would then you go after the fall of man. What I'm just using this philosophically, but so in the beginning, it said that you was to only eat fruit. But what I'm saying is you're still killing an animal, and to us, because we think that animals mean nothing, and that's what I'm saying in terms of perspective, your belief. So y'all just like, oh, it's an animal. But that's a very human perspective. Like it's like we're disconnected. But to the world of elephants, there people use ivory for what I'm saying, to make stuff, and they use elephant tusks. And they kill to the elephants, they're not with that. You see what I'm saying? Like they're trying to live and survive, and God gave them a life to live and survive too. Their purpose was not to be killed for their tusk. So I'm saying that's wrong objectively. And I don't believe God ever ordained the killing. Why would he create animals just to be killed?
I agree with that to a degree, Lex. So then would you judge a lion who is a natural predator for killing its natural prey? Say like a warthog.
Nah, I wouldn't, because
why not? Is it killing?
Because I don't unless you can show me that's the way the lion was made.
No.
I can't make the
why
same.
not? We've observed lions for thousands of years. We know that they're predatory animals. Look at their teeth. Look at their claws. They're made for eating flesh.
Human, that's it.
Hold on. They're made for, their teeth and their claws are made for ripping and tearing flesh. Right? So would not a lion in its natural habitat, would it be wrong as a sentient being for killing another sentient being like a warthog?
I would say yes, in a sense where, but we can see the lion is designed to do that. You know, that gets into a whole nother point about, you know, the fabric of creation or whatever. But I would say no, we can't judge a lion because a lion is obviously designed to eat meat. That is the animal kingdom. We can't compare humans to lions because we don't have the teeth to eat of a lion. We don't have the digestive system of a lion.
But that's false,
we
though.
don't
We are
need
designed
to
to
eat
eat meat,
to
Lex.
survive.
We have molars, and like I said earlier, it's several nutrients that
Molars
we
are not
get.
designed.
It's several
Molars are not
nutrients that
designed
we
for
get
meat,
from
bro.
meat, as far as brain development, muscle development, iron, that we don't get from plants. So even from an
That's not true.
evolutionary,
The animals
that's
brother.
true. It's
All right, so answer this, bro.
several
The animals
nutrients you don't get from plants
the
that only meat
nutrients that you
provides.
get, the nutrients that you get from meat, right? What are the animals eating? Where are they getting their nutrients from? Where's the cow getting its nutrients from?
Right, but it's processed and it's distributed through
Just
their
answer
flesh.
the question, bro. Bro, just answer the
We don't eat grass. We can't eat grass.
right,
So
but
you want to,
if
bro?
they get
Go ahead.
the grass has the same nutrients as other vegetables. That's what I'm saying, bro. You're wrong. That's why I asked you. Just listen for a second.
Okay, look. Let's just limit simple Google
animals you
search,
eat,
bro. A simple
they
Google search.
eat
Look.
vegetation.
Listen.
No, it's not. You
Below,
can't do a simple Google search for this information, bro. It takes
look,
study.
below are 10 of the
Like-
top nutrients found only in appreciable quantities in meat. D3,
What?
B12, vitamin A, which is retinol, creatine, carotene, carnosine,
That's all come from
iron,
plants.
docosahexaene acid, ephosanotic acid, and taurine. Those are things you only get from meat, Lex.
Not true.
So you pull up some
Vitamin
evidence.
B12 is not only in all of that is in plants. That's why the animals eat them. This is what I mean by ignorance, bro. You can't just do a Google search and say you're a teacher and a scholar this conversation. Everything that you just said can be found in fruits and vegetables, sir. That's why the meat eaters that we eat them. You're going to eat the meat to try to get what they got out of the ground.
Can I ask a question, Lex, real quick? Oh, I'm sorry.
Before you do that, bro,
Yashar? Yeah, go on, bro.
it's all good. Shalom to the family. Hey, Lex. Let me just make sure I understand you clearly. You basically saying that
What's good?
we here, or we as Israel, was just practicing just killing animals just to be killing them, or like what are you basically saying?
I'm not saying that, brother. I'm just saying that. Nah. I know it's a part of the law in your law, but I'm saying my God is gonna judge you for eating animals.
Oh, okay. So if you go to Leviticus 17, right, 3 through 4, you will see where the Most High tells us, we can't be just out here just randomly just killing animals and things like that. It'll be put upon us as if we killed a man. All right. So when you understand that, we can't just be out here just doing that to animals and just just eating animals that wasn't our lifestyle, right? But when we did do sacrifice, and we did bring animals, we didn't waste the meat. Most High told us what we could eat and what we couldn't, right? So, but that wasn't an everyday practice. Like how we eat meat every day now, he wasn't doing that then. You don't see that nowhere in the scriptures where you see a family just, firing it up. Fire up the grill. You wasn't seeing that, bro.
I mean, you're saying that it didn't happen as often, okay, but it don't really change the fact that you're still
can I add something?
Not yet, Q.
Go ahead, Bob. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, that was Q trying to jump in. So it's crazy you said that, Yashar, because I'm gonna pick up on that point. I was about to say this. I was gonna ask you a question, Lex. And peace to you, Lex, by the way. This is the first time we've been on a panel this long and you ain't saying nothing crazy to me. The question is, how often, Lex, based on your research or your understanding, how often do you think Israelites ate meat?
Hey, can I get in next though after y'all done with that back and forth?
Quite often.
And that's the misconception that Yashar was just saying.
Quite often.
Yeah.
Often every high holiday at least, and I'm
Nah, only on a Passover you could say that once a year.
Yeah.
That's why the point the brother made was so
And,
powerful.
but-
he
but-
must be breaking up. Go ahead.
outside of that, they was eating meat. I mean, it's in their dietary law. It's regular.
Okay, can you hear me, Lex? Because you're breaking up a little
Like
bit.
you don't see us stressing. So now we're trying to go to Israel wasn't eating meat often. Then now, come on, y'all. Like you're killing.
Lex, can you hear me, bro?
Y'all mute your mic so he can talk. And he going in and out.
Lex, in a family of 4, one cow
I don't
could
think you can
last
hear
that
him.
family
Hello,
for a whole
1 2 1
year.
2.
What are you talking about?
Hold on, Lex. Lex.
I'm here.
Okay.
1 2 1 2. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, we can hear you now. We couldn't hear you. You was going in and out.
Okay.
So everybody got to mute their mic when he talking.
Okay, Lex, can you hear me now, bro?
Eating. I hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you. So I don't know if you heard the point I had made. What I was saying is the point Yashar made was powerful because I asked you, did you study? And if you didn't, I ain't mad at you, but Israelites wasn't eating meat on a daily basis, bro. See, in the dietary law,
I don't
what
know.
that is,
You can't say that.
no, I
Even if
can
they
because I
wasn't on
study
a
our
daily
culture.
basis,
Yes,
if
I
they
study our
wasn't even on. So even if it wasn't on a daily basis, bro, they were killing animals and eating them.
Yeah,
Whether
I'm
it
not
was
disputing.
once
I'm
a
not
week.
disputing that.
So
I'm not
so
disputing
I
the
don't think.
sacrifice part.
So
Let me just make this
arguing
point.
whether how often is that? Come on, whether it was once a week or once a month, it's still morally wrong to kill and eat animals when you don't have to, especially when you're not.
Okay.
Like I'm saying,
Hey, Lex,
like the
hey,
argument
Lex,
that
hey, Lex,
Yara,
please let me respond. Hey, Lex, let me respond to this.
Hold on, Cube. It's not your turn, bro.
real quick,
I know,
like
but I'm saying, let me respond
the
afterwards.
argument,
Oh, okay.
yeah, that Yara made about the lion. You know what I'm saying? Like we're not lions, we're humans, and so we have a lion right now has no choice. He can't change his genetics and say, you know what, I'm gonna live off of bananas. He can't do that. His whole design is as a meat eater. That's part of his design in nature. That's not true for humans.
Who designed it that way?
That's a logical fallacy. That's a logical fallacy. Don't respond to that.
Yeah,
Okay, hold on.
nature,
Let
God,
me just get my point out,
intelligence,
and then you can have it, Cube. So, Lex, let me just say this real quick. And this was really just a question, just to build. I didn't care what your answer was. I just wanted to tell you that Israelites, literally, I study our culture. Like, we didn't eat meat on a daily basis, right? But the other question I wanted to ask you was this, and this is just to hear your perspective. Do you know why Israelites, I'm even going to say Israelites, according to the Bible, do you know why people even started eating meat? Because you was right. In Genesis, it tells us to eat fruits, grains, nuts, vegetables, so forth and so on. Do you know why people even started eating meat according to the Bible?
No.
Okay, so because what happens is, if you look at it, right, when the flood was coming, and the Most High told Noah to bring 2 of every unclean, but then 7 of every clean, right? The reason why he did that is because when the flood came, this is the biblical narrative. When the flood came, it literally destroyed everything on the earth. There was no more plant-based food left after the flood. So that's why Noah was told to bring the 7 clean, so that they would have sustenance to survive while the earth was regrowing its fruit and stuff back out of it. So that's the reason why man even started eating meat in the first place, because the flood wiped out all the plants and all the vegetation. That's all. But that's just building. But I relinquish the floor.
Yeah.
All right, let me
I have
build
to
on
let
that.
that one go. That's a little crazy. I mean,
Well, just read. I'm talking about the biblical narrative, bro. Just read.
It make a little more sense though.
all right. So how would the animals on the ark that were vegetarians, what were they eating when they got off the boat if there was no vegetation, bro?
Yeah, so let me answer. It's a good question. That's what I'm saying. I just tried to be quick, but if you go read the narrative, the Most High he literally told Noah to take enough plants and vegetables on the ark with you to sustain your family and the animals.
I'm talking about when they got off.
No, that's what I'm saying. When they got off, right, the vegetation that Noah brought on the boat, he brought enough to take care of the animals while the earth was replenishing, because the 7 animals took care of the people. So the animals, the extra animals that were clean, was the food for the people. The vegetation that was left was the food for the animals until everything replenished itself back to normal. That's literally what it says in the story.
It would take how long would it take the earth to replenish itself? And then what were the lions eating? Because there were no other animals to eat because they were wiped out, bro.
You just said it. In this I'm talking about the biblical narrative, bro. In the narrative, even the lions was vegetarian. You just said it. Everything was. I can read it, but I don't want to pull up the verses. Read it for yourself in chapter
Okay.
Well,
I can't argue against. I have to.
Yeah, look into it and come, and when you talk again, you'll see it.
Yeah, I'm familiar with those hearing that before, but that I would have to believe in the story. So that's a whole nother.
Yeah, let me get into it real quick. Let me get into it real quick. So I said something that obviously offended somebody earlier, so I'll apologize for that. I offended somebody, and I'll do my best not to do it again. So okay, cool. The sister allowed.
By the way, the dove that someone put that in the chat, the dove brought back that vegetation, right, to prove that the waters were gone, didn't he? But go ahead, Q.
Yeah, and that's when. Okay, never mind. Go ahead, Q.
Right. Yeah. So that's cool. So I think the problem is, and this is, what I'm saying, not casting any aspersions, but I don't think the people that we're conversing with are intelligent enough to understand the things that I'm actually saying. And like I say, I'm not casting any aspersions, and what I would love to do is bring you guys up to the level where I am, so we can actually have conversations to where we can talk about the things that need to be talked about. So when I say certain things, I want these things to be addressed, not from the scriptural way or none of that. No, I'm not interested. But let me get right to it. So now, when people ask infantile questions such as, well, a lion, they have teeth and they kill gazelles and other stuff like that. Well, yes, this is something that they do, but they do these things on instinct. Whereas humans, we don't live off instinct anymore, because my instinct when I got blocked, if I was next to a person, my animalistic would be like to choke that person out and kill them. But that's not how we live anymore. So enter moral progress. Enter moral progress. So what does moral progress dictate? More progress dictates that, yes, black people were once upon a time slaves, but we're no longer slaves. You know why we're no longer slaves? Because people, not a god, not some kind of being that exists that nobody can excuse me, not some kind of being that nobody can ever understand, or no being that, no. People actually looked at the things that they were doing and said, hey, some of this is wrong. And we can look back and we can find certain people fighting other certain people, which we would call entitled to civil war, and find that this thing was wrong. And ultimately, moral progress won. So some may say, well, what is moral progress? He keeps using that word. Well, let me define it for you. So moral progress refers to improvement. More progress refers to improvement in concepts such as moral beliefs and practices. We're talking about tangibles. More progress refers to improvement in concepts such as moral beliefs and practices experienced in a societal state. Moody Adams, that's the author, by the way, noted that more progress in belief involves deepening our grasp of existing moral concepts. So even though these things exist within us, it's difficult to grasp them, but we do have these things within us. Let me continue. While more progress in practices, meaning this is something that we do, which we always do, involves realizing deepened moral understandings in behavior or social institutions. So let me break that down for the people that don't understand it, because a lot of you don't, and it's unfortunate. You don't understand it because it's unfortunate. So what's going on is this. If we were to fast forward 2,000 years from now, people will look at the white people that own slaves, and look at them as absolute savages.
How would you know that 2,000 years ago?
They would look at the people that owned black slaves and say, damn, these people were savages. You know why they would look at them like that? Because at that point, you know what they would have the ability to do? They would have the ability to print money, print food, and print everything that's necessary for them to live.
My motherfucking
Yeah, that's called evolving, man. What he's saying.
Hey, can we mute the guy that's laughing? Can we mute that guy real quick, Kareem?
Nah, what Cube is saying is real. People want to deny it, but if you go back in time, a lot of practices that humans practiced back then were acceptable. They're not acceptable. So man is progressing in his intellect and behavior and technology. So he's saying 200 years from now, people are going to be much more enlightened. Just like during slavery times, people accepted that as some people accepted that as it
the
wasn't
natural
even
way.
wrong.
People accepted it as the natural way that it was supposed to be.
Man,
Right.
this nigga made me
y'all
come
talking about-
on, man.
He just
Everybody
talking-
mute their mic.
Hey,
Everybody mute their mic.
Just
Hold
let
on,
me
everybody
simplify
mute
this
their
real quick. He
on,
basically
everybody mute
talking
their mic.
about
I'm
simple progression, family.
Bro.
This is what happened from the beginning of time.
But
From the time of creation, everything has been progressing, right? So like what Cube is talking about is just that simple. He's trying to make it so complicated, family, where you know what I'm saying he's gonna lose some of y'all, right?
But I'm
He
speaking.
gonna lose some of y'all. So he really don't give a damn about y'all understanding or actually trying to bring you up to his understanding because he started. Matter of fact, he started at slavery, family.
Karima, I'm speaking.
He started at slavery. Do you hear this?
Hey, Karima.
That's how far his understanding go about us.
He wasn't done. He wasn't done.
Oh my bad.
He's not done. Mute. Thank you. I appreciate that, sister. So now, if we were to fast forward 200 to 300 years, we're gonna look at these white people that held our ancestors in slavery as savages. We're going to look at them as that. And if you don't look at them as that right now, then maybe there's a problem with you. We're
Not
going
just
to
the white
look.
people, Cube, our own people, the gang banging, all of it. It's gonna be like,
Hold up. But see, don't interrupt because that's gonna allow them to do what they're gonna do. But I feel you. We're going to look at carburetors, gas-powered vehicles. We're gonna look at that the same way. We're gonna look at that the same way. We're gonna look at these people who drove a Ford F-150 and said, damn, they chose to destroy the only earth they had with a gas-powered vehicle. Man, those people were savages, man. That's how they're gonna look at these people. because everything is going to be electric. And not only will it be electric, it will.
You muted yourself again, Cube.
Actually, I didn't. I hit my mic by mistake. So actually, what it's gonna be? It's gonna be with renewable energy. That's what it's gonna be with. So no. So when I say what I'm saying, and I want you guys to understand this, please understand this portion, please, or measure as the pseudo. I forget that guy's name.
Man.
When it comes to this.
Man.
When it comes to this, man, listen, all of this arguing, fighting, yelling that we're doing, all of this is going to come to a head. God is still not going to come back. Jesus is still going to be forever around the corner for you guys. This is just what it's going to be. But I'm going to stop momentarily. Thank you for muting me out and doing what you did and letting me come back. I appreciate it.
Well, thanks for that enlightening message, Cube. Real quick before, because I actually got to go. I just want to say peace to everybody. I enjoyed the conversation, brother JT. I appreciate the invite, bro. And as always, Karima, you already know what it is, sis. Appreciate you. All right, y'all. Peace out.
Peace out. Hey, thanks for coming through and running at the best time. I appreciate you, bro.
Anything for you, Cube.
Yeah, it's been 5 hours. We're about to close it out.
All right. And let me say this: I haven't talked to the mad scientist since I smashed him like 2 months ago. How you doing, brother?
Who is the mad
Peace,
scientist?
everybody.
Yeah, what's up? I don't remember that though, but what's up?
Y'all better stop murdering them animals, man. You're gonna go to hell, man. No matter how you look at it. I'm just giving y'all that warning.
I mean, you gotta tell, like I told you, y'all gotta tell us the law. What law? Y'all gotta tell us what law is that?
Karima, we gonna end it in about a half an hour, all right?
So, like I told you, y'all gotta tell us the law. What law? Yeah, what I'm saying is,
it's the law of imposition. It's the law of imposition.
But see, y'all being slick with that because y'all telling us that we got to go about what y'all morals
Let me
is.
answer your question, brother. Let me answer your question, because what you're doing is you're imposing your will because you want to kill this animal, because according to you, you feel that there's a God that wants you to kill this animal and slit this animal's throat. So what you're doing is subjectively you're killing this animal because you think that there's a God that's telling you to kill this animal. This animal doesn't want to die. That's why it squeaches and it's squatching just like and it's trying to get away from you. That's why it's doing it. This animal is not bringing itself to you and say, hey, I'm unblemished, I want to be dead. No. So what you're doing is immoral, brother. Do you understand that part at least?
Isn't a plant a living being?
When we
brother, I asked you a question. Did you not understand that, or is your brain not allowing you to do it?
That won't me. That's not me. That's not me talking. But what I'm saying is, y'all trying to be slick because you're going off for your morals. Where is it?
Brother,
What I'm saying is, hold on. I'm answering your question.
It's too many
when you
people.
asking that question, is it moral? No. If I'm an Israelite, no, it's not moral. Because I have this. I said, show me the law that says what is the punishment. What is going to happen to me if I do kill his animal?
Okay, so now you just said on one hand that no, it's not moral. But number two, because there is no law, because there is no punishment, it's okay. So on one hand, you're saying, no, I am doing something wrong. But on the other hand, you're saying,
no, I ain't say I was doing something wrong. I said,
brother,
no.
Relax. I'm gonna need you.
Hold on, you got.
Brother, I'm gonna need you to be quiet, man. I was totally quiet.
All right, I'll let you know.
Right.
Okay, but I ain't say that though.
Damn, somebody is sick. Mute your mic. COVID,
oh, that's that good herb, baby.
Yeah, COVID, nigga. So now, no COVID on one hand, yeah, right. We don't believe you. So
you don't believe nothing, my nigga.
Ain't no plant or animal.
On one hand,
I mean, a living being.
Yeah, I'm not interested. On one hand, brother, what you're saying is that there is no punishment for slitting a goat's throat. Is what you're saying, right?
No, it's no.
No, ain't no punishment.
Okay, great. Oh, okay, cool. So now, on the other hand, what you're saying is it should be okay to slit this goat's throat because there is no punishment. Is that what you're telling me?
No, what I'm saying is that we as a people, I don't believe that God told us to slit throats. What I know is when we start dealing with meat and start eating meat, he knew he was going to do it. So he established a law to say don't eat this certain thing and don't eat that certain thing. And what I'm saying is, I mean, that's basically what I'm saying. Yeah. So I'm not saying it's not moral because it doesn't say don't kill no. It doesn't say. Listen, if I'm in the culture, just like right now, you can mess with a girl. You can marry a girl 15 years old in Georgia, and you can marry a girl 18 years old. You can say in your culture that that's wrong, but in that culture that is not. So what I'm saying is, it's no law that say you cannot kill an animal. It is no law that say you can't you can't murder another human being. That when that say don't, thou shalt not kill, it's talking about your brother in a nation of Israel, not other people.
Okay, watch this, and this is what I want to explain to you, and I want you to pay very careful attention to what I'm about to say, because I'm not going to repeat myself. But I want you to pay very careful attention to what I'm about to say, brother. Are you listening? Yes or no?
Yes, I'm listening.
Okay, great. And I appreciate you and I respect you, brother. And I think you are a good enough brother to where you can listen. So now, when you take a goat and then you hold that goat's neck up, and then you put a knife to that goat's neck. Initially, when you put that knife to that goat's neck, does it squirm away?
Does it squirm? I mean, I guess it do. I don't know.
Oh, so you've
I don't
never
slit
done
throat.
it.
I don't slit goat throat.
Oh, so you don't even
No.
keep the statutes and commandments. Oh, okay. So you're a loser. I don't even need to talk to you. Let me
The
get somebody.
status. Hold on. That's why y'all so foolish. Because again, y'all don't understand that the status and laws were for when we was in a nation. It was not. It is not a law that you carried on until you in captivity.
I'm in the
So that's
middle of
what y'all
speaking,
don't
and you're
understand.
cutting short.
You're treating it. Hold on. I'm answering you. You just asked him.
No, you just called him. You just called him out his name. No, you're not. You're done. You're done. You called him a loser. So we're not about to do that. It don't matter. Move on, cause you starting that stuff.
We gotta listen. We got an atheist. We got an atheist. We got an atheist. We got an atheist that's trying to tell us more on why not to kill somebody. Where are you getting it? What is that? Where is that coming from?
Okay, listen, I respect you and you're cool. Can I talk to somebody that actually lost that? I want to.
Somebody got
Hey, Terry Whitfield, do you keep the law, statutes, and commandments? Do you slice the necks of goats and do all of that?
No, I don't.
Okay, well, hey, Jonathan Taylor, James Jackson, like which one of y'all does this?
Do you understand the verse that Terry showed?
Brother, I'm not.
He showed that if you hold on, he showed if you're not in your nation and you don't have the place to sacrifice, you are under captivity. We are not following all of our laws. We're under another national law. That is a national law you're talking about.
What the problem
I apologize. I apologize that you have something to say, but I'm not interested in what you have to talk about. I want to talk to a person that can.
I don't care what you said, man, because you're not even making sense. You're an atheist. You don't even. I want to know where you even getting this moral law from. You talking about universal law? What are you talking about? Like I want to know where you getting this from.
That's the key right there.
By you saying, yeah, that's what he's saying. By he's saying,
one second. All right, 1 second. Let me say something. Kareem, drop the link, please. Go ahead.
The key here is moral.
I'm saying by he's saying it's immoral to kill an animal. He is basing it off of what he believes. He's not basing it off of just because we don't think it's unmoral. That's what I'm saying. He's doing the opposite. He's saying because we're saying it's moral, that something is wrong. I mean, immoral, but moral, that something is wrong. But he's saying it's unmoral, like he's supposed to be right more than we are. And I'm asking where is he getting that from? Because our laws don't say that.
Oh, okay.
So you talking about our culture? Of course, another nation that doesn't believe in our culture and don't follow our culture is gonna think it's wrong.
Okay, hey, I apologize, but is anybody on here that actually keep the law, statutes, and commandments, that kill the scapegoat, that does it? Is there anybody on here that does this? If there's not, then you can shut me up.
Hey, read the scripture again, Terry. Read the scripture again, man. He ain't understanding he don't even know what he's saying.
Brother,
You don't even know what you're talking about. You the same dude that said a square circle. You the same dude that told God to make a square circle, man. Ain't nobody trying to hear that shit you talking
why
about,
you
man.
keep cutting me off? I don't get it. I'm not even talking to you. I'm trying to find a brother that
Because you're not even saying, you were saying the same stuff.
Hey, Karima, can we?
So I'm asking Terry gonna answer you with the scripture. Answer him with the scripture, Terry. Answer with the scripture.
Karima, I'm trying to make a plea.
You asking a question. I said, Terry. I'm telling Terry to answer you.
Brother, relax. Karima,
I'm telling Terry to answer you.
I have a better answer.
He can talk to Terry. He can actually talk to Terry. He don't have to be muted. You said what you said. You hold on. You asked for somebody to. No, you act to speak to somebody that know it. He's pointing out somebody that he believes that know it. You cannot tell him to be quiet. Now, you already been disrespectful. Now, calm down. Terry.
You talking to one of your biggest fans too.
Answer the question.
So the problem here is that the brothers keep saying about killing an animal that don't want it to be killed is immoral. But the problem is, I don't think that he understands what moral is. You know, when you dealing with morals, you dealing with something that's like concerned with principles of right and wrong behavior. Is you don't focus on that the definition, the part of the definition that says right and wrong behavior, but you deal on the part where it says concerned with the principles of right and wrong behavior. When you understand what principles are, principles deal with fundamental truths. Okay, again, fundamental truths. Fundamental mean of core importance. And what I am telling you, what you're saying is not of core importance, so it cannot be a principle of fundamental truth, brother. These are your own subjective biases, my brother. These have nothing to do with morals, by definition.
Can I respond to that? Can I respond to that? I'll wait till I can get the okay, because I'll just get muted if I don't.
I passed the mic.
Okay, great. Brother, that has nothing to do with what I was talking about. Unfortunately for you, you thought you were saying something that may have held an inkling of anything with a portion of weight, but that meant nothing, brother. You didn't say anything that meant anything, and my question remains the same. So please, brother, enlighten me. Please say something that
basically is not immoral.
Brother, it's your time to be quiet because I'm speaking.
You just asked me to say something.
No, brother. But see, you know what?
But you did just ask me to say something to you.
Quiet when you were talking. I was quiet.
But you asked me to respond, brother.
I was quiet.
I know that's what he do. He asks questions and get mad.
Yeah, don't just say what you got to say and don't ask me no questions. And I
was quiet when you were talking though.
But I didn't ask. If I would have asked you a question, I would have expected for you to respond.
So what you're saying is, as soon as you ask a question, you shut the fuck up. Is what you're saying. As soon as you ask a question, you just be quiet. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. As soon as you ask a question, allow me to fucking answer it.
I'm gonna hold you to that.
If I ask you a question in the middle of my speech, I'm going to allow you to answer it.
Was that a question?
Yo, hold on, Terry, hold on for a second. Hold on, Terry, hold on. Give me a second. Q, don't use that profanity no more, or I'm gonna kick your ass off. You got that? You understand?
I'm basically saying, man, that what he is saying is immoral is not immoral, and it has nothing to do with morals. He need to find
that's what I'm saying. He trying to use another. He trying to use another culture. Like that's like saying this culture don't believe in this, but this one is more right than the other one. Like he's not making sense.
Yeah, you're saying.
Yeah, he's talking. He's an atheist. He don't even like why he even care. He don't believe he going no damn well. Like I don't understand. My bad, because I don't even know. Yeah, he don't even believe he going nowhere. I don't understand what is his. Why do he care if somebody cut a goat throat?
The lacking of cultural relativity could be a good argument here, but I think the best argument here is to debunk what he calls moral and immoral, because what he's saying has nothing to do with morals. You talk about established principles, man. You know what I'm saying? Morals deal with established principles. You know, that's not an established principle, man. Neither is it a fundamental truth or a fundamental principle.
Act like you don't know. He was act like you don't know what you're saying. Come on, Q. Come on, square circle. You gotta mute your mic, man.
I like Q. He's funny.
Yeah, I like him too. Yeah, I trip off him. But he keep. I mean, I don't understand what they talking about, because it said in the Bible, it says you get. It's time to kill. When he talking about killing and murdering in the commandments, it's talking about his own people.
Well,
so he's not even talking about not murdering other cultures.
But the reason why I did not go and pull that scripture up, because I already said it and it's on tape, so there's no need to say it again. Number one, and number two, he didn't want to hear an answer from the Bible, so we can move that out the way and let me deal with your question. Your question dealt with something being immoral, and I'm telling you that it was not immoral. You have no basis to say that it's immoral.
So are you ready to deal with immorality, or do you just
Yes, I am.
Or are you ready to continue to play around? So if you want to engage, then let's engage, and please.
Let's get it, baby.
But hold on. Let me set the rules of engagement. You have a bunch of people that cut me off and don't let me speak. And listen, brother, I don't operate like that. I'll let you speak fully. I will not cut you off. But when it's my turn to speak, I'm gonna need your cohorts to do the same thing. Is that okay?
I would like to speak for my cohorts if I can. Then I may.
Okay, well, go ahead, brother. Start off. I'm listening.
Well, I just basically said what it was. I mean, you basically stated that killing an animal that does not want to be killed is immoral. Okay, and I defined to you what morals were. Okay, and I'm telling you that an immoral is not conforming to accepted standards of morality, and I'm saying that it is an accepted standard of morality to kill and to eat meat, brother, in America. It is not immoral. It is not immoral to hunt. It is not immoral to kill animals for food.
Hey, sorry, brother. I walked away momentarily, but what I gathered is that you said that hunting, excuse me, you said that hunting and killing unwitting animals was okay. Is that what you said, brother?
No, I said it is not immoral. I said immoral means not conforming to accepted standards or morality. And I'm saying that killing animal for food is a very much accepted standard of morality in America, especially down south.
Okay, great. See, unfortunately, I'm not talking about the standards of down south. I'm talking about morality, which some may look at as the governance of the universe. So first, what we have to do is I have to put you on the same plane. I have to put you in the same arena as myself, which you just don't seem to be able to fuck with. Excuse my language. I don't mean that in a terrible way. I apologize for the language. And I know the brother JT said, don't curse. I didn't mean it that way, but I meant it this way. So what I want you to understand is just one thing. When I'm talking about morality, well, you know what? Let's converse. Are you able to converse? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. So when I talk about morality, what do you look at that as? Or do you understand what I mean when I say morality?
I don't know what you mean when you say morality, but I know what the definition of morality is. And if you deviate from morality, the definition, the accepted standard definitions of morality, then I don't understand what you're saying.
Salakia, Terry, can I ask you a question, beloved?
Yes.
Do you think there are circumstances in which it's immoral to kill an animal?
Huh?
Do you believe there are circumstances in which it's in which it's wrong to kill an animal? Do you think there are certain circumstances?
Yeah, dog fighting, just killing for sport. You know what I'm saying?
I agree with that.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I agree with that.
I would even go as far as saying, well, no, I'm not going to say that. I was going to say, I was going to go as far as saying even for clothing, but some things may be necessary that you have to wear a fur.
Okay, so great.
He's saying it's a universal thing, like everybody, like all the nations was not eating meat and stuff.
The majority of the people
I'm not interested in what the nations, as you call, I'm not
the accepted standards of the world is that killing meat for food is moral.
No, brother.
Yes, it is around the world. And it's in very small pockets that is not.
Okay, great. Are you done, or do you need a little bit more time?
Salakia, I had a question for Q too, though.
Because I didn't know it was my time. I was just responding. But since I am responding and you're giving me that time, all around the world, damn near in every nation on the planet, it is not against. Okay, it is not against the accepted standards to kill meat for food.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for adding that. Do you have anything you want to add before I speak?
No.
Okay, great. Wonderful. So now, do you understand the difference between subjective and objective?
Yes, I do.
Okay, wonderful. Would you agree that there's an objective law and there's a subjective law that people follow?
An objective and a subjective law that people. No, I wouldn't agree to that.
So you would not agree that some people follow laws objectively and some people follow laws that are subjective. You wouldn't agree with that.
Well, I wouldn't know. I'll just be honest. I wouldn't know what people do individually.
So what you're telling me is that you don't know that some people follow subjective laws, and you also don't know that some people follow subjective laws. That's what you're telling me, right?
Yeah, I don't know how other people think outside of myself.
Okay, great. So now that's a perfect place to start. So now let's start with, what do you follow? Do you follow subjective or objective laws?
I follow objective law. If it say don't kill, that means don't kill.
Wonderful. Okay, great. So now watch this. Where do you get your objective laws from? Too easy. But where do you get your objective laws from?
From the source of its legality, depending on what law it is that I'm following. If I'm in the lion's den, then I follow the subjective laws of the lion's den. If I'm in religion, I follow the subjective laws of the religion, whether it be in the doctrine or whether it be in the doxology or whether it be in the actual text itself. If I'm following the laws of the land, then I go to the source of the laws of the land, which is the judicial branch of its government.
Okay, so this is what perturbs me a bit by your response, is because I asked you, what do you follow, objective laws or subjective laws? And what you retorted with is, I follow the precursor of subjective laws, whether I'm in a lion's den or I follow the subjective laws or the law of the land. That's what you said, brother.
Well, I meant to say objective.
I'm not. Hold on, brother.
If I said subjective, I did meant to say objective.
Listen, it's not your time to speak, and I get it.
Okay, but now that I did speak,
Brother,
I do understand that I meant to say objective.
Brother, I understand that you meant to say something, but you didn't say it, so it's not incumbent.
Okay, but I'm saying it now.
Brother, relax.
And that's what the intent was.
Brother, why do you have to cut in on when I'm speaking to fix your soliloquy?
Because I don't want you to argue a straw man argument.
Because hold on, but how can I argue a straw man argument when you said something and I'm responding to what you said?
Because
That's not a
I'm telling you, I did not mean to say that. So there's no need to respond to that.
so how
Respond to my intent. That was a mistake, and we make
so
mistakes.
so how can we have a conversation when everything that I say and I respond to, you can easily lean on that was just a mistake?
Well,
That's
it
not
ain't everything. That was everything that we. It was only one thing, not every. I said a whole lot today on
brother.
this
This is
conversation,
not
and
how
only
this is
one thing, brother. One thing is not everything, brother.
brother. This is not how two people converse. What you're
Right.
saying,
So I made a mistake.
but why do you keep
And
cutting me
whether
off?
you forgive that mistake or not, I don't care. I made a mistake and I meant to say objective. And you
Brother,
can go
why do you
forth with
keep
what you
cutting me
got to
off?
say.
Brother, listen, this is what you've done so far in the past minute and a half.
Made a
You said,
mistake. That was it. And apologized for it and corrected it. If you see it any
yeah,
other way,
but
that's
that
on you.
but see, when you say you apologized, that also means that a person has to actually care about what you said and actually have to give credence to your apology, which I
Well,
don't.
you don't. You
So
can just argue.
okay, well let me finish though.
You could
Let-
argue something that's not real, and
but
that'll be the end of it.
okay, but understand what you continue to do. You continue to do this, even when it's my turn to speak. Every time I speak, you have to apologize, and if you continue to
No, I don't. I only apologize for one. I only
Let me clear.
apologize one time for one thing.
Let me clear it up. You did say objective. I rewind the video. I knew you said it in the first place, but I rewind the video. You did say objective. So let's carry on. Let's not argue.
Yeah, I don't want to argue. I was actually just trying to speak, and that's obviously not what's going on. So when I make a point, the brother wants to say, I apologize. That's not what I meant to say. And unfortunately, brother, you don't get to do that. What you have to do is you have.
Didn't you just hear what I say? He didn't have no reason to apologize. He did say what he was supposed to say. And I rewind it. So stop arguing with him over that. Go rewind the video. Only takes a few seconds. He did say objective. So stop trying to argue with him.
So basically,
he said what he.
Now it's shifted. I'm correcting.
Go ahead. Q.
Okay. I have Mike. So now, what this is doing, every time he gets back, well, I hear it. Hello? Yes, so now, what this brother does, and he's running under this umbrella of whenever it's perceived that I make a mistake, I could just say, hey, I didn't mean to say that. I actually meant this. And what I'm doing is I'm not allowing you to do that. When you're saying something, I'm holding you to that, my brother. So now, going forward, whenever you speak, I'm going to hold you to what you said.
So hold me to. She said I
brother,
said objective.
why are you interrupting me? I don't understand why you're interrupting me.
So hold me to objective then.
I
Do
do
what you
I
say.
do not understand.
You're wasting
Corinne is not
time,
muting.
brother. Do what you
She's not
say.
muting.
She
She's
said
not
I
muting
said
him
objective.
when
Let him go, Terry. Let him go, Terry.
You
She's
said
not muting.
I started.
No, let him go, Terry. You did. Everybody hear it. So you'll be going dead horse, and I'm gonna mute him if he continue to try to argue with you based on that basis. After you apologize, even though. Okay, that's exactly what I'm trying to say. I've been saying that. So.
Right. So Mr. Whitfield, where I can get when I'm in the middle and you cut me off. But if I was to correct you, I hear myself in the back. Hello.
Yeah. Can you get to the point? We're trying to figure out what the point you.
Unfortunately, I'm not talking to you, whoever that said that. But listen, so brother, the point is this: you were incorrect on what you said, but now, for the sake of moving on, let's delve into what you talked about since you so-called corrected. So now you say you corrected it. So where does this morality come from that you claim that is what's the word I'm looking for? Well, you know what? Never mind that. Where does your morality come from? Let's deal with that. I don't even want to give you nothing because you're just gonna switch.
My morality is established in Torah.
Oh, great. Are you done?
Yes.
Okay. So, would you agree if I were to say that the God of the Bible wrote the Torah and men wrote it? What gave the Torah and men wrote it? Would you agree with that?
That he gave the Torah
to men.
To men, and men wrote it. Yeah.
Okay, great.
I would agree with that according to the text. Yeah.
Okay, great. So now, if I were to tell you that I think it's okay to murder, what does your Most High God say about murder?
Don't do it.
Oh, wonderful. You're being a good sport. I appreciate that. So now, is that objective or subjective?
That's objective.
Oh, wonderful. You're being a good
in its
sport.
very sense of the word.
You're being a good sport, and I appreciate you for that. So now, would you agree that the definition of objective is without a mind or opinion? Would you agree with that?
Yeah, it is what it is, pretty much.
Well, no. I want to be clear. Objectiveness is true, independent of a mind or biasness or a mind. Would you agree with that?
Not necessarily.
Huh?
I wouldn't. I would agree that objective is just what it is.
Brother,
and that doesn't define objective.
Brother, I think that you may not understand the conversation and what we're talking about. So once again, subjective means what? That when there's something that's subjective, you have to have a mind because there's different opinions, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so objective means truth independent of a mind, meaning it doesn't have to have a mind. It's true regardless if there's a mind, if there's a person that says this is wrong or not. It's still true, right?
Well, no, it's just not influenced by a person's personal feeling or a person's personal opinion. You know what I'm saying?
A mind. Meaning, listen, when you're talking about objectiveness, you're meaning that this is true no matter what I think, no matter what you think, or no matter what anybody thinks.
No,
because
it's true because it's just true, and whether I think it's true or not, or whether you think it's true or not.
Okay, so that means that whether you think it's true or not, or whether I think it's true or not, so it's true independent of a mind, meaning it doesn't have to have a mind for it to be true, because it's true regardless if there's a mind that says it's true, right?
I would be better off with personal feelings and personal opinions,
bro. But you're saying the same thing when you talk about
well, in order to the same thing, can you accept that?
Relax. In order to have personal feelings, you have to have a mind to inject your personal feelings, right?
No, you have to have the person, the individual.
Bro, you're missing it. In order to have personal feelings, you have to have a mind that may feel towardly, agree, or disagree towards this thing that you're talking about. So it has to have a mind. Yes or no? It's very simple. If something is subjective, it means like if you look at beauty. Oh, I don't
okay,
think
I'll just disagree then, because I think it has to have the person, the individual.
Okay, but
because subjective is pretty much like solipsism, like a person not being able to see outside of himself, his personal
No,
self. You're
that's not
dealing
what.
with people stuck within their person,
That's not what. Number one,
their
that's not.
personal feelings, their personal experiences. You know what I'm saying? Their personal opinions. You know, experience doesn't require a mind.
Oh my God, bro, listen.
An experience only it requires the existence, and we talking about the existence of the person.
Can you name one thing that exists without a mind?
Everything. I don't know what a mind is. Can you
So
produce a
everything
mind?
exists.
Can
So
you
everything
produce a
is.
mind?
So everything exists without a mind is what
Can
you're
you
telling me,
produce a mind?
bro. Let's get back to my point because
Can
you
you
want to.
produce a mind? Can you
Yes,
produce a mind right now?
I'm using one to befuddle you this very second. Yes.
Can you prove that?
Yes, I think therefore I am, and you are also within that, and yes, you're befuddled.
What
How
does
hard
your
is that?
mind look like? How much does it weigh? You know, what is this mind?
Bro, can we get back to the conversation?
Yes, I disagree.
Okay, can we get back to objective and subjective?
Right,
Please.
and you asked me a question about do I agree that it's of a mind, and I said no. I said it's more of the person.
Okay, so now watch this. Since we want to play games, what is?
I could produce a person.
Okay, good. Okay, great. So what is subjectiveness?
Subjective is more like based upon one's personal experiences, one's personal feelings, one's personal opinion.
Okay, great. So now, in order to have a personal feeling, don't you have to have a mind to be able to subject yourself to that particular type of consciousness?
No, you have to have a person.
Yeah, this is sad. You're telling me that when it comes to subjectiveness, it's personal, but it needs a person. So what you're telling me is that minds only reside in people?
Yeah, see, because the definition
Okay, stay
says
right there.
based.
No, stay right
Hear me
there.
out. Hear me out. The
Okay, I
definition
got you.
says
I got
based
you.
on or influenced by personal feelings, tastes, and opinions. You
Okay, I
ain't got
got
to have
you.
a man to taste. You got to have a tongue that comes
Right.
equipped with the person. Something you
Yeah.
can produce.
Right.
Something you
I
can see.
I
Something
got
you
you.
got evidence of.
So what you're saying is that you have to have a mind, mean you have to be a person, right?
Yeah, you have to be a person. Yeah, you have to have the person. The person is the subject of discussion here.
Okay, so does your God have a mind?
According to the Bible, it says it does.
Bro, so you calling your God a person? Listen to what you're saying. You see, you just called your God a person because you said only persons have mind. Listen to what you're doing. You're running from a bus. You're running from a knife. You're getting hit by a bus. What you're saying is you just reduce your God that you believe in to where your God is a person. So you can't say that. You have
No,
to go
I
back.
didn't do that. You did that.
Yes, I did that, and I
Tell
did
him
it
what you mean,
logically.
Terry. He tell him what you
I
mean,
did it.
Terry. He's stupid. Tell
I
you
did
what
it
you mean.
logically, and this is where you're.
According to
He don't
my
know what you.
beliefs, my belief states that the God created man in his likeness, in his image. So we are the replica of him. You see what I'm saying? So if he has a personality or a persona or a person, then we are the replicators. We are the replications of that. So
Like you
we
said, Terry.
are
When
the
you see God, you see
reduction.
me.
We
That's
are
what.
the reduction of him, and not the other way around. And that's a fundamental established truth that has been written and documented for thousands of years.
I wish I had a.
Yeah, are you still there, brother?
Oh, I'm done.
Oh, okay. So I'm just waiting on you to say that, you apologize. You didn't mean what you said. Because
Did
what
I?
you,
If I insulted you, I
bro, why are you
apologize. I
cutting me
don't mean
off,
to
bro?
insult you, brother.
What, see, this is why I asked where
You
you,
asked me to apologize, my nigga. Damn.
no, I did not, brother. I asked you, were you done? I said I was waiting on you to apologize. I never asked you anything. I
Okay,
said, were
but
you
I'm
done?
I'm going and I'm giving it to you.
Are
If
you
I did
done
anything
now?
wrong
Okay,
to
are
you,
you done now? Are you
Hey,
done
no,
now?
don't apologize, Terry, because you ain't said nothing
Are
wrong
you
to him.
done
He talking
now?
about something
no,
else.
I'm just okay.
Are you done now? Are you done
Yes,
now?
yes.
Okay, great. So this brother, let me disambiguate this madness that this brother's talking about. Because this brother just said approximately 300 seconds ago, he said, in order to be subjective, you have to have a mind, meaning you have to have a brain, meaning you have to be a person. So what this dude just did was he just reduced his God to not only a sentient being, which he believes that his God is, but then he reduced his God to a person. This is awful. This is bad. This is terrible. Brother, you may want to take a philosophy course, bro, because this is awful what you're doing. This is what you don't understand
Well,
what you're doing.
you sound like a fool.
Brother,
You sound like a
please stop
fool.
Hey, Kareem, can we mute this guy who's trying to talk over me? This brother just reduced his God to a person. This is sad. This is terrible. So let me go back. He's going to apologize. He's going to say he didn't say that. So let me ask him again. So now, Mr. Terry Whitfield, when it comes to, I hope you're listening. When it comes to knowing something objectively or subjectively, do you have to have a mind? Yes or no?
And I'm gonna say continuously no. And on top of that no, I'm going to go back when you said approximately 300 something seconds ago, I did say that, and I never said that. I rested on a person, and I always did that, and I'm standing 10 toes down on that.
Okay, so he's once
I'm
again.
saying that a mind is like
I
gravity.
thought
You
you were
can't
done.
prove it exists.
A mind is like gravity.
Yeah, and it's
So,
like what you call God. Yeah.
well, I don't call God anything because I don't
Yeah,
believe.
it's like a conscience in a man
Brother,
is
I
like
would
God.
appreciate.
You know, when y'all
I would
talk like
appreciate
that, I
if you
ask
didn't
y'all to
cut me
prove
off.
it.
I would appreciate if you didn't cut me off. I think that's fair. And here's a question: don't you think that's fair?
I think what's fair that my voice get heard on over the air.
Okay, let me ask you one more time because I think it's imperative you understand this. When you speak, I'm quiet, and when I speak, you're quiet. Is that fair?
It would be only fair if you just speak and don't like ask me no questions or anything like that would prompt me to speak
Okay.
in a normal conversation.
Okay, great. So let me reverse that back to you. So if you were to speak and not ask me questions, that's fair. As long as I were to speak and not ask you any questions, that's fair. So my question would be: is how do we converse? How do we converse if we operate that way?
You say what you say. You know, when you done, I say what I say, and when I'm done, we vice versa, like almost like debate style.
Okay, let me repeat this because I understand smooth brains can't understand intricate things. So, how does one converse with another person without asking them questions? Mind you, the key word is converse. How does one converse without asking the other party questions? Go.
Okay, a question is asked and a response is required. You ask, how do the person do what you said? It's simple. You talk, you ask the question, and then if you have the gall to ask a question, you should also have the respect to wait for a response. And that's whether it's me or you.
Right. Yeah, I'm understanding right now that I'm not talking
That's how
to.
you have a conversation.
That's actually not how you have a conversation, but that's why you guys argue and scream at each other all day because you don't understand what it is to have a conversation. But I understand you don't know, so maybe I should teach you, or maybe one day you can listen, or maybe one day your Most High can tell you. So now let's get back to morality. This is something that you miss, so I want to get back to it. So now, do you understand what moral progress is?
You say what now?
Do you understand moral progress theory?
Moral progress, yes, I do.
Okay, well, go ahead and explain it to me so I can understand that you understand what it is.
No, because when you make a statement, because when you make a statement, you don't shift the burden for me to prove anything. You make a statement and you prove what you say. I don't prove what you say.
Brother, I apologize, but I
Yeah.
wasn't brother, I apologize. I wasn't attempting to prove anything. I was only asking you a question.
Now you're asking me to
Whoa,
prove
whoa, 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 brother.
to prove that I knew what what moral progress was, and
brother,
I'm not. That's not my place to do that. I
you're
answer
doing
you
that thing
here,
again.
and you go forth with your conversation.
Hey, you're doing that thing again, like cutting me off when I'm in the middle of speaking. You're doing that thing again. I just want to let you know.
But we
So,
did establish that's how we conversate. You ask
no,
a
no, no,
question,
no, no,
I give
no,
an answer.
no. What you established is that I ask a question and you respond. That's what you said. So
No,
now,
what I'm
no, brother,
establishing is
it's
that
okay.
when you said that I should take a philosophy class, do understand that I have taken them at Wayne State University right here in Detroit, Wayne County Community College. I've taken philosophy, I've taken logic, I've taken linguistics, I've taken archaeology, I've taken anthropology, and I've mastered history. And in that doing, I was on the dean's list, the valedictorian, and on the honor roll, dude, for 4 years straight. So let me correct you about philosophy, my brother. Your statement.
I was waiting on the soliloquy. Are you done? I was waiting on the soliloquy. Are you done?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I thought you.
Are you ready to proceed?
Well, you said you were about to correct me. I was waiting on a
Well, I just
community.
did.
Oh, okay, great. Well, I was waiting
Yeah.
on the
Yeah, because
community.
you was wrong.
Oh,
By
okay, great.
implying that I don't
Brother,
know nothing
so
about
now I'm
philosophy, brother,
speaking
or
and
that I was
you're
unintelligent
doing
in it.
that thing again.
You don't recognize it because you are lacking in it.
You're doing that thing again to where you interrupt your interlocutor when your interlocutor is attempting to speak. You're
Well,
doing
we
that.
having a conversation. We're not having no debate.
Whoa.
We talking like men. We're not having no. It's only
Whoa.
There's only two of us. We go back and forth. I
Oh.
mean, and that's the conversation is gonna go how it goes.
Brother, you're doing that thing again to where you're interrupting your interlocutor, and I would request that you
I'm
not
doing
do that.
nothing but
Is
talking,
that
brother.
difficult? Brother, I know, but you're talking when it's your opponent's time to speak. Are you okay with not doing that? Or is that too difficult for you?
I'm okay. I'm okay to speak in when time allows for me to speak.
Right. And see, understand my time is when it's not your time. Do you
But
understand that?
you don't have any time. You know what I'm saying? In my
I
existence.
don't have it. Oh, okay, great.
You know what I'm saying?
What you're saying is even when I speak, it's also your time, is what you're saying.
No, when you speak about me and you say incorrect information, it's my time to correct you.
Brother.
See, because that dialogue won't fly across the air, false information
Brother,
about me.
I know, brother. I know, brother.
It won't fly not one moment.
I
You see,
know, brother.
now when we talk about decorum deals with doing things in good taste. Now, do you think lying about a man is good taste, my brother?
Brother, I don't need a community college explanation about what.
Yeah, do you need Wayne State University, one of the finest colleges in universities in America? You need that.
I'm gonna let
you
you
need
finish.
that.
I'm gonna let you finish. I'm gonna let
do
you
you need
finish.
that?
I'm gonna let you finish, then I'll speak. Go ahead.
Do you need Wayne State University, one of the finest universities in America? Do you need that?
I'll let you finish, then I'll speak.
Do you need that?
I'll let you finish, then I'll speak.
I asked the question.
And I gave you a response. I'll let you finish, then I'll speak. Did you not hear it?
No, I ain't want to hear it.
Okay, well that's part of the problem why you asked it 4
Yeah.
times.
I don't have to want to hear it. I don't have to want to hear bullshit and lies. I reject it. I throw it up.
I know that's why you was coughing like you had COVID earlier. I know.
Nah, it's called good weed, baby. You want to see it?
Hey, I'm not interested, brother. Can
All
you
right,
continue? Can you continue, brother?
Yeah, so I had to make a correction. You know, you're not going to sit up here and show no decorum and then think that I'm going to just sit here and act dignified. We don't have to at that point. See, when you throw decorum out the window, you can't hold me to something that you don't have, brother. And to sit up there and throw false information about a man or to imply something or to berate a man without proper credentials to do so, you know what I'm saying? It's no decorum, bro.
Are you done at this point, or do you need more time?
I'm done, bro.
Okay, wonderful, magnanimous. So now, no, brother, I don't need a community college course in telling me what you believe, which is horribly wrong, and what appreciation in allowing another person to speak. In deference, I don't need that from you because you don't have it. Unfortunately for you, you do not have it, brother. So I'm not interested in what you have to say when it comes to that topic. But what I will tell you is I'm going to try to bring you back onto the topic that we were talking about. And that topic was morality. Now, in the midst of that topic, what we were talking about, this is so bad. I'm sorry I even had to do it. We were talking about objectivity and subjectivity, which unfortunately, with this degree that you exclaim that you have, I'm kind of looking at it like you don't. Because what you have yet to do is put your community college, your community college skills on display. You have yet to put them on display because you do not understand the difference between objective and subjective. So I'm in question now on did you even attend class? And this is what's so sad. You come on here, you want to parade around, you want to talk over me, which is allowed by certain people that run this panel, and that's okay because that's their prerogative. But what I would love for you to do, is explain the difference because according to you, you've taken a philosophy class and all of these things. Philosophically, can you tell me the difference? And if you can't, brother, I think we may just have to disengage. You go your way, and I'll go mine. But go ahead.
What did you ask me? You just said something. You made an incomplete statement.
Are you audibly disabled, or are
yes,
you?
Yeah. Well, my computer.
Or are you physically disabled?
No, I'm not. I'm not physically. My
you're
computer. My
audibly.
computer probably is audibly disabled.
Oh, okay. So you have a terrible computer. Okay, you got a Walmart computer. I got you.
No.
So what I told you was this. So what I told
you.
No,
I got an HP, baby.
Oh, an HP. Do they still sell those? I'm sorry. Okay, great. They still sell those. Hey, wonderful. So now, what I said was this. I said since you, according to what you said, you attended a philosophy class. So philosophically, can you tell me the difference? Hold it. Can you tell me the difference between subjectivity and objective? And then after you do that, oh my God, this is terrible. After that, you know what? Now I'm gonna leave it there. That may be too much. Maybe your teachers didn't teach you that. But yeah, philosophically, go ahead and deal with that for me, and I'll listen.
Philosophically, I can answer your question. Yes, I can tell you the difference between objective and subjective. You assumed like after I was going to do that, like I was going to do that, and I'm not going to do that because I've given you in the past upon this tape. You can go back and listen to it tomorrow. You know, I gave you the difference between objective and subjective. I defined it. In given the definition, being that they are opposites, okay, being that they're antonyms, you know what I'm saying? That demonstrated the difference, right then and there. So there's no need for me to do it again. So I won't do it again. So it would be unnecessary for me to do it again. I demonstrated a university level skill. You're correct. I did not demonstrate what you say, community college skills. I demonstrated Wayne State University skills, my brother.
Yeah, so once again, that was not university, that was community college, and
No.
I would say that wasn't even community college. That was sophomoric, somewhere that a person in high school would be able to understand and maybe disambiguate because it was so terrible. But no, brother,
No,
you
I
gave
gave you the
brother,
definition of what
brother.
the
Why are you
definition of it
interrupting me,
was.
brother? Why are you interrupting me when
And I defined it from
brother? I do not get.
from an Oxford language dictionary.
I do
So
not
it
get
is not
that when I
Yasha
speak,
that is
you interrupt.
incorrect. It is the Oxford
Hey,
dictionary
Karima, are you listening to this guy? When I speak,
incorrect
he interrupts me.
based on your
Hey, Karima, I'm
based
speaking and
upon
he's interrupting me.
your charges. And who are you to
Karima, I'm
charge the
speaking and he's
Oxford
interrupting
dictionary?
me.
That is questionable and is laughable.
Karima, I'm speaking and this dude is interrupting me left and right. I'm not sure what's going on. I'm not sure if I'm not gonna say any bad things, but yeah, this dude
Good.
is.
It won't mean nothing.
No,
It wouldn't
I'll
mean a
just
damn thing.
no, I'll get muted and
You could
blocked.
curse,
That's what's gonna
scream,
happen.
holler. It wouldn't mean nothing. Absolutely nothing to me.
No, I'm just gonna get muted and blocked, and I'm trying to avoid that.
I mean,
so,
if they didn't, I'm telling you personally, it wouldn't mean nothing to me, bro.
yeah, so okay,
It wouldn't mean
so
shit.
well, just stop then. How about that? Are you able to? Are you physically able to stop doing that?
We could just end the conversation because it's unproductive and it's not getting anywhere.
Yeah,
I simply prove to you,
brother, I'm in the middle of
that you don't know
speaking.
what morals is.
Brother, I'm in the
And
middle.
therefore,
of
you don't have the capacity to say, the intellectual capacity to say what is moral and what is not. That's what
I
has
brought
been established on
intellectualism.
this tape.
I brought intellectualism. You brought your community college degree. Whoop the effing.
I mean,
no.
your
brother,
wish
relax,
is not
bro,
my reality.
Yeah, he just prolonging shit, man. That shit getting boring.
Not my reality.
How do I keep getting cut off in the middle of me speaking?
I'm just saying, your wishes is not my reality, dog.
But I'm in the middle of speaking.
But I have to let you
bro,
understand that your wishes, your words are not my reality.
Wow.
Your lies are not
But
my
I'm
reality.
in the middle of speaking, bro. What part of
It
that
don't
are you
matter. The decorum, bro.
So,
The
bro,
decorum is thrown out the window.
Bro,
You see, hold up.
God.
When the decorum is thrown out the window, it's out the window, dog.
He wants to talk about decorum, but he cutting me
No,
off.
there is none no more, bro. When you get to lying and making bullshit,
I never cut you
comments
off.
about me, brother. When you get to make, I never said nothing about the stupid shit you say, dude, that just have me laughing to the floor. All right, because it is irrelevant to the conversation. It's like ad hom shit, dude.
Do you know what
it has nothing to do with the conversation at hand?
Do you know what
Debunk the information, bro.
saying it because you don't have
Debunk the information, son.
Do you know what a homonym is, or are you just saying it?
Yeah. When you attacking the man instead of his information.
Oh, so I'm attacking the man when I keep saying that you have nothing to say that's pertinent.
No, when you lying about me and my education level and things like that.
But your education level is low. I'm not lying about that.
My education level is not low, sir.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Okay, so prove me wrong and make
I don't have to prove you wrong, brother.
Okay, well, hold on. Make a coherent argument.
I've made coherent arguments all day, sir.
Okay,
you all you have to do is attack my information. Go back and attack my information. At the end of the day, I established my truth by demonstrating the fact that you do not know what morals is to decipher what is immoral and what is moral.
Okay, watch this. Are you ready to relax for a second? So now let's deal with your information. Are you ready? So now, when we talk about your information, is your information true, independent of a mind? Yes or no?
No.
So what you're saying is your information could be wrong.
No, I ain't saying that. You said that.
Hold on, let me ask you one more time because I don't think you understood what I said. Is your information true, independent of a mind? And your answer is
no.
So if your information is not true, independent of a mind, that means that it can be wrong, right?
No.
Oh my! How you can't say no to both. But you got a bad education. To whatever school this is you're talking about, they gave you they gave you bad information, and I don't think you graduated. And you know what? Even if you did graduate, that's telling me something about this school. Because what you're saying is, on one hand, is that no, my information is not wrong, but yes, my information can also be wrong.
No, I'm not telling you that. You're telling yourself
Yes,
that, brother.
you are, bro. Okay, so
what syllogism? What logical syllogism can you use to validate what you're saying that it has logical validity, brother?
Bro, I just gave you premise.
What logical syllogism out of the 256 usable syllogisms? Which logical syllogism can you use to validate your statement, my brother?
Okay, brother, I just gave you modus ponens, bro. And see, the sad part about it, I just gave you modus ponens.
You did not give me modus ponens,
yes,
bro.
No, yes, I did. Actually,
no, you did not.
Bro, yes, I. Bro,
no, you did not.
But let me do it again. You want me to? You want me to do it again? Oh, this is terrible, bro. Listen. Get your money back from whatever community college you went to. I just gave you modus ponens. I literally just did it. And I gave you a syllogism, and it told me that what you're saying is incoherent and you're wrong. What part of that you don't get?
Brother, how did you use modus tollens to tell you that I'm
how
wrong
do I use what?
about
How do
my
I use
credentials,
what?
brother?
How do I use what?
Brother, because you didn't attack the information, you're attacking the process. And there's
No,
nothing
bro.
about modus ponens, brother, or modus tollens, either or.
Oh
you
my
know what
God.
I'm saying? That you can use to validate what you're saying about me.
Oh my God. This is terrible.
Nothing.
Bro, I don't know where you
have
got.
not attacked the information yet.
Yes, I have,
no,
bro.
You didn't. You just said it was elementary. no, actually, you said it was less than collegiate.
Bro, listen.
You haven't proved it. See,
bro, listen.
What you do is make these arguments from ignorance, brother, with no facts, no evidence.
What's an argument from
shift the burden?
What is an argument from ignorance?
No, brother, when you make the statement, you must prove these things, brother. Prove that it's modus tollens and modus ponens about what either or.
I don't have to.
Either or, brother, about what you said about me, the person, brother, because you have not touched the information, and everybody hears this, brother.
Okay, so watch this. When we're talking about modus ponens, what are we talking about? We're talking about premise, conclusion, right?
Yeah, that's what all syllogisms is.
Okay, but hold on. Listen, I just want you to agree with that so I can get you the F up out of here. So now, your premise was two different things. Your premise is that no. And then I asked you a question again, the same question. You said yes. So your premise is off. So if your premise is off, then guess what your conclusion is going to be, bro? Please don't play with me, I don't want to curse on here, and I don't want to go in on you like that because they're not finna let me. They finna kick me off. But my brother, please don't F with me, bro, because you're not you're not the type of person that can F with me on this, bro. Please.
Bullshit.
See, you know, if I was talking how you talking, they would kick me off. But I want to talk how you want to talk.
You saying a bunch of nothing,
bro. I want to talk how you talking, how you let it hang out. I want to talk like that, but they'll kick me off. They'll be like, "Oh, Cube, you being this." I want to talk just how you want to talk.
When you having a conversation, you deal with subjects and predicates. See, you need to use logic upon the subject, and the subject is established that you do not know what morals is to be able to decipher what is moral or immoral. That is the subject, brother. You're anything else you can use logic on or play with. That's playing with yourself, brother, because you're not playing with me. Anything outside of that is ad hom, bro.
Bro, you had a terrible college.
Yo, hold on a second. Hold on.
What they did.
What? Q. Take it easy.
Yeah, I apologize.
Ask one more question to Terry, then Terry ask one more to you because we gonna cut it. We ending. All right.
That night that done.
Karima, can you hear me?
That man, brother, he didn't think so.
Hey, you know what? How about this? How about we just cut to the chase? How about we just set up a debate?
Let's do it. We already established that about a week ago.
All right, man. I'll deal with you on another joint, bro. Like, you ain't fucking with me, my nigga. I'm gonna tell you that for real. Like, and we could deal, but it's like, it's cool, bro. I'll catch you, my nigga.
Silence is acquiescence. You have not dealt with
the
fact that you don't know what is moral and what is not moral.
Bro, I gave you.
You have not proven me wrong, nor have you established what right was.
Hey, look at what y'all son said. Y'all son said Q's gonna make a video about this guy later.
And it's recorded on the tape.
He's right. I'm gonna take this video.
All right, yo, we ended it now, man. That shit been over 6 hours, bro. That's enough. Karima, can you hear me?
Hey, we out, man. Peace to y'all, man. I appreciate it. That nigga dead. I killed that nigga.
Karima.
Like, he really was saying nothing. He was about to go to sleep on him.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, that's it. We're gonna end it tonight. Hope y'all enjoyed the conversation. Yeah, I can hear you. I'm gonna just say good night. Hope y'all enjoyed what y'all heard tonight. Take it for what it is. We'll be back for another exciting Lions Den presentation. Shalom and good night to everyone.
Peace.